StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Year 2491. Agria, New Kerdburg. In 2 months, a city called New Kerdburg has sprung up north of the Agria settlement. The new city is located on an alluvial plain at the southernmost end of the narrow Agria continent, which is rich in water and grass. The city is close to the Tropic of Capricorn, with a warm climate and short and indistinct spring and winter seasons. The monsoon from the ocean brings abundant rainfall every standard year, nourishing the lush green vegetation here. The plant seeds brought by the Ka people and the animals preserved using embryo freezing technology have adapted to the air composition and wavelength of natural light in Agria after many twists and turns, and gradually developed a growing population on this planet. Giant rhinoceroses, iguanas, humoyans, quasar beasts, dairy cows and mammoth beetles, these native species of the Korhal sector that have been domesticated by humans, were introduced to Agria together with cattle and sheep from Earth. At the same time, in order to control the number of these docile herbivores, the Ka people introduced their natural enemies, scorpions, whip-tailed leopards, and the famous Ka wolves. This fertile land soon gave the Ka people who chose it gifts. The humus soil here can grow rye, wheat, and corn without fertilizer. The long and stable direct sunlight hours and abundant rainfall throughout the year allowed the new settlers to try another crop from the ancient earth, rice. The rich marine biological resources of Agria also meant that the people of the new colonies no longer needed to worry about protein supplements. The vast oceans of this planet have derived a complex biological community. The ancient biological communities of ammonites and nautiluses and early vertebrates have evolved a variety of food chains in this ocean. Fishermen from Ka soon established the first ocean port in the ocean of Agria and named it after a fishing village. Fishing immediately became a pillar industry for Ka's immigrants in Agria. Agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishing meant that the immigrants no longer had to worry about food. The discovery of several crystal veins and high-energy gas springs in the mountains around the settlement by geologists and mineralogists immediately gave the new Ka settlers a shot of adrenaline. The newly discovered iodine crystal veins were buried under the deciduous broad-leaved forests south of New Kerdburg, and even 2/3 of the veins were exposed above the surface. The new settlers could easily pick up these beautiful blue crystals while walking in the forest. The difficulty of mining this iodine crystal vein was much lower than those deep underground veins in Ka IV. The high-energy gas refinery with tall alloy chimneys stood in the mountains covered with dense jungles. The workers of the gas refinery did their work in Ka in their new home. They drove the SCV Space Construction Engineering Vehicle to take the canned sealed green gas from the conveyor belt of the refinery and skillfully operated the Space Engineering Vehicle to deliver these canned high-energy gas into the trailer. Only a few engineers, technicians, and supervisors are needed to maintain the production of the highly automated refinery. These yellow and black SCVs are like hard-working worker bees in a hive. The colony in Agria soon showed a thriving scene, and their development speed was far beyond the imagination of the local immigrants. When Augustus's revolutionary fleet was about to leave the Agria system and head to the center of the Korhal sector and enter the core area of the Terran Federation, the new colony established by the Ka people in Agria was able to achieve self-sufficiency and conduct simple trade with local immigrants. At this moment, Augustus, standing on the bridge of the revolutionary flagship Hyperion, was looking at the blue-green Agria and another dark blue companion star through a huge observation window. In front of the holographic projection control panel and console next to Augustus were the images of the city center of New Kerdburg and the images taken by the synchronous orbit satellite from orbit. All the generals of the revolutionary army except Warfield, Runstein and Duke were now standing beside Augustus. The Hyperion was Augustus' first battle cruiser. After the Battle of Tausnus, the Norad II had been the flagship of the revolutionary fleet because it was much more advanced in both weapon systems and defense matrix than the old Hyperion. It turned out that Augustus had taken a fancy to the new flagship of Alpha Squadron, the Norad III, and wanted to make it the new flagship, but this move was immediately strongly opposed by Duke and criticized by Raynor for being fickle. In the end, Augustus reset the Hyperion as the flagship of the Revolutionary Fleet, not because he was a nostalgic person, but because Rory Swan told him that he and Viktor Kaczynski had completed the upgrade of the Hyperion, and the latter firmly claimed that the Hyperion would become the coolest battlecruiser in the world. At the same time, Rory Swan inserted several void crystals that the Revolutionary Army had found in Marcera and Kalarin crystals found in the Tal'Daram base in Besh near the main engine room of the Hyperion. Although Swan still couldn't figure out how these crystals worked, the Zelniga crystals and Protus crystals could indeed continuously power the Hyperion's main engine and the life support and weapon systems on the battleship. This pure, sharp-edged artificial crystal energy is inexhaustible. If humans can figure out how it works, then the Protus crystals can undoubtedly replace nuclear fusion reactors to provide energy for cities, factories, and battleships far larger than the size of the Behemoth-class battlecruisers. It is foreseeable that in the eyes of the Protus, human nuclear energy is still a primitive and backward technology, and their energy technology is far more advanced than that of humans. From orbit, the new Kurdish city is just a silver grey dot. As the camera zooms in, you can see its standard colonial grid town. The new city was built by the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps and Bernard Hansen's Agria Construction Company. It combines the architectural styles of Tarcinus and Korhal IV. All the square box-shaped houses are built with molten silver alloy plates, and there are glittering transparent glass and antennas on the houses. New Kurdish has no towering skyscrapers or magnificent buildings with silver alloy frames and glass. All buildings are low-rise single-story and multi-story buildings. Only a high-rise building in the city center stands alone. Two jewel-like blue rivers flow through the center of the city, and the broad-leaved forests surrounding the settlement buildings are stained with the silver-white buildings of New Kurdish City, which seem to be white metal cubes shining in the sun. In order to commemorate the destruction of Kurdburg City in the Battle of Korha, and to commemorate the feat that almost all adult men and women in this city joined the Revolutionary Army, making the once prosperous city seem extremely desolate, people, at the instruction of the Revolutionary Army Marshal, added the suffix new before Kurdburg, and also called it New Kurdburg. We have one more home world. Augustus opened the Hyperion's route star map, manually marked Agria as green, and marked it on it, indicating that it was a planet that could be docked. In Augustus's vision, after 5 years or more, Agria will become a huge granary to provide supplies for the entire Revolutionary Army. When building the new Agria settlement, the construction plan also includes its deep blue companion star. Augustus also plans to build a biological laboratory and an interstellar spaceport on the companion star marked as Agria Satellite I, and deploy a permanent fleet in this star system. Agria's strategic significance lies not only in its rich resources, which can provide abundant minerals and almost inexhaustible food, but also in its location on the edge of the Kaprulu sector, adjacent to the Kel-morian Federation planet Meinhof and the planet to be settled in Haven. If Augustus wants to establish a stable base in the eastern part of the Kaprulu sector, then Agria is the best choice. Through the Agria settlement, Augustus can reach the Besha settlement on the edge of the Kaprulu sector and several planets occupied by the Tal'Daram expeditionary fleet, and can reach the Sera star system and the main star of Alicia to the west. This is a new beginning. Raynor, who was standing next to Augustus, said, "The Ka people have gone through hardships and finally a new home has taken root. We finally have a base of our own." Titus's way of speaking was not like a revolutionary soldier who was committed to liberating all mankind, but a bandit. It will take a long time for the people on the two planets of Kalas to develop. I think you just want to occupy a place on those two immigrant planets. When there is a territorial dispute with the Federation, the Kel-morians or some messy aliens, we can say that those two planets are the territory of the Ka people since ancient times and an inseparable part. Haha. Augustus took one last look at Agria and said to the navigator of the Hyperion, "Lieutenant, send us out of orbit. Go to Umagen. We need the support of the Umagen National Defense Army," he said. "Where's Ariel Hansen?" As the Hyperion accelerated into the hyperspace channel, Titus said in a tone that Augustus was somewhat familiar with, "Why don't you take your little lover with you?" Do you think I can't see you flirting with each other because she wears glasses? How could you bear to leave that black-haired beauty in Agria? I just can't bear to. Don't act like a pedophile, Titus. Augustus is not as bad as you. Before Augustus could speak, Kerrigan pointed at Titus' nose and scolded him. She's right, Titus, Augustus said. Titus, everyone knows you're a bastard. Raynor also spoke for Augustus. Come on, you're just jealous. Harnack would always stand on Augustus' side in everything. Ariel Hansen is going to Tarsinus to attend college soon. How could she follow us to risk her life? This is a revolution. Do you think it's just playing house or being a cool bandit? Raynor said. That's what I said. You don't have to do this. Titus was speechless after being rebuked. He just wanted to tease Augustus. Especially you, Jimmy. I fought hard to get the revolver in your hand from Tarsinus. Otherwise, you would have to wait at least 5 or 6 years to get it. He said sourly. How heartless. Okay. When Raynor was thinking about what to say, Augustus pointed to the main screen on the bridge of the Hyperion and said, look at the latest news. We don't have much time to vacation in Agria anymore. Augustus looked at the mechanical adjutant's head on the screen. Adjutant, play the unfrontline news on August 12th. All the media signals that reached Agria came from more than 2 months ago. These delayed news were one of the bases used by the Revolutionary Army to understand the recent major events of the Terran Federation, because when even the UN began to report on an event, it meant that the federal government could no longer cover up their scandals. I have to announce the unfortunate news that Colonel Edmund Duke of Alpha Squadron has been confirmed to be controlled by the psychotropic drugs of Augustus Mengsk's rebels. He has gone crazy and has become a walking corpse controlled by drugs. I'm Gordon, a military reporter. The first fleet of the Federation Navy has arrived. The Marcera rebels are fleeing in panic and are in disarray. The Marcera people, who have suffered from the rebellion, warmly welcomed us. The atmosphere on the scene is warm. The main screen turned to the camera screen. Next to the host's feet was a pile of burning Molotov cocktails and wooden obstacles. From the edge of the deliberately blurred lens, a Federation Marine in power armor could be seen roughly dragging a struggling Marcera out of his own house. You must be investigated, because you dared to spread jam on a slice of bread. There is a flag in your room, and it is not the red and blue star flag of the Federation. Titus dubbed the silent video in a nefarious way. I can imagine what happened to the Marcera people after we left, but that will only make them hate the federal government even more. Renault's expression was not good. He couldn't imagine what happened to the town and the tavern they stayed in. In fact, according to the report of the troops left in Marcera, they caused a lot of losses to the landing federal army through guerrilla warfare. At the same time, the Marcera people who supported us also caused a lot of trouble to the federal army. Augustus said, look at this. The picture on the main screen began to change as Augustus spoke, cutting to a series of reports. The track of the high-altitude one-way suspended train in the main city of Tarsinus was blown up, and a suspended train derailed and fell, killing more than 800 people. A member of the Dorian family, a veteran family, also died in the accident, and a Tagore was found dead in his family's bathroom. He had previously been considered a most promising heir to Queen Tagore. Andrea Federal Senator Tyron Doyle was involved in an unprecedented sexual assault scandal. It is reported that hundreds of federal government officials were involved in this scandal after 12 years. The Abram rebels, who had been announced to have been completely eliminated, appeared on Antigua Prime. The sons of Korhal claimed responsibility for this. Your brother Arcturus did a good job, Titus commented. Killing all those creation families is the right thing to do. Augustus remained silent. There were hundreds of news reports involving the sons of Korhal. During the period when the Revolutionary Army disappeared, the sons of Korhal occupied the front pages of various news media. Augustus Mengsk was issuing orders to his sons of Korhal thousands of light years away from Tarsinus. The organization gradually became the target of criticism for its bloody, cruel, and unscrupulous revenge against the creator family. Before Augustus could say anything else, the main screen suddenly switched to such a news. The Federation outpost on Sardin 3 was destroyed by an unidentified armed force. Local residents claimed that they saw mysterious lights and warships in the cloudless and moonless sky that night, and claimed that those lights were definitely not from stars or lights. It was the Tal'Darim Protoss. They were taking revenge. Augustus said. At this time, under the bridge of the Hyperion, more than a dozen Iron Grey Behemoth-class battle cruisers were entering the hyperspace channel at the same time. And when this fleet appeared in the material world again, it was already 2491. Chapter 227 John the Psychic, the son of Raynor. Chapter 227 John Raynor's son, Psychic SCT 2491.1.12. The Hyperion, sailing in the hyperspace channel. At 0:06 on the ship, Augustus, wearing the usual dark grey captain's uniform, was sitting on the alloy bench outside the Hyperion's medical cabin, with Sarah Carrigan sitting close to him on his left. The huge Titus Finley sat beside Augustus' right arm with eyes as big as a cow, and his huge buttocks almost occupied 1/3 of the bench. He crossed his arms and wrapped them around his chest, motionless. Compared with the silent and calm Augustus and others, Jim Raynor and Hank were walking back and forth in front of the closed bronze metal door of the medical cabin at a nearly synchronized frequency. The sound of the boots of these two men in deerskin vests and nylon trousers stepping on the deck echoed in the narrow and long corridor of the Hyperion. Jimmy, Hank, stop for a moment. Augustus looked at Renault walking back and forth and said, "We have the best military doctors, midwives, care workers and medical equipment. Elizabeth is enjoying the same service my mother gave me when she gave birth to me. She will definitely give birth to a lovely child safely." The Hyperion is now jumping from Agrea to the hyperspace channel of Umoyan. Elizabeth Liddy, Renault's girlfriend whom he met in Marcera, has been pregnant for more than 10 months. Elizabeth, who is already in her due date, is about to give birth. You are right. Renault stopped and looked at Augustus as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. But I'm still very anxious. She is the first child born on a warship, and we are in a hyperspace channel. Who knows if the child born in this state will be affected? Don't worry, it is not uncommon for children to be born naturally when the colonial fleet is sailing. Augustus said helplessly to Raynor, as for you two, if you keep moving around, I will almost feel dizzy. Harnack did not pay attention to what Augustus said. He was still pacing in front of the door of the medical cabin, muttering words like Hail Mary and Son of God, and occasionally mentioning the name of an unpopular god. Hank, I remember you are an atheist. Titus stopped Harnack from mumbling. It's just temporary. Harnack said to Titus, when I need them, I'm a temporary believer. What do you know, Titus? Harnack seemed more nervous than Raynor, not only because he truly regarded Raynor as a brother of blood, but also because he didn't want to see any of the heavenly devils get hurt again. He had no family, so he valued his comrades who shared life and death with him more than his own life. After the death of Kurt Josephine, who had always quarreled with Harnack, this stubborn and frivolous young man finally became much more mature. Idiot, what else is left in your mind besides fighting, money and women? Titus was furious. Aren't you the idiot? Harnack rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Shut up. Suddenly, Carrigan, who was on Augustus' left hand, stood up, her eyebrows raised, and her jade green eyes seemed like gems, shining like crystals under the light of the cabin lights. Carrigan's bright red lips were wider and thicker than her perfectly proportioned facial features, making her look even sexier. In an instant, the red-haired ghost agent who had been following Augustus showed the majesty of a queen. Her powerful psychic power made people around her naturally feel awe. Although Carrigan was only a 17-year-old girl, the old veteran of the Revolutionary Army Titus and the non-mainstream gangster Harnack were both shocked for a moment. Almost at the same time, the lights in the corridor of the Hyperion suddenly flickered. Although still separated by the thick metal walls of the medical cabin, a childish cry still entered the minds of everyone present. This cry was far less than the terrifying psychic screams of the high-level seekers of the Tal'Darim Protoss that were enough to detonate the heads of human soldiers, but it was enough to make those who heard it feel a lingering fear. Then, the lights went out completely, and the corridors and cabins immediately fell into darkness. Raynor, Titus and the others immediately turned on their laser lighters, bringing some faint flames to the dark cabin. Damn, a psychic? Titus was not a stupid person. He reacted quickly and immediately found the key to the problem. In fact, Titus was much smarter and more capable than many of Augustus's men, but he never used it in the right way. Damn Jimmy, how could you give birth to a psychic? Quick. Open the door. Augustus immediately walked to the closed door of the medical cabin, but he soon found that the power supply line of the door was damaged and could not be opened at all, so he immediately started the manual unlocking of the door under the weak light. The original function of this heavy door was to be used as a sealed door that could completely seal and isolate the various compartments of the warship. It was extremely heavy. Even if Augustus had opened the door manually, at least 2 soldiers wearing power armor or exoskeleton armor would be needed to push it. However, Titus slowly pushed the heavy hatch of the folding parachute by himself. The muscles on his back and arms were tense, and the tight muscle curves were comparable to the stone sculptures of ancient Greece, like molten steel. This bad man was always quite reliable at the most critical moment. Then, with the joint efforts of Augustus, Raynor, Titus and others, the heavy hatch was opened little by little. The people guarding outside rushed in a hurry, looking for Elizabeth and her child and the doctors beside them in the dim medical cabin. At this moment, several lights in the medical cabin suddenly lit up again. When Augustus saw the doctor holding the baby and Elizabeth's face, he and others were relieved. Except for the ruddy baby, everyone's face was livid. The doctors and the mother were in the center of the psychic fluctuations. They relied on their willpower and psychological quality to avoid panic or mental collapse. Despite this, the emotions of these people were greatly affected, and a young female doctor even collapsed to the ground. If Augustus had not foreseen to transfer the wounded and patients in the nearby cabins to another medical cabin of the Hyperion when Elizabeth gave birth, the birth of Raynor's child would have brought a greater disaster. The son of Jim Raynor and Elizabeth Raynor was born in the medical cabin of the Hyperion. His first cry mixed with psychic fluctuations triggered a terrible psychic scream and paralyzed many systems inside the medical cabin, causing a big commotion. The guards and engineers on duty of the Hyperion were rushing to the medical cabin from various cabins. Many people once thought that there was a traitor in the Hyperion. As more crew members rushed to the medical cabin, Augustus conveyed his order to stay at their posts to all decks, cabins, and crew cabins through the radio communication equipment he carried with him. Only Rory Swan and his assistant Victor Kaczynski were asked to go to the medical cabin to repair the damaged equipment. Normal delivery, it's a boy, the doctor holding the child said to Augustus, who hurried over. Augustus first looked at Elizabeth, who was sweating profusely and lying on the hospital bed, and asked her to have a good rest. Then Augustus took the child from the doctor's hand and looked carefully at his lively green eyes and thick eyebrows similar to Renault's. The child was surprisingly calm when being held. He opened his eyes and looked up, and the not so wide ceiling of the medical cabin of the Hyperion was reflected in his pupils. "John, good boy," Augustus said with a smile. Renault and Augustus had already agreed on what name to give the child if he was a boy. John is a very common name in the human colony of the Kaprulu sector of the New Christianity. Even in the small town near Renault's home, there are more than 100 people with this name. But for Renault, this is the best name he can think of. Child, when you are born. Oh, this little baby is so cute. Hanok poked his head out from behind Augustus' shoulder and interrupted the others chanting. "I never thought there would be such a day," he said excitedly. "When I was in Shillok, Jim and I were always at odds. When I first entered the Telesis boot camp, I almost crushed his balls. Fortunately I didn't do that, so Jim should really thank me. Let me see this little Jimmy." Titus said, "This child, if I die in the future, it seems that I can only leave my inheritance to my nephew. If there is anything left, hey, my son won't help you pay the bill." At this time, the child's father, Raynor, came late because he spent a long time asking Elizabeth about her well-being. Raynor seemed very happy and couldn't hide his smile on his face. But because of the accident just now, he didn't smile much, including Titus, who was hard-hearted and thought he would not have any mercy on any damn little thing. They all liked this child very much. Their hearts were more gentle than ever, so much so that they all tried to avoid the fact that this child was undoubtedly a psychic, and judging from the scene when he was born, his psychic strength was definitely not low. "Sarah, John's psychic power is amazing." After staring into John Raynor's eyes for a few seconds, Augustus said to Carrigan, who was standing next to him, "This is unusual." "Yes. At present, a person's psychic potential is destined by birth." When Carrigan looked at John, he also looked at her. Human psychic power and psychics have a kind of resonance, especially among top psychics. John's psychic talent has reached the entry level of ghost agents, which means that his psychic level is definitely higher than sea level 5, and I believe the final level of the assessment will definitely be higher than this. Kerrigan said. A baby still controls his psychic talent, which is one of the reasons for the death of psychics. Kerrigan said, as long as the sea level reaches or exceeds level 8, if he cannot control his power, then his powerful psychic power and mental power will have an indelible impact on others. Human psychic level sea level 8 is an extremely rare level in this huge group, and the number is very small. As far as I can remember, there was a tragic accident on a transport ship carrying students from the Ghost Academy during the Ghost Project. A female psychic at level 8 lost control and caused a terrible psychic explosion. More than 80 of the hundreds of crew members died amid the cries of the out of control person. Those who survived also had an indelible shadow in their hearts, and they were immersed in the shadow of the accident for the rest of their lives, she said. But there is no report that psychics above level 8 will kill everyone nearby when they are born. Even psychics at level 10 will not have such a thing. Most high-level psychics are no different from ordinary children when they are born. Their parents have to wait until their children grow up to find out that they are different from others. You mean, John's psychic level is likely to have reached level 8. Raynor did not feel any joy because his son was a psychic. On the contrary, in his opinion, this was not something to be happy about. As the Terran Federation government advertised, any federal citizen with psychic potential is obliged to join the Ghost Project and be trained to become a promising ghost agent. If their parents are neither great nobles of a colonized world nor owners of a multi-galactic enterprise that is as wealthy as a country, then they must accept this fact. Of course, at least Raynor does not need to worry about the psychic shepherds of the Federation Ghost Project forcibly taking his children away, because they are now the largest group of rebels in the entire Korhal sector. Don't worry, this is not a bad thing. Augustus looked at Raynor and said seriously, I think a powerful Seeker should indeed be taught how to control and use his Seeker power, but at least he should never become a cold-blooded killer. Their abilities should be better utilized, such as forming a department composed of Seekers to supervise the entire National Administrative Agency. He said, since you think I'm qualified to be John's godfather, then I should take the responsibility of protecting and teaching him. I believe that this child's future achievements will definitely not be less than any of us. There is no doubt that he will become a man. I believe it too. Raynor nodded. Augustus, from the moment I saw you in the barracks, every promise you made will be fulfilled. It will never be wrong to trust you. When we don't know where to go, as long as we follow you, we won't get lost. Augustus laughed and handed John to his father. Jimmy, I dare say this is definitely not your genes at work. Just as Raynor began to be sentimental, Titus suddenly jumped out. If you have a little bit of psychic talent, your marksmanship should be half as good as Rick Kid's. Damn it, Raynor, who was holding his son, immediately retorted. I'm a sharpshooter. Please vote. Chapter 228 Little Skirt. SCT 2491.1.17. Umoyan United States, Galban System. With a flash of white light, a fleet of dozens of battle cruisers and more than 100 destroyers, frigates, transport ships and supply ships jumped into the airspace of the Umoyan National Defense Army. A blue-white Umoyan Far Traveler beacon was floating quietly in the dark deep space of the Galban system. The infinite starlight gathered behind this beacon to form a reflection of a distant nebula. Augustus, who was standing in front of the observation window of the bridge of the Hyperion, could clearly see this pointed cone-shaped beacon bathed in starlight through the bow detector camera. He was wearing a dark grey military coat and a long-brimmed captain's hat, standing upright with his hands behind his back, as if a javelin was standing between his coat and the shirt lining. The Umoyan National Defense Army fleet has been detected. Coordinates Z2, Zone 4, difference 3 units. A Revolutionary Army technician standing in front of the control console reported loudly. After a flash of snowflake-like garbled code, a fleet of only 1/10 the size of the Revolutionary Army fleet flashed on the main screen of the bridge. These Umoyan warships were completely different from the rough, spliced warships of the Kel-morian Federation and the large warships with heavy armor and cannons of the Terran Federation. They had streamlined hulls combined with aerodynamics and longer keels. The silver white platinum iridium alloy coating made the bridges of these Umoian warships and the inner arc-shaped flying wings of the starfighters reflect the silver-like luster under the shining of the stars. The Umoian warships had a more advanced rear propulsion system and anti-gravity technology than the Terran Federation. Each Umoian warship was equipped with fewer technical crew members and engineers, because each one was equipped with more advanced artificial intelligence assistance and intelligent identification of weapon systems and automatic production and reloading factories. The gap between the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Federation and the United States of Umoian in the field of artificial intelligence is much greater than the economic gap between them, so that even if these two regimes obtain several Umoian spaceships through ulterior means, their researchers cannot use these spaceships to make breakthroughs in the field of artificial intelligence on the basis of what they already have. Compared with the Federation and the Federation, the United States military industry encompasses the most advanced technology of the entire Korhal human race at this stage. The Umoian warships and fighters have the most technological multi-symmetrical wings and high-energy particle weapons. Some of the lesser-known models can also use anti-gravity weapons to destroy their enemies in an instant. The Umoian warships and accompanying fighters seem to come directly from a science fiction movie describing interstellar wars. The beautiful sky blue bottom coating, the shiny paint with silver white platinum iridium alloy plated badges and the glowing Umoian United States badges are much more eye-catching than their muzzles. With cool shapes and good looks, the models and crafts made based on the National Defense Army warships have always been hot-selling products in the toy market of the entire Korhal Star Zone. Order the fleet to reveal its identity, Augustus said. This is my first time in Umoian, because the head of the Ghost project is worried that the Federation's technology for training Ghost agents will be acquired and imitated by Umoian. Kerrigan said, looking at the Umoian warships flashing blue and white silver on the screen. Is this the Umoian fleet? It looks beautiful. Yes, Augustus said. The Umoians have been doing their best to develop new warships to cope with the war that may break out in the future. They have always known about the existence of the Protoss and the Zerg. The United States' sense of crisis is indeed commendable. But, Kerrigan looked at the holographic projection screen in front of her and said, how did they get so oppressed by the Terran Federation Navy that they dared only cruise along their own borders? The Umoian fleet did not even appear in the military channel reports during the Kalian War. At this time, in addition to dozens of technical soldiers and navigators on the bridge, the only person standing next to Augustus was the red-haired beauty Sarah Kerrigan. Harnack, who was disliked by Augustus for being too noisy, was sent by the Revolutionary Marshal to the fleet kitchen to bake bread. Raynor was busy nursing his child, while Runstein, Warfield and Ducal had their own ships. Everyone had their own lives, work, and worries, but Kerrigan was busy with Augustus every day, watching over him to complete his daily work, and training until he closed his eyes and fell asleep. At the same time, Kerrigan was also a powerful assistant to Augustus at work. Her outstanding foresight could keep up with Augustus's grand strategic vision, and she understood that the enemies of the Revolutionary Army in the future were not just the Federation. Kerrigan's command ability as a squad commander and army commander was also fully demonstrated when assisting Augustus, and Augustus had been trying to train Kerrigan as a commander. You want to say that these warships are flashy, right? Augustus laughed softly. He knew much more about Umoian technology than Kerrigan. To some extent, yes. The Umoians don't know how to fight, or they don't understand what weapons and what military system to use to win a war as well as the Federation. What the humans of Korhal need are giant steel warships that can carry more weapons and more guns. These steel warships must have enough fine steel plate armor to resist enemy fire, rather than thin metal plating. The warships must also be able to be produced quickly and deployed quickly to various battlefields, and the parts for their production come from the vast territory of the Federation and all the forging planets. He said. Except for fleet commanders and captains, the Federation Navy does not need sailors with subjective initiative. Resocialized soldiers produced in socialized factories can learn all the knowledge needed to serve in warships in just a few seconds. They are like gears in precision machinery, meshing tightly, never making mistakes, never fearing, and can be consumed like weapons when necessary. In comparison, although the warships of Umoyan have some advanced technology, their number is too small. The number of their affiliated colonies is far less than that of the Federation, and they cannot build and maintain a fleet that can match the Federation Navy. And just defending the United States is not a vast borderline, which makes it difficult for their fleet to continue. Finally, Augustus said, even if warships of the same level are bombarded, Umoyan warships do not have an advantage. The characteristics of the Umoyan fleet are that they are faster and the plasma shield can resist more damage. As long as the Umoyan fleet does not join the war, their military strength will always be in a fog, enough for the Federation Council of Tarsinus to be cautious. Karragan said, I know that the Umoyans don't like expansion. For more than 100 years, they have rarely had territorial disputes with the Federation and the Union, and are only satisfied with developing within their own sphere of influence. The Umoyan engineers have been working hard to upgrade their own technology, trying to build faster and better warships, but the results are not very ideal. At this time, the Umoyan fleet on the screen came closer, and the shining blue and white paint on its warships and the multiple triangles of spray paint on the bow became more eye-catching. Augustus stood quietly, waiting for the response of the commander of the Umoyan fleet. They still can't understand why their warships are more advanced than the Federal fleet, but they suffer losses in actual combat. In fact, those warships lack strong firepower, and the technology they carry is often not practical. At most, they just make the soldiers on them live more comfortably. Humanistic considerations and the emphasis on the quality of life and even emotions of soldiers are the superior manifestations of the democratic system of the United States, but the combat effectiveness of the United States' national defense soldiers is not as high as their elected parliament expected. Augustus said, the amount of technology carried by the Umoyan warships is far beyond your imagination. They almost never use live ammunition weapons, relying more on plasma and beam weapons. The Umoyan warships are expensive, not only because they have too much money to spend, but also because they pursue excellence in everything. The construction time of a battlecruiser is 2 to 3 times that of a Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser. Honestly, the performance of the Umoyan is still quite superior. It is not just a giant commercial cruise ship equipped with naval guns as the media said. He said, the Federation Navy has always emphasized that the Umoyan Protectorate is a huge threat, and its combat radius can span the entire Federation. Even though it has never fought against the Protectorate's troops, the Federation Army has always insisted that the Protectorate has powerful firepower. Karragan shook her head. It's all for military expenses. I'm Vice Admiral Ian Stamford, the fleet commander of the Aurora sector, and Marshal Augustus Mengsk. Welcome to the United States of Umoyan. The Protectorate fleet salutes all the rebels. Augustus was talking to Karragan. A Protectorate general wearing a dark blue Umoyan Navy uniform appeared on the main screen. It must be said that the general's well-tailored uniform looked bright and beautiful, with golden tassels on his shoulders. It was obvious that he had made many etiquette preparations for the meeting with Augustus. The Umojans always behaved quite rigorously. At present, except for fighting, Augustus could not find any faults in words, deeds, and etiquette from the Umojans he had contacted. General Stamford, thank you for your fleet's escort for us. Augustus showed his signature smile. Whether it was civilians, nobles, soldiers, or generals, Augustus's attitude towards everyone was exactly the same. He respected everyone, and put this respect into practice in his words and deeds. Everyone can feel that Augustus values them very much, and soon, these people will go through fire and water to gain Augustus, or prove that his affirmation of them is correct. It seems quite funny that the Umojan fleet escorts a fleet much larger than itself, but in the end it is just a routine military mission. The Umojan United States has formed an alliance with the Korhal Dominion. After the destruction of Korhal, the Korhal people who had to rely on Umojan to survive have almost become a part of the United States. The relationship between the two parties is currently ambiguous, like a couple in love. This relationship that is equivalent to being inseparable allows the Umojan United States to allow a large revolutionary fleet to jump to its core world and enter the Umojan ports and shipyards for repairs and supplies. The Kel-morian Combine is much more wary of the revolutionary fleet. Then the revolutionary fleet jumped into the hyperspace channel under the guidance of the Umojan fleet flagship. On January 22nd, after more than a dozen short jumps and several days of sailing, this huge joint fleet crossed half of the United States and arrived at the main star of Imogen, moored in its synchronous orbit in a giant mobile fortress comparable to the moon. Augustus, who was about to see his family again after more than a year, could not hide his joy. When sailing with the revolutionary fleet, Augustus could no longer send letters to his family due to many restrictions. But he still kept the habit when he just joined the army and wrote a letter to his mother and sister every week. The electronic files of these letters were stored in Augustus' laptop, accumulating day by day. In the letters, Augustus occasionally complained to his mother that period was usually his most depressed time. Dorothy is now 18 years old, but Augustus still tells her a galactic legend. The beginning of the legend is always a long time ago, in a distant galaxy. At this time, the Hyperion has entered the port inside the Imogen mobile fortress. Augustus and his men walked into the magnificent mobile fortress from the number 1 docking port. The ground of the Imogen mobile fortress is as wide as the land. The light source above is extremely far away, like a blurry point of light. Damn it, I finally came to a place with some popularity. Fleet life is really torture. No wonder Edmund Duke is tortured into what he is now, dark and surrounded by little brats all day long. I've had enough. Girls of Imogen, old Titus is ready to do something big. Titus laughed as soon as he walked out of the hatch of the docking port. There are always things that are not satisfactory in life, Titus. Maybe you should live this kind of life, training in a regular manner and consuming your excess energy on playing cards. Augustus looked around and suddenly showed a disappointed expression because he did not see his family. Augustus was not as indestructible as the revolutionary soldiers imagined, a great man who seemed to be cast in steel. As a flesh and blood body, Augustus would be hurt and feel sad and painful. When we recapture Korhal, I will take you to the forest of Stilling to hunt on horseback. He was disappointed because he did not see his mother and sister, so he forced a smile. Instead of shooting birds with rifles and shotguns, I prefer to sweep with machine guns, or I'll bombard with artillery. Titus grinned. I can't get used to the elegant life of your nobles. After all, I'm a bad guy. Haha, I'm a bad guy too. Harnack shouted happily. Today I'm going to do bad things like a bad guy. Don't pay attention to them. I will definitely go hunting with you after I retire. Raynor said to Augustus. Me too. Kerrigan also said. Hey. As he was talking, a young girl in a light blue dress jumped out from the blind spot of Augustus's vision. She had delicate features and long dark grey straight hair. She ran towards Augustus in a pair of beautiful shoes. Valerian, who was wearing the same dress, followed closely behind his aunt. Now he was 10 years old, his shoulders were much broader, and he was no longer as thin as before. He became agile because of his diligent practice of swordsmanship. Valerian himself looked more like a girl. He had beautiful features and fair skin. Most importantly, he had beautiful wavy blonde hair. Damn it. Augustus' face turned black. Thanks for voting. Chapter 229 Dorothy Mengsk. Chapter 229 Dorothy Mengsk. This multi-layered mobile fortress is a strategic weapon of the Imogen United States. The total area of each layer is equivalent to the area of Moon. It has built-in nuclear weapon silos, physics laboratories, scientific research stations and several giant shipyards. When necessary, the huge Imogen mobile base can be transferred to other star systems through the hyperspace jump engine. At present, the Imogen United States has deployed such fortresses in multiple node star systems, and some fortresses are even far away from the Prelude sector. Not only Augustus' sister Dorothy and nephew Valerian came today, but his mother Catherine was standing and looking at him. There were hundreds of security personnel and Imogen soldiers carrying Gauss rifles on their shoulders. These Imogen soldiers wore dark blue military uniforms and peaked military caps with light yellow helmet tassels. Their woolen single-breasted military uniforms were embroidered with the Imogen United States emblem in blue and white lines on the chest, and there were large golden epaulets and tassels on their shoulders. Each soldier was equipped with an AGR rifle with a bayonet and a rapier with a caged arm guard. The soldiers held their heads high and their neat military appearance made Augustus unable to find any fault. In addition to Vice Admiral Ian Stamford, whom Augustus had already met, an admiral of the Umajan Protectorate Navy, and 2 sector commanders were also present today. "Augustus, we all miss you very much." Dorothy Mengsk ran to Augustus with her long skirt that reached the ground and hugged her brother tightly. The 18-year-old Dorothy was as beautiful and charming as her mother when she was young. The eyebrows inherited from the Mengsk family added a different kind of heroic spirit to her, and her dark grey pupils seemed like cut jade. Dorothy was no longer a little thing in the eyes of her father and brothers, and a little baby walking around with a pony toy in her arms. She had grown into a tall and long-legged beautiful girl, with collagen full of youthful vitality between her cheeks. Dorothy stood on tiptoe, hugged her brother's neck, and rubbed her fair and smooth cheek against his face, like a sweet cat. If anyone thinks that the daughter of Angus and Catherine is a weak and spoiled noble lady, then they will definitely pay the price for their stupidity. Now Dorothy Mengsk has controlled 2/3 of the Mengsk family's affiliated companies at the instruction of her parents. Her talent in management and finance enables her to easily manage the financial empire that originally belonged to the Mengsk family. Her many high return investments in Umoyan quickly proved her excellent vision in the financial field. Dorothy is undoubtedly a genius in this area. And just like her father and brothers, Dorothy is also a master of swordsmanship and fighting. Even without holding a sword, Dorothy can knock down an ordinary adult male in 2 moves. If she picks up a weapon, she can chop wolves and tigers with a knight's double-edged heavy sword. "That's the boss's sister," said Harnack, pointing at Augustus back in surprise. "Oh my god, this is the most amazing girl I've ever seen in my life." Harnack immediately covered his mouth, fearing that Augustus would hear. "This is my biological sister." Titus's reaction was flat. He knew that Dorothy Mengsk's identity and status were almost equal to Princess Korhal IV. If anyone dared to hurt her, her powerful brothers would immediately jump up and send him to be shot or fed to insects. Titus still preferred the women in the strip club. In comparison, the women around Augustus were all inexplicably dangerous women. Augustus regards this sister as more important than anything else. When he was in Turris's second, Augustus was always tense, like a ferocious lion. "He only became gentle when writing letters to his sister," said Raynor. "This is so rare. No wonder he always ignored me when I asked him to play before." Harnack looked at Valerian behind Dorothy again. "Rich families have many sisters. I remember Augustus said he only had one sister. He also had a nephew. He was the son of his brother Arcturus." Raynor touched his chin, thinking, maybe I remembered it wrong. He shrugged, not caring much about this matter. It was a boy. Sarah Carrigan looked at Valerian and read his deep memory through telepathy. "This seems to be the tradition of the Mengsk family. The second boy in the family will wear a skirt before the age of 10. Oh. Harnack nodded first, and then as if he had discovered something, he showed a gloomy expression of a worldview collapse. Carrigan's face also changed, because this bastard was undoubtedly thinking about what Augustus would look like when he wore a skirt. "Don't mention this to Augustus." Raynor shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't care about Augustus's dark history at all. "Since Augustus never mentioned this to us, it means he feels it is a shame." "Uncle Augustus." Valerian walked to Augustus' side at this time. "I always remember what you said. Practice swordsmanship, study politics and economics books. Now they can't say I'm a sissy anymore. I'm a man now." When Dorothy was in Augustus' arms, Valerian looked up at his uncle. Valerian was not only wearing a light blue skirt and a white silk shirt with lace, but also a woolen shawl with gold edges. Obviously, the bloodline of the Umoyan Pasteur family gave Valerian beautiful golden hair and soft facial contours. He also inherited the high nose bridge with hawk curves and stormy dark grey pupils from the Mengsk family. Father Arcturus gave the blonde boy the cold and decisiveness of the Mengsk family, while his gentle mother gave him the gift of kindness and elegant self-control. "Valerian, little Valerian," Augustus said, "it seems that I will not be able to hold you soon. You have done well. The people of the Mengsk family are born to do great things." He repeated the words of his father Angus, which were also taught to his descendants by generations of Mengsk. "This dress." Suddenly, Augustus' eyes jumped. His long-lasting, sealed dark memory slowly emerged. The style of Valerian's dress was exactly the same as that worn by Augustus when he was a child. Poor Valerian. If Augustus had not tried his best to transfer his mother and sister to Kel-morian, he would not have suffered such a terrible fate under the care of his mother Juliana. This dress? Valerian pulled his little skirt. It's very comfortable to wear. But if I wear this when training with Master Judas, the soldiers of Imogen will gather around me to look at me. That's not a good thing. Augustus moved Dorothy's head away from him, came to Valerian, leaned over and held his nephew's face. If those people despise you because of this, then knock them all down. If you want to become the heir of the Mengsk family, you must work harder. After saying that, Augustus took his nephew's hand and walked towards his mother, waving to General Imogen and the soldiers who lined up to welcome him beside his mother. Kerrigan, Raynor and others followed behind Augustus, forming a moving fan with the revolutionary soldiers behind them. People looked at Augustus, and it seemed that all the lights were focused on Augustus alone. Augustus was wearing a straight dark grey military uniform, a dark red cloak, and a bronze medal on his chest. He held Dorothy's hand in one hand and Valerian's hand in the other, and walked out with the feeling of a head of state walking on the red carpet at a diplomatic occasion. "Hello, Admiral Ted." Augustus shook hands with the admirals of Imogen one by one, and then waved. Augustus was always graceful and easy to talk when attending the banquets of the nobles, but now his every move was full of majesty. "Vice Admiral Haynes, I heard about your great achievements in defeating the Trinidad pirates when you were in Korhal. I'm Augustus Mengsk." The generals of Imogen also showed extremely high quality. They all graduated from the United States Military Academy and reached their current positions by relying on their own abilities and accumulated qualifications rather than the reputation of their families. The noble officers of the Terran Federation are used to being bossy, and they are always arrogant. The officer system of the Kel-morian Federation is completely different from other political systems. The nature of their officers is closer to corporate executives rather than soldiers in the strict sense. Senior officers of the Imogen military are generally from civilians and the middle class, and their promotion channels are relatively fair. Soldiers can obtain the status they deserve based on their abilities rather than their backgrounds. There is no shortage of capable officers in the Imogen army, and they are not incompetent. Augustus talked with the generals for a long time. He briefly talked about some of his key deployments in the Battle of Marcera, and then talked about his encounter with an alien race on a certain planet. The Imogen generals attached great importance to this. For a long time, the United States has always wanted to obtain mysterious technology from the alien ruins they discovered, but so far they have not had direct contact with the Protoss, so they have never made much progress. In a few words, Augustus touched the Imogen people's itch, and then under the general's questioning, he reluctantly talked about how he had pried off many complete Tal'Darim Protoss altars, and seized some incredible psychic weapons. At that moment, the generals of Imogen immediately decided to pay a large sum of money for these altars and Protoss weapons. After a while, Augustus finally dealt with the enthusiastic Imogen soldiers and promised that the cooperation between the Revolutionary Army and the Imogen Protectorate Army would continue to include the sharing of technology. After bypassing those Imogen generals and handing them over to Raynor and others to deal with, Augustus walked towards his mother Catherine. "Mother, I will stay in Imogen for a while." Augustus was much taller than his mother. He was taller than 2 years old, and his broad shoulders seemed to be able to support a mountain. Augustus was sad to see some more wrinkles on Catherine's face, but he also knew that no one could escape the years. "Augustus, my child," Catherine said with a smile, "you are no longer the toddler. You have grown wings and can withstand a strong wind and fly. We are no longer worried that you will live in a muddle, but we are always worried that one day we will hear bad news from the Revolutionary Army," she said gently. "Angus always said that you are more like your grandfather, the man who dared to walk through the forest with a shotgun." People at that time always said that Augustus Mengsk was a strong bow. The greater the threat posed by the enemy, the greater the counterattack he would give. But I still hope that you will not put too much pressure on yourself. In the letters you wrote to me, you always said that you carry the hopes of all the people of Korhal, and that failure is not allowed. I will. Augustus was silent for a few seconds, and looked at his mother and said, "What about Angus? I know that he has joined the Imogen Council. He can't leave today." Catherine sighed. "You will see him. I heard that Angus has aged a lot and has white hair, Augustus said. After the situation stabilized, some people began to blame Angus for starting an uprising, which was the root cause of the destruction of Korhal IV. He said, "We are not always strong and unshakable. When people begin to miss the past, they will inevitably blame others for their pain. We always blame those who are within reach and can see, and we will not curse the Federation Council far away in Tarsus, because they can't hear or care. We can't stop rumors and resentment," said Catherine. "The prestige Angus had in Korhal in the past will backfire on him even more. We will definitely win," said Augustus. "But some people don't believe it," said Catherine. "Many of them have lost their courage and indulged in sorrow for the past." Angus did not defend Korhal's destruction. He attributed all the faults to himself. "Announced to everyone that you once strongly opposed the premature uprising and supported him out of necessity," she said. "And your successive victories have gradually made the name Augustus replace Angus's position among the Korhal people. The Korhal people have begun to worship you as the true savior and the undefeated god of war. As long as you take back Korhal, they will willingly accept your leadership. This honor is not so easy for me to bear. There has never been any savior in this world, nor do we rely on any gods." Augustus said, "I'm just an ordinary human. If someone thinks I'm great, then my greatness should come from the greatness of all Korhal people and all mankind." Corporal Faraday and Carrigan on the side immediately wrote down what Augustus said, and the Pan-Terran revolutionaries will soon list this as a must-read aphorism. "Where is Arcturus now?" Augustus then asked. "He has completed his work in the mine and is preparing to temporarily hand over the work to his assistant before returning to Umoyan," Catherine said. At this time, Lieutenant General Warfield, Brigadier General Duke and Major General Runstein each walked down from their warships with a 100-man guard and headed towards Augustus. Warfield walked in the front. He was an old subordinate of Augustus Mengsk, the oldest among the generals, and had become the second most important person in the Revolutionary Army besides Marshal Augustus. For Augustus, Warfield was an elder, even if he was a reliable general. Most importantly, he once learned about Augustus's dark history from Arcturus jokes. Arcturus child. The tradition of the Mengsk family cannot be abandoned. Originally Arcturus was strongly opposed to this matter, thinking that it would undermine his son's not much masculinity. He said, "But then we mentioned you, and he felt that it was acceptable for Valerian to wear a skirt." Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, The Man Behind Augustus. In the territory of the United States of Umojan, a year and a half has passed since the Korhal IV incident, which brought heavy trauma to the people of Korhal IV. During this time, the more than 23 million Korhal people living in Umojan have irrigated the barren and mountainous land under their feet with tears and sweat, reclaimed wasteland, and built cities. This generation of Korhal people gradually took root in a foreign land far away from their homeland. When a new generation of children was born, they could only recall the Mercury City and lush green primeval forests of Korhal IV from their parents' memories of the past and beautiful songs. The main city of New Stilling, surrounded by mountains, still has some of the glorious shadows of the old Korhal capital. The city center is densely populated with buildings. The height of the silvery buildings decreases from the City Hall Tower, the circular hall of the Korhal Parliament, and the Supreme Court of the Dominion to the residential and industrial buildings on the outskirts of the city, just like the concentric ripples caused by a drop of water falling into a river. Unlike those cities in Korhal IV that rose from colonial settlements, New Stilling does not have inner walls and complex urban transportation networks that bear traces of the old times. The urban layout of New Stilling follows a strict and detailed plan. Landmark buildings, roads, residential buildings, and every brick have been planned before they are laid. The transportation network of the entire New Stilling city is like a grid and diagonal lines with clear edges and overlapping boundaries. It is a city that is symmetrical, but slightly lacks agility. Due to the changeable climate of Yumajan, extreme weather such as hurricanes and storms make those areas with stable environments and suitable climates become extremely precious. Even as a planet with many plains, Yumajan's land resources are quite scarce. Humans must rack their brains to use precious land, so residential areas with high-rise residential buildings replaced the residential communities and livestock cooperatives that the Korhal people were accustomed to, becoming the basis for their residence and daily life. It was early morning local time, and the rising sun created a magnificent scene. The long wavelength light refracted in the atmosphere left thin red-orange lines in the bright orange sky of Yumajan, like the veins of citrus, like the cross-section of a blood orange. The occasional meteor shower flashed by, like a flickering firework. In the beautiful background, the silver-white skyscrapers of the universe reflected the bright orange-red light, like a transparent crystal city, with the towering spires forming a jagged horizon. At the end of the city, the crystal processing plant, gas refinery and heavy industry made of square glass and steel buildings were suspended above the city using Yumajan anti-gravity technology. The floating star connected the endless routes from the surface of the planet to the space orbit, and the thousands of feet long tug barges were like black dots in the distant sky. It seemed that the colorful city and the orange sky were motionless, as beautiful as a painting by an impressionist painter. Augustus stood in the center of a huge circular square paved with square stone bricks, with revolutionary soldiers standing beside him with ribbons fluttering. The square is located in the center of the new Sterling city, between the three landmark buildings of the city, and the tall red city walls surround the entire square. The central square, which covers 1/5 of the area of the city center, uses the name of the Sterling City Square, named after Augustus' grandfather. At the same time, the square is not empty. It restores the Senate of Korhal and the cemetery that was originally used to bury many Mengskan nobles. Now it is the burial place of tens of millions of revolutionary soldiers who died. In the center of the square stands a brass statue of Augustus' grandfather. This short-haired man with a stern face wears a robe, and two Sterling wolves with wide eyes lie at his feet. Looking beyond the statue, you can see tens of thousands of black tombstones with crosses on the top, and there is a bouquet of flowers in front of each tombstone. A tall monument is engraved with a sentence from Earth hundreds of years ago. Your names are unknown, but your achievements will live forever. This cemetery is where soldiers who died in the Battle of Korhal, the Battle of Delarian, the Battle of Tarsus, and the Battle of Marcera are buried. Some of the soldiers' bodies were not taken back, and buried here are their suicide notes, relics, or a sealed gun. The youngest of the victims was only 16 years old, and the oldest was 55. Many of them had never thought that they would pick up a gun in their lives before joining the Revolutionary Army. Some of them had never even seen a gun or a body that was smashed to pieces. They have many identities: fathers, sons, husbands, wives, patriots, enthusiastic people who joined the army with a fearless spirit of dedication, or simply social scum infected by the atmosphere and speculators who want to take advantage of the opportunity to turn things around. But now, these people have only one identity. Augustus was wearing his dark grey cloak that had accompanied him in Korhal, the port of the dead, and Marcera, and he looked up at the sky and the city outside the square wall. New Sterling was called the Silver City in the mountains, the Pure Crystal City, the sanctuary of the Korhal people, and the last pure place. After Augustus led the revolutionary fleet into deep space without hesitation, Angus and his staff worked diligently to rebuild a shelter that could protect their people from the wind and rain. Korhal's skilled craftsmen, the most advanced scholars in various industries, and the foundation of a nation, the most ordinary people were spared from destruction along with their mother planet, and they quickly used their hands and wisdom to rebuild the dignity of the Korhal people. Industry and the real economy recovered in just over a year, and shame and hatred made the Korhal people, even those who had no hope of revenge, start working hard. The Korhal people of Yumajan adhered to their almost paranoid creed, which was to take back everything that originally belonged to them from the hands of the Terran Federation. The breeze blew across the square with blue bricks and red walls, and the air was filled with the unique fragrance of Yumayan. This refreshing fragrance has the effect of relieving tension, which is why the Yumayan people are far less irritable than the Kel-morians. The people here are neither arrogant nor indifferent. They always treat people with a smile. In the distance, there is a train track in the air, and a train with a speed of more than 300 miles per hour passed by. Augustus knew that the train was full of soldiers of the revolutionary fleet who were rushing back to their families. For these soldiers who followed Augustus to fight and sail in the universe for so long, they must have returned to their families with the joy of surviving a disaster. The unchanging training and the oppressive atmosphere of the battleships made the psychological problems and various diseases caused by the alien environment in the fleet always accompany these brave warriors. The dark super time and space voyage for several months or even a year is a test of anyone's will. Now, under the arrangement of Augustus and Warfield, the car soldiers in the Revolutionary Army can land in batches in Kel-morian to reunite with their families. Even the Port of the Dead, Marcera, and even the resocialized soldiers have their own vacations. Compared with those soldiers buried in August Square, the Revolutionary Army soldiers on the train can return to their families with the glory they want to achieve. When they get off the train, they are greeted by enthusiastic Kel-morian National Defense Army officers and beautiful girls holding flowers, and everyone can get a kiss from a young girl. Augustus retracted his eyes from the passing suspension train and finally sat on Rick Kidd, who was standing in front of the tombstone. He had just buried his adjutant who died in Beshel and the soldiers who protected him. Runstein stood silently in front of the tombs of his 2 uncles, 4 nephews and father. Hannock was hugging the tombstone of Kurt Josephine and crying loudly, probably remembering the past when he and the other party fought for food in the Telesis 2nd Recruit Training Camp. Besides them, there is also a Heavenly Devil named Henry Lane buried here. Like all members of the Heavenly Devil platoon, Henry soon became a senior officer of the Revolutionary Army, leading an elite paratrooper unit. And Augustus certainly still remembers this Heavenly Devil who once saved him. Henry's death had nothing to do with courage or cowardice, but because the battle cruiser he was on was unfortunately destroyed by the Federation Navy during the Battle of Tarsus. Thousands of soldiers died as time passed like sand in an hourglass. Most of them melted in the hot plasma that was enough to melt the steel plates of the battle cruiser in an instant. Because the destroyed battleship was in the middle of the fierce battle, no rescue was received. The surviving soldiers continued to fight until the last one died a long and painful death due to lack of oxygen and hypothermia a few hours later. In the long silence, Augustus always stood straight, like a statue. Carrigan and the other guards beside Augustus remained silent until a man with dark grey hair and eyes like Augustus slowly walked over from the other end of the square. Someone told me that you have been staying here these days, burying the dead soldiers with your own hands, and you are unwilling to stop, even when you are exhausted. Augustus looked in the direction of the voice and saw Arcturus's face with neat beard and thick eyebrows. Augustus Mengsk looked at his brother, and his sincere eyes made everyone have no doubt that he loved his brother deeply. Even though he is not a politician or a soldier now, as a minor, Arcturus pays great attention to his image. He is wearing a black coat and matching trousers, with an electromagnetic pistol and a sword on his waist. The finely crafted spindle-shaped buttons and the Mengsk family emblem on the coat complement this outfit, and the bright red whip-ring emblem of the son of Korhal adds a cold temperament to him. Regardless of any noble status, Arcturus can reveal his proper majesty and power just by wearing a black coat instead of a solemn cloak. Every Mengsk family member is a natural leader, and they always have a calm temperament and a demeanor that is not surprised by praise or criticism. If Augustus is the eagle and wolf of Korhal, then Arcturus is undoubtedly the lion of the plains. Arcturus means the brightest star in the constellation of Bootes, and it is also one of the brightest stars in the sky on Earth. He is named after this, and he is the brightest star. The name Augustus comes from the title of Octavian Caesar, and Valerian is the name of an ancient Roman emperor. We are all very sad. Augustus looked at his brother and said, "We have experienced too many separations and deaths, and we will experience more in the future. Anyway, it's great to see you again. I don't need to tell you that there is no point in dwelling on sadness, Augustus. We have too much to do, and no time to be sad." Arcturus walked towards Augustus with powerful steps, followed only by the agents of the Sons of Korhal. The logo of the Sons of Korhal comes from the emblem of the Revolutionary Army designed by Augustus himself, but the whip is added with bloody serrations. This organization that terrifies the nobles and senior officials of Tarsus has never concealed the fact that it is a populist terrorist organization. Their clear and only goal is to take revenge on the founding families and politicians who signed the resolution and decree to destroy Korhal IV. The founder of this organization took only 1 year to shape it into a collection of the darkest and most insane terrorists in the eyes of the Terran Federation government. Augustus Mengsk is fully capable of leading an army or a larger organization, but for now he is focused on opening new mines and finding a new home on Korhal. Augustus is not alone, after all. Technically, the development of the new stilling and the revolutionary army relies on his achievements in the mining industry. In the past, Augustus learned about mining as a hobby, but now he has another responsibility that he cannot shirk: protecting his people. Augustus leads the war, while Augustus has almost single-handedly rebuilt Korhal's already collapsed economy. Augustus' goal is far greater than this. He is moving forward with only the goal of building an unparalleled fleet for Augustus and restoring Korhal. I know. Augustus agreed with his brother. Augustus put his hand on Augustus' shoulder. I heard about your victory. If it weren't for the mines and new stilling, I might have led the army to the front. You don't have to worry about our people becoming refugees. Everything is fine in new stilling. Augustus said to his brother, just do what you should do. One day we will overthrow the rule of the tyrants and uphold justice. And the Tagore family of Tarsinus will pay the price soon. Andrea Tagore destroyed Korhal, and I will make her descendants extinct. For a long time, more than 30 members of the creation family have died at the hands of the sons of Korhal. That's not enough, Augustus said. Oh. Augustus smiled. Of course not enough. Far from enough. I have received reliable information. After repeated confirmation by the sons of Korhal, the August National Security Committee and the Humoyan agent, we can confirm that the creation families of Tarsinus are transferring their heirs and young family members to Terra IX to deal with the assassination of the sons of Korhal, he said. Since the establishment of the Terra settlement, the undeveloped tourist planet has been the backyard of the creation families. They own many industries and properties there. They are afraid. Chapter 231 Cerberus Swarm. Imogen Prime, A056 Polar Research Station. Affiliated to the Cerberus project. The screaming monster was bound by a cage and suspended in an artificial zero-gravity force field. The cage's frame was made of high-strength titanium alloy, and the outer layer was covered with a light blue plasma field. Augustus could see every detail in the cage through this thin blue light curtain, as clear as the scales of the prisoner covered with enamel stratum corneum. The new scientific name is Hydra hydralisks, a more advanced alien insect life form than the springtail. They have a higher brain capacity and are more brutal. The alien researcher at the A056 Polar Research Station said, Victor V sample, number 012, from eggs waiting to be hatched underground in Loxton, adult individual. For God's sake, this is really a complete monster, a mutant snake. Jim Raynor couldn't help shaking his head behind Augustus. This is too scary. Corporal Faraday said. It's dangerous. Carrigan stared at the hydralisk. That's exactly what I said when I first saw it. Major General Raynor, maybe we have something in common. Augustus Mengsk said. If we can make these monsters really become our weapons, then the huge price spent on this plan will be worth it. The monster Raynor was talking about, the hydralisk, brought more fear to humans than the meaning of its name itself, as if it was a monster of all the horrors and horrors in the imagination of humans. Since humans had imagination, an evil creature that should only exist in imagination. As Raynor and Augustus saw, the hydralisk had a snake-like body and a pointed tail with thorns. Behind its long and round head was a huge cobra-like bony crown, and the volume of the crown almost occupied half of its arched upper body. Perhaps because of incomplete evolution, the dark brown crown still had the bright colors on the body of the larvae of the Lepidoptera insect class to alert predators. The wide and long jawbone and the gaping mouth of the hydralisk are equivalent to 2/3 of its head. The upper and lower jaws are full of rows of fangs and some kind of huge canine teeth. Each fang is equivalent to a military dagger, as sharp as a boning knife. The terrifying mouth that can swallow a 4 or 5-year-old child alive is flowing with transparent saliva and dark green strong acid from the venom sac. Anyone who has seen a pair of arms with long bone sickle blades at the end will never doubt that this hydralisk can easily use this pair of bone sickles to split a jeep. Its arms, multi-section snake-like abdomen and more than 10 feet long tail are covered with serrated spikes covered in chitinous shells, and its back is erected with poisonous thorns. This monster, named after the 9-headed Hydra in Greek mythology, has an unimaginably smooth skin, as if it is really a prehistoric giant snake with scaly armor plates, and its body is covered with huge horny scales of the Arcus or monitor lizard. This smooth scale is the reason why the Hydralisk hisses as it swims across the sandy ground. The Hydralisk is much larger than the dog-like Zerg that Augustus has seen. It is equivalent to the size of 2 Marines wearing CMC 300 power armor. Even if it is more than 20 meters away from Augustus, it still looks like a behemoth. The chest of the Hydralisk is extremely ugly, as if the skin has been torn off the chest. The bloody muscles and tendons are turned outward, and the ribs supporting the ventricle are exposed. The blood vessels and the surface are covered with a very thick keratin shell. This is a terrifying monster that is extremely hard working in killing. Its uncoordinated body proportions and a body composed entirely of thousands of muscles without even a trace of fat are so terrifying, as if every tissue and every organ in the body is born for killing. It is as if the Hydralisk is not a naturally evolved creature, but a nightmare hybrid that forcibly mixes the most terrible weapons of other creatures. The Hydralisk in the cage roared furiously in the weightless state without any support. It roared with all its might and waved its terrible bone sickle to break free. When Augustus looked at the Hydralisk, its lantern-like dark red eyes also looked at him. There seemed to be a kind of wisdom and cunning in its eyes, but it was already an out-of-control beast. Boss. Just as Augustus and others were observing the living Hydralisk, a short and fat man in a white coat and gloves came over. He had a thick double chin, shrewd little eyes, and a mercenary smile. Augustus had met him about 2 years ago, when Augustus was still a federal officer on the front line of Tillysis II. They had a transaction and a brief conversation in the town of Oran near the Howe fortress. At that time, Augustus was about to sell a batch of spoils snatched from the Free Revolutionary Army, and the man who bought weapons for Cerberus was eager to buy a batch of cheap and high-quality weapons on the restricted list. Later, Augustus learned that this company was the creator of the future Cerberus suborgalian insects. Mr. Blois Langdon is the administrator, and one of the main persons in charge of this research station. A small project supervisor accompanying Augustus introduced him to Cerberus. He is from Cerberus. Cerberus was originally just a small biotechnology company. It was on the verge of bankruptcy several times during the Kalian War. If it hadn't taken advantage of the Terran federal government's eagerness to use biological transformation methods to strengthen federal soldiers and defrauded a batch of funds, they might not have lived to see Augustus. It was all thanks to Augustus's keen eye that he bought this company a year ago and repaid all its debts. Otherwise, at least more than 20 researchers in this research station would be imprisoned in New Falsum today. Now all these people are working in Augustus's alien laboratory in Umagen. Their experimental subjects include Zerg, Protoss and all non-human creatures. At present, a scientific research project named Cerberus Project by Augustus has replaced the lives of these people in the next few years or even longer. The project is funded and run by the Mengsk family represented by Augustus. Hundreds of biological and alien researchers from Cerberus and Korhal IV are working towards the same goal, which is to realize Augustus's concept of weaponizing Zerg. Thank you for your hard work. No need to introduce. Mr. Bulova and I have known each other for a long time. Augustus smiled and shook hands with Bulova, who was immediately flattered. I still remember the matter of Orantown. It was a pleasant cooperation. Augustus's advantage is that he can always remember the names and corresponding faces of those he has met. Those who were recognized always had the illusion that they were quite important in Augustus' heart. Only Sarah Carrigan would say that Augustus's means of manipulating people's hearts were as superb as his skills in playing with women. If someone who didn't know the cause and effect heard what Augustus said and thought about his identity, he would definitely think that the pleasant cooperation was to blow up a federal government building or destroy an entire federal army. For example, the young but enthusiastic and energetic researchers next to him immediately admired Bulova Langdon. I would never have thought that you were Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the largest rebel army in the Kaprulu sector in the 25th century and the most prestigious and influential fighter for justice. Bulova, who had been in the workplace for many years, couldn't help but say a few words to flatter Augustus. Of course, these were basically words from the heart. From the perspective of the Terran Federation, these words became the leader of the rebels and the cannibalistic demon. After all, I was just an unknown person at that time. Augustus didn't waste time on small talk, but went straight to the point. How is the progress? After all, I'm not a biologist. Even if your report is well illustrated, I can't get a glimpse of the stage of the entire Cerberus project with just a few words. My people reported that the Cerberus project spent enough money to equip a heavy armor division, but did not make any substantial progress. I want to know who is telling the truth. Or this is malicious slander. The fat on Gulliver's face trembled, but he was obviously prepared. Please look here. As soon as the voice fell, Augustus and the people beside him could see a test platform holding another hydralisk rising from the ground. Compared with the previous hydralisk, this hydralisk had undergone limb transformation with alloy machinery all over its body. You will be surprised. Gulliver confidently wanted to see a surprised expression on Augustus' face, but the other party just blinked from beginning to end. The scales and chitinous carapace on the back of this Hydra were cut and replaced with fine steel armor and sharp steel spikes. The bone sickles were replaced with a pair of titanium alloy 3-edge blades that could be ejected as fast as bullets using a booster system. The roots of these titanium alloy blades were deeply embedded between the bones and muscles. The cruelty of the transformation process was almost equivalent to rolling steel plates in a person's body, which was enough to make any true human warrior's scalp numb. The mandible of this Hydra used a titanium alloy support bracket to add more and sharper blades. The dark red eyes that impressed Augustus were replaced with orange mechanical prosthetic eyes equipped with triangulation and more sensitive sensors. If the person who was transformed was not a Zerg that could quickly heal itself with the help of powerful cell regeneration, any human who received such a transformation would hardly have a chance of survival. The alpha amino acids of the Zerg have unique R group properties, which can make the substances of dead cells combine with ordinary proteins to produce new cells. Under normal conditions, the Zerg can regenerate infinitely. As long as time is long enough, even seriously injured Zerg can recover completely, Gulliver said to Augustus. After testing, the Zerg's tolerance for pain is far beyond our imagination. They are fully able to withstand our transformation, while any previously transformed organisms could not even withstand the welding of steel plates to their tissues. Before Cerberus joined Augustus, its business also included prosthetic transplants for some volunteers and people who voluntarily accepted transformation due to physical disabilities, including but not limited to the implantation of some new auxiliary organs. The professions of the Terran Federation, who are always on the alert and drink blood, especially the killers who do dirty work, are very happy to accept this transformation. Once they replace their flesh and blood, legs and arms and even some organs with mechanical prostheses, some of the original fatal injuries will no longer be a problem, and their weaknesses will become fewer and fewer. Recently, the Terran Federation government and the military have been the biggest supporters of machinery, drugs, and even genetically modified humans, because they have a large number of resocialized soldiers who can accept these transformations that are against human ethics and morality, and will never have any complaints. The Federal Army is accelerating the process of fully resocializing soldiers. Marines wearing power armor are no longer a glorious profession, but a humanoid weapon that can be quickly mass-produced and even barcoded. If resocialized soldiers can be put into service again by simply replacing parts and refurbishing them like machines, it would be great, and it can save the federal parliament a lot of money. So, after accepting mechanical transformation, they are much stronger than before, right? Augustus did not make any comments on this semi-mechanically transformed hydralisk. Of course, their titanium alloy blades can easily cut through the front armor plate of an arc tank, Gulliver said proudly. So, who will replace the rolled blades of these modified hydralisks? Augustus asked. We must solve this problem. At the same time, we should try to install low-yield nuclear bombs on them, because some Zerg species can burrow underground and sneak through tunnels to penetrate deep behind enemy lines. He said, in any case, your mission is not to make them into tools to please me, but a swarm of Zerg that I can control forever. I'm more concerned about how you control these Zerg, so that they obey every one of your orders without reservation. We use mechanical nerves to replace the connection between their temporal lobes and bodies. By simulating neuronal electrical signals, our operators can remotely control these Zerg through the control terminal in the panel, just like controlling a drone. Bulliver said to Augustus. "Show me." Augustus said briefly but clearly. Bulliver immediately walked to the control console next to him and operated it himself. The modified Hydra came out of the plasma isolation field and swam quickly on the smooth ground of the research station with an extremely flexible posture as he operated it. Then, driven by the evil taste of the research station supervisor, the huge monster danced an alien version of belly dance. Augustus nodded repeatedly, feeling very satisfied. A beautiful toy. At this time, Arcturus, who had been listening carefully, said, "My brothers and I are more concerned about whether this kind of alien insect can be mass-produced." As soon as the voice fell, the hydralisk suddenly roared and rushed towards Augustus and others. The belly with huge scales rubbed against the ground and made a rustling sound like a snake crawling over dead leaves. Brod was immediately shocked. It seems that the neural modification technology of the Cerberus project is not perfect. This hydralisk is undoubtedly out of control. Asking for a vote. Chapter 232 Domination. Location, Area 6 to 56. The experimental sample has defected. Activate emergency plans 2 to 5. The head of the research station, Bulliver, was sweating on his forehead and trembling in his thighs, but he did not turn around and run. Instead, he issued emergency plan instructions in the calmest tone while trembling. The hydralisk swam on the smooth floor of the research station like a huge snake, and the titanium alloy blades on its long tail made a sharp and piercing scream as they slashed across the ground. It climbed over several fences in a row, crushing them like overturning building blocks and toys. Protect the Marshal. Corporal Faraday rushed to the front of Augustus at the first time, and several revolutionary soldiers in power armor followed closely behind to block the Marshal and the enemy. When the alarm and the flashing red warning lights began to scream, the scientific researchers in the research station fled in all directions. The difference between the Korhal scientists and the Cerberus employees is that the former are still trying to maintain order and rush to their leaders, while the latter are only thinking about escaping. "It's coming for me." Augustus stood still. Because this research station is located in the extremely cold polar region, the environment is harsh, and it is impossible to station too many soldiers. Augustus himself did not bring too many people, only a few guards around him. Facing this terrifying beast, Augustus' face was as cold as frost and there was no other expression. People have never seen fear and cowardice in this famous revolutionary leader, as if he was a piece of steel that had just been tempered. As for Arcturus and Renault beside Augustus, they were both calm and composed. Arcturus just pulled out the P-30 electromagnetic pistol he carried with him and cursed a damn beast. Renault held his Colt revolver and began to aim, saying that Arcturus was right. "Kill it." He gave the order coldly, without any hesitation, because of how precious a rare living Zerg sample was. Augustus's guards immediately opened fire. They were well equipped and well trained, and they fired steadily at the roaring hydralisk. However, the transformation of this alien monster by the Cerberus plan did indeed forge its body into a steel body. The bullets of the Gauss rifle could only leave non-fatal dents on its steel armor. This hydralisk had some wisdom from a predator. It snaked around the consoles and glass containers in the research station to avoid bullets, grenades and electromagnetic pulse grenades. The hydralisk was like a fish in water in such an environment, just like a real snake in the jungle. It zigzags through the few obstacles in front of Augustus, as fast as black lightning. The muzzles of the revolutionary soldiers moved sideways with the high-speed movement of the hydralisk, but they were unable to cause any damage to this monster, armed with a solid chitin shell and fine steel armor. When it entered the attack range, everyone could hear the clang of its pair of titanium blades, as crisp as the hum of a sword being unsheathed. At this time, the distance between the Hydra and Augustus and others was close enough. It raised its upper body with a huge crown like an angry cobra, its back bulged, and the strong muscles in the grooves of its spine contracted rapidly, ejecting countless sharpened and shining titanium blades at several times the speed of sound. These titanium alloys shone under the cold white light of the scientific research station, and each piece shone like snowflakes. "Sarah." Augustus stared at the rapidly approaching Hydra and said loudly, "I'm here." Kerrigan was not wearing the ghost agent environmental mimicry combat suit that could amplify psychic energy to a certain extent today, but just followed Augustus in a heroic military uniform. Even so, Kerrigan's powerful psychic energy was still enough for her to condense an invisible psychic wall in front of everyone to block all the titanium blades. Since being rescued by Augustus and having the psychic suppressor removed from her head, Kerrigan's psychic power is no longer restricted and has become even more powerful than when she was a ghost agent. Sea level 8 and above can use the ability to teleport and control objects like superpowers, and higher levels are classified as extremely dangerous because those people are psychic bombs that are affected by uncontrollable factors such as emotions and can explode at any time. There are very few psychics in this part of the Korhal sector. People in the Ghost Project generally believe that this type of psychic must be restrained by additional equipment, otherwise the damage they cause will far exceed their value to the Federation. At this moment, Kerrigan's psychic index is still rising steadily. The psychic energy surging in her body is enough to shock those who assign human sea levels and believe that she is the most powerful of all known human psychics. The highest level of human sea is level 10, and only 2 people in the entire Terran Federation have reached this level. But level 10 has only a lower limit, not an upper limit. Because there were so few people at this level, the head of the Terran Federation Ghost Project believed that there was no standard to follow, and no need to set a level above level 10. And there was no doubt that Kerrigan was even more powerful than when she was judged to be a level 10 Seeker. The actual Seeker formed an arc of psychic lightning around Kerrigan. She looked directly into the eyes of the Hydralisk and ordered the monster to retreat with her telepathic ability that could hit its brain directly. Then, just as Augustus saw, the Hydralisk stopped its forward momentum abruptly, meekly put away its 2 pairs of titanium sickles and slowly retreated. When on Victor V, the researchers there discovered that Kerrigan would have some incomprehensible resonance with the Zerg there, which was unheard of even in other Seekers. And it seemed that, if Kerrigan wanted to, she could even order a larva to cocoon and hatch immediately. Although researchers believe that the Zerg do not have psychic powers similar to those of humans and Protoss, they are very sensitive to psychic powers. The psychic powers of human psychics have a fatal attraction to the Zerg, just like light to flying insects and honey to bees. Ordinary psychics can only attract the attention of the Zerg, and Kerrigan is naturally more closely connected to this race. Cease fire. Augustus quickly made a judgment on this incredible scene, and he issued an order: call more soldiers, block the entire research station, and arrest all those who participated in the semi-mechanized transformation of this Hydralisk. Although they did not understand why this crazy Hydralisk became so docile, the soldiers still followed Augustus' orders. The polar research station was blocked within a few minutes, and more evolutionary soldiers were urgently transferred here. What did you do? Apart from Augustus, who was still serious, Arcturus next to him was really surprised. Mind control? Just like controlling a human. At Ghost Academy, all psychics above level 8 will receive similar training to use their psychic power skillfully and use mental power to control others. In simple terms, it is to use psychic power to take over the control of his brain over the body. This also works for animals. Kerrigan seemed to suddenly remember something at this time, and she screamed, "Oh my god, Augustus won't allow me to control the Zerg." Before she finished speaking, the Hydralisk that was slowly retreating into the cage roared again. Obviously Kerrigan relaxed her mental control. For God's sake, Kerrigan, you must control this monster now. Raynor also screamed. How many can you control? 1 or more? Arcturus's eyes were locked on Kerrigan. I haven't tried. Kerrigan's attention was focused on the Hydralisk. I think if I try to do that, I should be able to do it. But I shouldn't be able to control too many, because my psychic power is limited. But Augustus won't allow me to do that. She repeated it again. Can other psychic agents do it? If so, we don't have to spend a lot of time and effort to implant mechanical nerves to control the Zerg. Arcturus looked at Kerrigan differently. At the same time, he was also very surprised. Augustus obviously knew that Kerrigan had this ability, but why didn't he allow her to control the Zerg? At present, it seems that only I can do it. Kerrigan replied. Arcturus stared at Kerrigan, digesting the meaning of her words. Arcturus was not completely ignorant of this red-haired ghost agent who always appeared beside Augustus. Kerrigan once tried to sneak into Mengsk's sky tower to assassinate Angus. This alone was enough for Arcturus's sons of Korhal to conduct a series of investigations on her. After all, Kerrigan was by Augustus' side, and Arcturus attached great importance to the safety of his brother. The assassination of Augustus Mengsk was an important factor that prompted Arcturus to change his attitude towards the Federation and the Revolution, because since Angus was assassinated, it meant that Catherine and Dorothy might also be in danger. Arcturus had no objection to Augustus's use of the ghost who had assassinated his father. He believed that, if he were Augustus, he would have made the same choice. Since Kerrigan was an ace ghost, it would be a waste to kill her. Why don't you let her control these Zerg? Arcturus asked Augustus directly. Because it is not stable, Arcturus. Kerrigan's case is a special case, and it is still a mystery as to why she was able to do this. What Augustus did not say was that he was more worried that Kerrigan would attract the attention of the Zerg due to her contact with the Zerg, which would undoubtedly push her towards becoming the Queen of Blades. Augustus still remembered what Kerrigan did after becoming the Queen of Blades. Nearly 8 billion people died at the hands of the Zerg during the Wings of Liberty alone. For Augustus, he must control Kerrigan firmly and guard against her heading towards a nightmare ending. This is why Augustus would rather support Cerberus to use mechanical modification to control the Zerg than let Kerrigan try to control the Zerg. Kerrigan's ability is indeed unstable. Her talent in this area is not enough to support her to control too many Zerg, and no one can guarantee that the Zerg she controls will not suddenly lose control. This is undoubtedly courting disaster. The number of Zerg in the hands of the Revolutionary Army is not large, and they are all Zerglings and Hydralisks, which are not enough to become a military force that cannot be ignored. While Arcturus was talking to Augustus, a whole company of fully armed Revolutionary Army soldiers walked into the research station. They carried Hellfire flamethrowers and individual rockets, with enough firepower to blow up an arc-light tank. This group of Revolutionary Army soldiers equipped with heavy firepower lined up in front of Augustus and others, spreading out a wide fan and walking towards the retreating Hydralisk. I don't let Kerrigan have too much contact with the Zerg for her sake. If she didn't want to be too far away from me, I wouldn't even bring her here. Augustus patiently explained his thoughts to his brother Arcturus. I think the risks are insignificant compared to the benefits of controlling the Zerg. Arcturus looked at Augustus and realized that his brother had never cared about a woman, although Arcturus had never seen other women around Augustus. For a moment, Arcturus fell into deep thought. Arcturus was selfish in his heart, and his life would never have anything to do with altruism. For him, except for his family, nothing can be abandoned in order to achieve a certain goal. I respect your decision. Even without Kerrigan to control the Zerg, we can still defeat the Federation army. Finally, Arcturus said what he had been saying to Augustus all along. At least now I won't let her try to control the Zerg. Augustus said. You know when the time is right, Arcturus said. I don't mind waiting a little longer to get my revenge on the Terran Federation. And I will only be satisfied when I see the enemy's head and body separated. There will be no other result, Arcturus said with the same indifference as when he killed the Kel-morians and pirates. Suddenly, Kerrigan screamed loudly and staggered almost to the ground. At this time, as if to confirm what Augustus said, the Hydralisk controlled by Kerrigan roared again. It no longer retreated, and its lantern-like orange red eyes looked around, as if to remember what this place looked like. A more powerful psychic creature has replaced my control over the Hydralisk. Kerrigan's face turned pale. I can feel that existence, but it is very far away from us. Very far away. What is that? Raynor asked. The Overlord, Augustus said. Kill it. Now. Thank you. Chapter 233 Danger Signal. Following Augustus's order, a whole company of Revolutionary Army Special Tactical Forces equipped with heavy firepower immediately used C-10 shotguns, rifle grenades and rocket launchers to smash the uncontrolled Hydralisk. In an instant, black and red blood, broken molten steel shells and limbs were scattered everywhere, and the dissection table and laboratory table nearby were blown to pieces at the same time. Overlord. What is that? After seeing the out-of-control Hydralisk turned into a pool of rotten meat, Arcturus asked the question. that everyone present wanted to know. They all heard this word for the first time, and it was obvious that this made-up phrase had its special meaning. Overlord, the supreme leader of the Zerg. Augustus did not explain where he got this word from. The subordinates in the Revolutionary Army believed that everything Augustus did, even a single action, had its meaning, and even if there was no explanation, they would look for other answers from other aspects. It sounds more like the alpha wolf of a wolf pack or the queen bee of a bee colony. Primitive beasts follow the principle of power supremacy and should have a leader. Arcturus agreed with this statement, but like many people, he still believed that the Zerg was just a special primitive creature that humans encountered in the universe, and how could a beast have the same wisdom as humans? In comparison, the Protoss, a savage and cruel creature that is beyond reason, is the alien race that humans should be wary of. If I understand correctly, it means that a psychic insect just controlled this pitiful hydralisk from an unknown distance. At this time, Raynor looked at the plasma cage that held another hydralisk in the research station. Then why is this guy okay? Raynor only thought of the hydralisk that was as quiet as a chicken because of the injection of a strong sedative. That cage has a psychic blocking function. Kerrigan said, the Zerg overlord can't sense it. Kerrigan combed her long red hair, still in shock. The overmind that Augustus had mentioned had psychic powers far beyond her imagination, and what she had just shown was only the tip of the iceberg. What else did you sense? Augustus looked at Kerrigan at this time with a serious expression on his face that she had never seen before. Did it notice you? How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable? He asked a series of questions. Probably not. Kerrigan hesitated and said, at that moment, I just felt that a more powerful seeker pushed my consciousness into the mind of the hydralisk. I feel good now. Then things should not have reached the worst. Augustus was silent for a while and said, don't try to control the Zerg again, unless I order you to do so. If the overmind had not been able to successfully read Kerrigan's mind, it would not have been able to know the coordinates of Umagen. But the lessons of history reminded Augustus that Kerrigan had extraordinary significance to the overmind, and he had to worry that the time for the Zerg to arrive in the Koprulu sector would be advanced. However, the Zerg will arrive in the Koprulu sector sooner or later. If they arrive a few years earlier, because of this incident, the already chaotic Koprulu may become even more chaotic. It is not just the Zerg that will arrive at that time. The Aya Protoss, who are obsessed with burning and purifying all the Zerg, will also arrive as scheduled. For the Revolutionary Army, it is hard to say that this will definitely be a bad thing. To this day, although Augustus has achieved exciting victories on several planets, it is still impossible for the Revolutionary Army's fleet to defeat the huge Federation Navy. Even in the original Augustus Mengsk, he fought a guerrilla war that remained at the stage of small-scale fighting for more than 10 years, and the Terran Federation never suffered any serious damage. Director Bulova, I need you to explain this matter. Augustus felt annoyed when he thought of the scene of the Zerg coming, and the devastation of the people. But the arrival of the Zerg is the general trend. They will definitely come, and Augustus cannot stop it. Now Augustus still had to focus on the most pressing issue. The incident just now showed that the transformation of the Zerg swarm of Cerberus was still quite unstable. Whether this problem could be solved would determine whether the project was worth the investment. Even though it was tens of millions of light years away, the overmind could take control of any Zerg in an instant, gaining their senses and perceptions, as if the other Zerg were an extension of its will. If this problem could not be solved, even if Cerberus planned to transform more Zerg, in the end it would only be a wedding dress for the overmind. This was an accident. The smooth former Cerberus executive manager Bulova had already thought of an explanation in the past few minutes. He was also an excellent biologist. The Zerg is a race composed of a few advanced consciousnesses that control many other lower level members. The high-level Zerg use psionic power to control large, but low-intelligence Zerg swarms such as springtails and hydralisks. He said, we have thought of this possibility, but we did not expect that the Zerg's advanced consciousness could control this hydralisk at such a long distance. You know, even light particles have losses in speed when flying in space. But psionic energy can cross long distances and arrive in an instant. Psionic energy is really a mysterious power. The leader of the Zerg controls its tribe through psionic energy, just like we remotely operate drones and missiles. Have you thought of how to solve this problem? Augustus asked with a frown. As long as a psionic shielding device is implanted in the mechanical nerves that control the Zerg, this control can be blocked. Gulliver said firmly, I can assure you that there will be no problems next time. I can tolerate your failure in a field that you have never touched before, but that does not mean I can tolerate incompetence. Augustus asked, how much do you know about the psionic creatures of the Zerg now? The currently known Zerg psionic species is a huge floating creature that uses helium airbags to suspend in the air. The maximum length can exceed 130 feet, about 40 meters. Gulliver breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. We found such a description in the investigation report of the Terran Federation alien researchers. The creatures that bring nightmares are just like a vast nightmare. They appear without warning and attack the immigrant villages and towns of Rhine 12 one after another. The signs of each attack are surprisingly similar. Giant floating creatures appear from the clouds, and alien creatures swarm towards human settlements from all directions. Afterwards, the dissection of the captured alien Zerg floating creatures proved that its unique brain structure is quite complex, and the nerves are intertwined all over the body. This unique brain structure gives it an incomparable ability to spread or transmit psychic energy. This creature is currently the only known alien Zerg life form with psychic power, and researchers believe that there must be higher level psychic creatures in the alien Zerg population. He explained. Our research on some samples of this floating creature also points to another unheard of idea, that is, they may not have been a member of the alien Zerg a long time ago. You mean this thing and other alien Zerg are two different creatures that are completely unrelated? Renault interrupted. Yes, Hydralisks and Springtails are also completely different creatures. The genetic sequences of the Zerg are messy and disordered. The Hydralisks alone have organs and genetic sequences from 7 or 8 different species. Some tribes and subspecies even have genes from creatures in the Korhal sector, while the DNA of Springtails comes from more different creatures. Gulliver said. In other words, the Zerg have been absorbing and assimilating other species, taking what they think are excellent genes. For example, they can easily add membrane wings and solid scaly claws to a Korhal horned lizard and construct a dragon. Then do the Zerg have human genes? After all, they have also come into contact with humans. Arcturus' curiosity, which had been dormant for many years, was once again aroused. As far as the Zerg samples that have been contacted now are concerned, this has not happened. Gulliver replied. Maybe they simply look down on human genes, because we are so useless. Raynor shrugged, not realizing that what he said casually might be closer to the truth. What a monster. I can't believe how the people of the Edge colony can deal with this creature. He sighed. We are still in the early stages of research on the Zerg. Be careful of these monsters, their intelligence may be far beyond our imagination. Augustus suddenly waved his hand, calling Corporal Faraday who was dealing with the aftermath, and told him that he was about to leave. Everyone else could feel that Augustus was not very satisfied. Of course, no one would remain happy after a Hydralisk smashed the expensive experimental equipment into pieces. By the way, I heard that you also captured a Protoss. Arcturus was not ready to leave. He just regarded the Protoss as a beast in a cage and extremely hated other alien races. Yes, that is the Tal'Darim Protoss we captured in Besha. I remember that he was placed here. Augustus was about to leave, but stopped when he heard Arcturus' words. Are you going to see him? This is one of the reasons why I returned to Yumajan. Arcturus' cold grey eyes flashed a dark look. One of my mining teams disappeared on a distant world, and several rescue teams that went to look for them also disappeared. I suspect it was the Tal'Darim Protoss. He said. I don't have any troops, so I dare not go deep alone. It may not be the Tal'Darim Protoss. Augustus shook his head. As far as I know, the Tal'Darim Protoss is just a branch of the Protoss race. What is the name of that lost world? Augustus asked Arcturus on the way to other areas of the research station. The original number was N212, the 212th star system we arrived at, since we set out from Yumajan, located in the Sigma Quadrant. Arcturus replied. Maybe the Tal'Darim Protoss will know the name of the planet. Augustus heard the word Sigma Quadrant and guessed about 70% of it. But even so, he quickened his pace and walked with Arcturus through the corridors of the research station to find the Tal'Darim Protoss, leaving Blois and his men to clean up the mess. On the way, Arcturus talked about his experiences in exploring the world outside the Kaprulu sector. Most of them were adventures in search of rare Ardeen crystal veins and high-energy gas resources. The only things that were worth refreshing were encounters with a few groups of pirates and occasionally digging up some extinct prehistoric fossils on a planet. I brought back some gifts for Valerian. He likes aliens and digging fossils. Arcturus rarely showed a gentle emotion, and in the eyes of outsiders, he always educated his son harshly. Speaking of his son, Arcturus looked at Jim Raynor next to him, because he heard that the other party's wife had just given birth to a child with psychic potential not long ago. Jim, what are the results of John's psychic test? The preliminary test is level 8, and it may be higher. Raynor was stunned. To be honest, I would rather John was just an ordinary person. John is just a baby after all. Valerian is just like you before, yearning for the starry sky and unknown things. Augustus nodded and said, when you grow up, Arcturus, you don't care about these things. Maybe Valerian is more suitable to be an archaeologist. Impossible. Arcturus was immediately unhappy. How can a Mengsk family be an archaeologist? No. I will get old one day, and there must be an heir to inherit my career. His tone of refusal was exactly the same as when Angus refused him to join the army. In the end, Arcturus gradually became a person he hated. When he was young, a person who defined the future path of his children with the authority of the head of the family. It seems that you don't know anything, my brother. Augustus shook his head and said, archaeology is the most promising profession in the interstellar. He said with a smile. As far as mankind is concerned, the greatest legacy has always been in the solar system. Arcturus was speechless. What value can cultural relics have, unless they can be used in cannonballs and warships? Your teaching to Valerian was not to make him an archaeologist at all. Thanks to you, with Juliana's gentle education method, Valerian would only become a romantic poet instead of a Mengsk. I just taught him to be strong. Augustus said. Valerian is already 10 years old. At this time, Augustus suddenly wanted to say a few good words for his poor nephew. We can't let him wear a skirt anymore. I almost forgot about it. Arcturus said, but you were still wearing skirts until you were 16, and often dressed like a girl. Don't mention it. Augustus shrugged, without escaping reality. I just feel comfortable wearing a skirt. This matter, you who have been instigating it are at least 1/3 responsible. At that time you were always laughing, and you didn't stop at all. Chapter 234. Next stop, Terran Galaxy. Thinking of what he had said when he was very young, I like my brother the most. Augustus felt that he would add another chapter to his little book full of dark history. Augustus and Arcturus talked as they walked, talking about their experiences after they separated in Minhof last time. Talking about their childhood, the two brothers were full of emotion. Arcturus really became an explorer and prospector, and Augustus also became an army marshal as he wished, although he was a rebel. Now, Arcturus had to admit that his father Angus might be right, but he still had a grudge against his father. The two talked happily, and Kerrigan, Raynor and others who followed them just listened and felt the warmth between family members in Augustus and Arcturus, two brothers who were 10 years apart. The Mengsk family valued family very much, and this was particularly evident in the two of them. The haze brought by the loss of control of the Hydralisk just now was temporarily ignored, and Augustus was no longer frowning. The area where the captured by Tal'Darim Protoss was imprisoned was the 8th area of the Polar Research Station. As expected, Arcturus found the Tal'Darim Protoss who was smoking terrazine in a room, decorated in the style of Tal'Darim architecture. This closed room was built with soundproof panels, and there was not a single window except for a tall door. The interior of the room had only a scarlet crystal as a light source, which was dim and gloomy. What's his name? Arcturus asked Augustus, standing at the open door of the dim room. Orkan. Augustus said, if you call him Master Orkan, then he will feel a certain degree of satisfaction. With his help, we have a certain degree of understanding of the social structure, political situation and religious beliefs of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Augustus said, the Tal'Darim worship gods called the Zelniga. Internally, they respect the High Lords as the supreme rulers. All Tal'Darim follow a status hierarchy called the Chain of Ascension from birth, and each Tal'Darim is in a position in the Chain of Ascension. From slaves to high lords, from low to high, the lower must obey the orders of the upper, bow their heads and be submissive. He said. The technology of the Tal'Darim Protoss is far superior to ours, but their internal system is equivalent to human slavery. At present, the worship of the gods is also incredibly fanatical. Come out, master, meet your guest. Arcturus knew that the other party could read his mind, so he was too lazy to pretend, and his tone was not respectful or polite. If it was a human, even a prisoner, Arcturus would be patient enough to talk to the other party if he was worth his time. You should be thankful that you are not greeted by the angry psychic blades. You hate the Protoss. A Tal'Darim Protoss with one of his limbs replaced by a black alloy prosthesis walked out of the dim room, angry at Arcturus's rudeness. After being captured by humans, the treatment of this Tal'Darim Protoss can be said to be much better than that of the Tal'Darim Dragon Rider. Among humans, he regained respect and was invited to participate in the alien research project. At least here, most of his requests can be met, and there is an inexhaustible supply of terrazine for him to use. I know what you want to ask me. The Tal'Darim Protoss can learn from Arcturus's mind about the disappearance of his exploration fleet in the Sigma Quadrant. I know the answer. That location is exactly a base of the Tal'Darim Expeditionary Force. There is an ancient Xel'Naga world ship there. It was the spaceship that the creators took when they traveled between the stars at the beginning of the universe. He said, based on my understanding of my people, your subordinates and workers have no chance of survival. There is a huge expeditionary fleet anchored there, and if you want to retaliate, it is undoubtedly seeking your own death. Just a Tal'Darim mothership can destroy all the scrap metal of mankind. Arcturus just nodded in silence, agreeing with the Tal'Darim Protoss's statement. We will settle accounts with those Tal'Darim Protoss sooner or later. We also lost a lot of people in Basha. Raynor said aloud. Point I heard, that the Tal'Darim Protoss are all powerful warriors. They are used to close combat, and love to use cold weapons. Arcturus nodded and turned to the Tal'Darim Protoss. He put away his anger and said calmly, we can practice. For a long time, Arcturus's understanding of the Protoss was only based on images and anatomical reports. Once, some people thought that this was just a race that had died out millions of years ago. Arcturus looked directly at the giant, who was 3 heads taller than him. I brought a sword. Arcturus, Master Orkan is our honored guest and eternal friend. Augustus didn't want his brother to be knocked to the ground by the Tal'Darim Protoss in an inexplicable duel. Even if the Tal'Darim Protoss had to use prosthetic limbs to walk, he was a long-lived species with hundreds of years of combat experience. Don't worry, this is just a ceremonial exchange. Give him a sword. Arcturus took his sword from his guard. It was a bright double-edged sword with a vermilion gem inlaid on the hilt. I have long wanted to compete with the Protoss. This year, Arcturus was just over 30 years old, and his energy and physical strength were still at the peak of man. Arcturus was curious about the fighting style of the Tal'Darim Protoss, and he was also puzzled whether the Protoss skills in combat were necessarily superior to those of humans. Arcturus was hailed as a master of swordsmanship when he was young. He trained himself to use cold weapons in order to cope with the situation of losing his guns, because this man always believed that being strong was far more important than relying on external forces. Often we call people like you the strongest among them, said the Tal'Darim Protoss arrogantly. I can defeat you even without using weapons, but to show respect, I will defeat you with human weapons. The Tal'Darim Protoss took over an unsharpened training long sword, which was only about 2.7 feet, 1.24 meters, long. In the hands of this tall Protoss, it looked like a slightly longer dagger. Augustus shrugged and had to let his brother challenge the Protoss. Actus is not a person who will easily admit defeat. He likes to prove his strength in this way. When he was in Korhal IV, few people could match him, he said. In the end, Arcturus was able to easily defeat the teacher who taught him swordsmanship, until he thought that no one among humans could be his opponent. Isn't it because no one among the nobles except you guys has used swords for a long time? Raynor asked a soul-searching question. In Sherlock, people only use axes, hammers, and sickles, and long swords are at most art collections. You can't let the Marines use swords and shields. I'm also a famous swordsman in stealing. Regardless of whether it is useful in actual combat, it is the practice of swordsmanship that strengthens our bodies. Augustus coughed and signaled Raynor to focus on this duel between humans and Protoss. Facing an enemy who can read your mind, it means that every attack and retreat of yours is within his expectations. Arcturus is a man who is stronger and more muscular than Augustus, as strong as a bull. He held the elegant long sword that was more than 400 years old, steady as a rock, and the Tal'Darim just made a ritualistic sword flower and dragged his mechanical prosthesis closer to Arcturus. Without any warning or warning, Arcturus drew his sword as fast as a string, precise and fast, and the blade whistled as it broke through the wind. The Tal'Darim Orkan simply used his only remaining hand to block Arcturus's sword, and the strength of his arm overwhelmed the opponent's hands holding the sword. The strength, speed and timing of the Tal'Darim were by no means human. He pushed Arcturus's blade away and hit him back with just a lightning fast blow. The Protoss is a race that draws energy directly from the starlight through their skin. They have no fat accumulation on their bodies, and all the muscles in their bodies exist to burst out more powerful power. Orkan's heavy blow was far more powerful than an adult male sword, and almost made Arcturus, who was barely able to resist, lose his sword with both hands. There was no extra skill to speak of. The Tal'Darim defeated Arcturus with just one strike, forcing him to retreat again and again until the blow stopped at his throat. If he was given a psychic blade, then this Tal'Darim would undoubtedly be able to easily kill everyone here. It's crazy to compete with the Protoss with brute force. The only way to deal with them is to use artillery fire. Staring at the blade that seemed to be able to pierce his throat at any time, Arcturus sheathed the sword and said this: "It would be great if a few Protoss could come to the military academy and barracks to train our warriors." Augustus had imagined such a situation. Humans could learn from the Aya Protoss the skills to suppress and coordinate their own psychic power, and the Dark Templar could train Augustus to become the most deadly assassins in human history. Good idea, but be careful of their betrayal. Even humans themselves are not trustworthy. Arcturus put away his sword, walked to the front of the Tal'Darim Protoss Orkan, and gave him the long sword that had been with him for many years. "You deserve it." "No, I don't need a human sword." Orkan rejected Arcturus. The Tal'Darim would not give any gifts to others. They often did so with evil intentions. The Tal'Darim Protoss lost interest and turned back to his dark and cold room. The lifespan of the Protoss is more than 1,000 years. They may spend decades or even hundreds of years to improve their fighting skills, which is absolutely not comparable to humans. Arcturus silently put away his own sword and felt uninterested. Most Protoss do not have any sense of humor and will not recognize or respect human etiquette and habits. It is particularly troublesome to chat with them. "Let's go. I have got the answer here," he said to Augustus. Augustus nodded, and after re-instructing the work of the research station, he walked with Arcturus and others to a helipad inside the station. "If you or I encounter the assassins of the Tal'Darim, it's hard to say," Arcturus said to Augustus as they walked through the corridors of the research station. "Not to mention that they have things like psionics. Don't worry about me. I have Karrigan to protect me." Augustus pointed to the red-haired female ghost behind him and said, "I sent a ghost agent to protect you. Why did you refuse?" "I don't like those sickers," Arcturus said. "Because they can read minds?" Augustus asked him. "You don't like others knowing what you are thinking?" "Yes. I don't like it," Arcturus replied. "More importantly, I don't like those who can't be completely controlled." "I agree with your point of view," Augustus said. "Next, do you still want to return to your exploration fleet?" he asked his brother. "I plan to stay in Numagen for a while," Arcturus said. "The exploration team will be temporarily led by some of my old subordinates in the 33rd Ground Assault Division. Our mining area has been opened up large enough, and there are not enough people and machines to mine it. I will build a new army in the Sons of Korhal," he said. "Without an army, my exploration fleet will be helpless when encountering enemies like the Protoss and the Zerg." In the end, the problem came back to things like mining. Unknowingly, after Augustus took over the responsibility of leading the Revolutionary Army, Arcturus gradually went further and further on this path. In the process of exploring new mineral veins, Arcturus also unknowingly discovered many relics of unknown civilizations and even found a planet that could barely be immigrated. So, we don't have much time left to meet each other. Augustus said. Next, my army will go to the Terra the 9th you mentioned. It is one of the core worlds of the Terran Federation. They will never think that it is the next target of the Revolutionary Army. Augustus remembered that the legendary captain of the Hyperion, Matt Horner, and the chief scientist, Egon Stetman, were in the Terra system. In this way, his team was complete. Before the Zergan Protoss arrived, he had to accumulate as much power as possible. Chapter 235 Temporary Reunion. SCT 2491.2.14. North of Salang, the Pasteur family mansion. The Revolutionary Army fleet rested for about half a month in the interstellar port within the territory of the Imogen United States, before preparing to set off again. The Revolutionary Army soldiers were enjoying their last vacation, or staying with their families on the beautiful beaches and oceans of Imogen. To this day, the United States transportation giants and suppliers who have signed contracts with the Imogen National Defense Army are still continuously delivering supplies and replaceable parts that can support long-distance interstellar voyages to the Revolutionary Army warships in orbit. While waiting for the preparations to be completed, Augustus had a rare leisure time to enjoy the delicacies with his family in the Pasteur family manor with birds singing and flowers blooming. What is different from the past is that the people who prepare tea and snacks have changed from Catherine, the hostess of the Mengsk family, to Juliana and Kerrigan. In the offshore Salang Bay, this season is the most sunny and windy, and the flowers in the Pasteur courtyard are blooming, and the fragrance is fragrant. This was a family gathering at the Pasteur family. The Mengsk family, the Raynor family, and the Liddy family were all invited. Augustus's generals and even several colonels were also invited to attend the gathering with the marshal, except Titus and Duke. The former claimed that he was invited, but had no time to attend, and the latter refused to attend the dinner between gentry. The guests attending the family gathering followed the local customs, and wore ordinary clothes instead of the fancy clothes in the court of Tarcinus. Everyone was warmly entertained, and felt at home. Both Alan Pasteur and Augustus Mengsk attended the gathering. Every revolutionary officer present knew that those who received this honor were people who were deeply valued by the marshal. Only those generals who fought the bravest and were most loyal to the revolutionary beliefs were qualified. The Mengsk family did not build another sky tower or family manor in New Stilling and several other Korhal cities, but lived in a small courtyard outside the Korhal Parliament building, because Angus was unwilling and impossible to use the scarce resources for his own family. Therefore, the Mengsk family had to use the Pasteur family's mansion to entertain the guests. The table where Augustus sat was filled with his family members and the generals of the Revolutionary Army. Jim Raynor and his wife, Jim Raynor's parents, who were brought to Imogen from Shiloh by August's National Security Council agents 2 months ago, were also among them. Raynor's parents, his wife and son would stay in Imogen while the revolutionary fleet sailed away, and he no longer had to worry about the safety of his family. Angus, with his head full of white hair, personally hosted the party. He looked many times older than he did 2 years ago, and really looked like a frail old man. His frail appearance was far from the strong man that Augustus and Arcturus remembered. He was haggard because of the destruction of Korhal IV and the slander of the people. If it weren't for his 2 sons, his wife and his daughter standing by Angus' side to help him, then the former Wolf Lord of Korhal would have gone to the path of self-destruction sooner or later. Augustus Mengsk was able to regain his past dreams under Augustus's persuasion. What made the old father most happy was that his eldest son Arcturus, who was already 32 years old, finally came back. The Mengsk wolf would return to his hometown one day. The Imogen Council has decided to hand over the Fast Ridder 11 mobile fortress and the Hades system to the Korhal Revolutionary Army, but it must be returned within 10 years. During the dinner, Angus announced one piece of news after another to the people present, but did not mention his efforts to facilitate the passage of these resolutions in the Imogen Council. The Hades system is located in the territory of the Terran Federation. It is a huge invisible fortress adjacent to the Federation's Hermes Prime. Hermes Prime is an extremely developed commercial world and an extremely important economic center. Augustus took over his father's words and emphasized the importance of this information to his subordinates. After getting this mobile Imogen fortress, we have a base of operations in the universe. In addition, the Umoyan Council has decided to give the Revolutionary Army more support, including weapons and more support. Angus continued. It's a drop in the bucket. When it comes to weapons assistance, Umoyan has always said more than they do. Arcturus poured cold water on what Angus said. They dare not support our most advanced weapons, and even those weapons that have been castrated with many functions are given in a very limited amount. Of course, we can't ask too much from Umoyan who helped us. They dare not go to war with the Terran Federation. He said. Whether we overthrow the Terran Federation or the Federal Army destroys us, that is not what Umoyan wants to see. Umoyan hopes most that the rebels will continue to exist as a powerful and unstable force in the Terran Federation, so that they can reap the benefits. If you want to get Umoyan's unreserved support, you must make them believe that the new Terran regime will never be detrimental to the United States. Augustus nodded, his eyes fixed on Valerian, who was sitting quietly at the other end of the dining table. I also hope you can listen to the shock in the political arena of the Terran Federation. Angus has been staying in Umoyan and has a seat in the United States National Elected Parliament. During this period, the diplomatic relations between Kel-morian, Umoyan and the Terran Federation have eased. The Federation and the Kel-morian Union have once again sent ambassadors to each other, but the eavesdropping and espionage incidents that followed are still endless. He said. The federal parliament tried to put political pressure on the Kel-morian Union and Umoyan, prohibiting them from providing any form of support to the Revolutionary Army, and wanted to further force us into an isolated and helpless situation. Angus said, the board of directors of the Union has been eager to tell the Federation that they will never let even a single ore flow into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, and Umoyan will be more cautious than before. I'm afraid that we can only rely on ourselves next. The Umoyan people believe that they have done enough. I know, father, don't worry, our evolutionary road is quite difficult, and it doesn't matter if there are more difficulties. Augustus looked at his father. Well, let's talk about happy things. He looked at the people at the table, who had become serious, and said with a smile, gentlemen, I didn't invite you here to see you look depressed. Augustus was still very happy today. Arcturus had not returned to the family for more than 10 years. The Mengsk family finally reunited after many years, and was very happy. At this time, a messenger with a whippering badge on his hat walked through the garden of Pasteur Manor to Augustus and reported to him that the fleet had been resupplied. According to the expected steps, the Revolutionary Army Marshal's command was recalling the troops on vacation in batches in an orderly manner, which also announced that the warm time was about to come to an abrupt end. Chapter 236, Tirida. Chapter 236 SCT of Tirida 9th, 2491.3.11. The Tirida system, located in the core star region of the Terran Federation, is known as the Crown of the Federation, the Paradise Garden, and the Cradle of Life. The reason why the Tirida system enjoys such praises, that it has 3 planets suitable for life instead of 1. As a star system that was included in the colonization plan in the early days of the Federation, the beautiful environment, advanced technology, and a complete social security system have kept the living standard and happiness index of the residents of Tirida at a high level. This star system, which was included in the territory of the Terran Federation in the early colonial era, has become a paradise far away from Tarsinus in the past century of colonization. Tirida 8 and 9th are the 2 co-orbital planets located in the outermost layer of the Tirida system. For a long time, these 2 companion sister planets have been close to each other, and orbited each other, and the star under the mutual attraction of each other's gravity, like 2 deep blue butterflies dancing around the stars of the Tirida system. The 2 sister planets of Tirida have similar environments, both are good enough to support thriving life, but both have ridiculous climates. The close proximity of the 2 stars in the same orbit provides Tirida 8 and 9th with a unique environment. The climate, humidity and terrain change greatly every few miles, which makes a wonderful natural phenomenon that has shaped the reputation of Tirida 9th as a resort. On Tirida 9th, lush tropical jungles are adjacent to towering and magnificent snow-capped mountains, and an exotic desert town is next to the vast Emerald Ocean. The tropical grasslands are as vast as the colorful land with dense coniferous forests. and the rich wildlife resources with specialized functions due to the changing environment make this planet a clever world with many magical animals. The difference in climate and environment is so great that a resort built on the ocean beach has a vast ocean on one side and a frozen world with a temperature of -10°C on the other. The dignitaries of the Terran Confederation can sunbathe, surf, and dive at the hot ocean holiday manor, and then drive a few miles to the snow-capped mountains to ski and experience hot springs. Then they can hunt rare wild animals on the grasslands with rich wild animal communities, and finally jump down with a glider between the towering mountains and land in a warm valley with spring all year round. Visitors can admire beautiful shells in the vast shallow waters of Shell Island, ride yachts on the sea at Ocean Paradise and Sunset Palm Hotel, or watch the grand migration of Terran horn whales during the mating season, but the latter is temporarily open to the founding families of the Terran Federation. Terran IX is the most famous resort in the Federation, and it is also probably the largest den of filth in the entire Korhal sector. The rich and the dignitaries have purchased luxurious manors on this planet, and the founding families of Tarsinus also own many properties here. There are many rumors about the Tarsinus creation family and their descendants who fled to Tirida to avoid punishment, and almost all of them are related to the lewdness and absurdity of the descendants of the creation family. It is said that in the deepest part of Terran IX, in the palaces piled with endless treasures, the people of the creation family indulged themselves in pleasure and indulgence, and their sins were covered by the blood of the debt indentured workers in the Tirida resort. As the capital of Terran IX, New Canaan is a port city on the ocean. The buildings closest to the ocean have the highest housing prices in Tirida. Tenants can see the magnificent scenery of the vast Emerald Sea through the crystal glass windows and watch the Tirida horn whales passing through New Canaan on their migration route. As the salty sea breeze blew across the tree-lined boulevard in the center of New Canaan, Augustus, disguised as an interstellar merchant, walked leisurely on the wooden-floored avenue. Augustus played many roles while traveling in the universe: a former federal marine who made a living on his own, sheriff Chasera, and the son of a down-and-out nobleman. Next to Augustus was Sarah Kerrigan, who was wearing a black off-shoulder dress with a hem that was longer than her knees and hung down to 1/3 of an inch from her ankles. Kerrigan's small feet were wearing a pair of exquisite low-heeled sandals. Her cute little feet were like green onion stems or lotus petals, as if they were this finely carved ivory. Kerrigan's long hair, as bright as flames, was well maintained, and it was obvious that she had been regularly washed and maintained. A pink flower hairpin fixed her fiery red ponytail between her right shoulder and neck. At this time, Kerrigan was full of youthful vitality. The lively temperament of a young girl could still be found in this girl who had experienced many pains, and the suffering had not yet accumulated to the point where she could no longer laugh. For Kerrigan today, this was not just an ordinary escort mission, but a rather romantic journey, which was why she wore her favorite long dress today. Even so, Kerrigan is still the most deadly killer of mankind. Kerrigan carries a submachine gun disguised as a crossbody bag on her round hips, and a sharp dagger is tied to each thigh under her long skirt with a belt. When necessary, she can charge into the enemy camp with a submachine gun in one hand and a dagger in the other hand, or escape from any possible assassination with Augustus. In fact, although Terran IX is a charming resort, Kerrigan is not very happy today because she can never understand why Augustus insisted on bringing Mirahan, which undoubtedly makes an imagined date not so perfect. Moreover, Kerrigan can't imagine that the trip to Tirida has any necessary connection with a pink-haired female officer of the Revolutionary Army. If Kerrigan is a beautiful scenery beside Augustus, then Mirahan, who is jumping and skipping, is a crazy girl at his side. As a senior officer of the Revolutionary Army, Mirahan is calm and majestic in combat, but she is always not so close in daily life. The experience of growing up in the port of the dead shaped Mira's optimistic character. She always behaves optimistically and cheerfully, but she is ruthless when dealing with traitors and deserters in the Revolutionary Army's port of the Dead Legion. Mirahan's outfit is much more explosive than Kerrigan's. She wears tight leather pants and leather clothes, and her exposed arms and forearms are tattooed with butterflies and skulls. Mira has a very thin and long pink ponytail, and her long pink hair swings like a jumping elf. Even Augustus has to admit that the future queen of the Port of the Dead Mercenaries looked quite lively and cute when she was a girl. Like many children born and raised in the port of the dead, Mira's parents do not have the ability and sense of responsibility to raise their children. And he, Augustus, raised her as a daughter. At the same time, behind Augustus, Carrigan and others were Jim Raynor, who looked like a bodyguard, Corporal Faraday and 2 other tall and strong revolutionary sergeants. They had proved their loyalty and bravery in many battles with the Federation Army. "This is a good place, Tirida," Augustus said as he walked. "It is almost in the same line with Moria and Tarsinus. It is far away from the war, and on the edge of the core world. Once attacked, the Federation fleet will arrive within 2 days at the shortest. But the good news is that the Federation garrison here is vulnerable. The most powerful Asinite group that originated from the semi-feudal armed forces in the colonies. Tirida IX may be the world second only to Tarsinus and Hermes. This is not because it has a developed industrial system or industry, but because it is a refuge for the descendants of the founding families of the Terran Federation and the sons of wealthy businessmen, and it is also a place to store grey wealth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Matt Horner. Chapter 237 Matt Horner. New Canaan is a prosperous and wealthy place. The first generation of Teledorians with great courage built this young, but vibrant city on the coast of the Emerald Sea. Its excellent geographical location and all-weather starport attracted colonists from all over Teleda IV, the rich from the 9 nearby main star worlds, and the middle class with immigration tendencies. There are no towering skyscrapers in other core worlds or modular towns distributed linearly in other worlds. The wooden and stone houses are very textured and distinctive, and their architectural style is extremely rare in any period of human history. In the commercial district in the center of New Canaan, the wide streets are paved with irregular colored tiles and painted wooden boards, and the streets are lined with green trees and lush branches and leaves. Behind the thick tree trunks are shops decorated with handicrafts, crystal windows, and handsome men and beautiful women. The shop owners in New Canaan enthusiastically sell souvenirs, local wine, pets, and goods they can get from various channels to tourists who come here. Even in this era, interstellar travel and vacations across multiple astronomical units and multiple star systems are only for the rich. Of course, if a person from the extremely poor class can get a single-person spacecraft with a jump engine from a garbage dump and find a few barrels of low-quality crude gas fuel to fly out of the star system, the rest depends on whether he is lucky enough. The pedestrians on the streets of New Canaan, Teleda IX, are all well-dressed and elegantly spoken wealthy people. They may come from more than a dozen parsecs, a cosmic distance scale used to measure the length of celestial bodies outside the solar system. 1 parsec is equivalent to 3.26 light years. Many of them are young men and women who come for their honeymoon, and their faces can more or less see traces of laser minimally invasive cosmetic surgery. Walking on the streets of New Canaan at night, the young Matt Horner knows that the wealth held by every glamorous man and woman who passes by him may exceed the total assets of every store in Holt. But Matt doesn't need to care about these. After all, the possibility of him inheriting the family business is very small. The Horner family is a local small business family, which can be regarded as middle class. They own their own house and land-based hovercraft in New Canaan. As the second son in the family, Matt Horner has lived in an environment that is not rich, but at least he has no worries about food and clothing. He does not have to drop out of middle school or high school like many young people in the marginal worlds of the Terran Federation and work hard to make a living. Just like many young people of this age on the Tirida IX, Matt Horner, who is only 15 years old, is in the most confused stage of his life. Matt never needs to worry about what to eat next or how to fill his stomach, but he does not have many choices in life. The young generation of Tirida like Matt, they either find a job locally after graduating from high school or choose to go to college for further studies. In the past, the richest Tirida people would send their children to Tarsinus or Korhal IV to go to college, but Matt had to rely on his own efforts and scholarships. Now, there is a common worry that deeply troubles young Matt, that is, he does not know what he should do in the future and what kind of career he should pursue. Whether to stay in Telada, wait for the day when he will inherit his father's business, or choose to go to Tarsinus University for further studies, Matt has already had the answer in his heart. After all, he firmly believes that he can never stand the idle and unchanging life in his hometown. Matt liked to stay at the seaside and look at the sea when he was very young, and he passed by the luxury yachts, moored boats and cruise hotels on the coast. Perhaps every boy has a fantasy of sailing when looking at the sea. But even the ocean has an end, and only the vast sea of stars is the destination of all the adventurers in this era. In the interstellar era of Caprulu, some people have never left the land under their feet from birth to death, while some people know that their destiny is to swim among the stars from birth. This day is no different for Matt. Before the end of spring break, he has plenty of time to wander around. Going north through the central commercial street of New Canaan, you will reach the world-famous Emerald Sea, where there are beautiful sailboats and seaplanes. The Horner family is not a big family with strict family rules, and Mrs. Horner never stipulates that the children must return at a certain time. After all, compared with his father and brother, Matt has always been a peaceful and quiet person. He has a dream of escaping gravity and entering the starry sky in his heart, but he will never be affected by distant dreams. Being serious and down to earth is the fundamental reason why the Horner family was able to gain a foothold in Telada 9th during the Great Colonial Era. The road through the commercial street is long, but Matt does not mind improving his life experience by contacting all kinds of people. The lively voices can make him feel a little change in his unchanging daily life. Deep in the commercial street, the neon signs and colorful lights of the shops reflect Matt's eyes into a world of brilliant lights. Further ahead, black iron railings separated the streets of the wealthy residential area from the commercial area. Tamed wild beasts and security guards armed with C-20A shotguns and P-40 submachine guns guarded the boundary between the two. At this time, Matt suddenly heard neat footsteps. Among the pedestrians on the commercial street, a squad of Federal Marines in light brown power armor was walking quickly. These Federal Marines were all wearing newly painted CMC-200 power armor, holding C-14 Gauss rifles, and were tall. With the help of the servo system, they only needed to lift their feet to stride far. The Marines' shiny armor seemed to be greased with oil and had the logo of a unicorn, which meant that they all came from the Knights of Telada, a well-equipped Defense Army colonial force. The Federal Marines have always been renowned for their invincibility on various planets, while the Marines of Telada have a more noble mission: to improve the protection of the wealthy areas of New Canaan. The Tirada Knights, who are dressed in knight armor, are different from those warriors who have undergone resocialization. They all come from local families and retain their complete personalities. Strictly speaking, the Tirada Knights are only the planetary defense force of the Tirada system. They were formerly the militia of the system. They are not even under the jurisdiction of the Federal Army, but directly under the jurisdiction of the governor of the Tirada system. Since they have never experienced war for more than 100 years, the Tirada Knights often take on some jobs that can earn extra income. The Knights serve the rich, big merchants and nobles. Their business involves all aspects, including providing private protection for dignitaries who go out hunting, or acting as beach lifeguards. Like security guards in slums, the Tirada Knights only serve wealthy or powerful clients, or both. Among the people of Telada, the Knights did not have a good reputation. Those who like to criticize current affairs always called the Knights of Telada green-shelled crabs on stilts to mock their shiny armor and ridiculous fighting power. The soldiers of the Knights walked past Matt and walked quickly into the distance without stopping to look at him. Looking at the hurried appearance of these Knights, they were either rushing to put out fires in the rich areas of New Canaan, or were anxious to save the pet cat of a big tycoon who climbed up a tree. Matt couldn't help but envy this shiny armor. He turned his head to look at the small team of the Telada Knights who were gradually walking away behind him, hoping that he would have the opportunity to wear them and experience it. It's not that Matt decided to join the army just because he saw the majestic Goliath armed robot like Jimmy Boy from Shiloh Farm. He just yearned for these things and didn't want to join the Federal Army at all. Just as Matt retracted his gaze and turned his head to look forward again, a broad-shouldered man with short dark gray hair was walking towards him. Matt could tell at a glance that this man was extraordinary. His expression was firm, and his thick eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, which made people feel that he was worried about something, and this thing could never be a trivial matter. At a certain moment, the man suddenly turned his head to look at Matt, and looked at him. New Cannon is close to the ocean, and the night breeze is cool. After looking at each other for a few seconds, perhaps just a moment, Matt blushed and retracted his gaze, and the back of his ears was damp. Matt Horner, who was only 15 years old, was a shy child. He was easily shy and blushed, and his personality was relatively soft. Matt was wearing a black school uniform, which made people know at a glance that he was a student. At this time, Matt was still a fair-faced boy with dark brown curly hair and a clean, childish appearance. Matt's skin was relatively white, his Adam's apple was not obvious, and his childishness had not yet disappeared. Even as a boy, he could be associated with cuteness. "Kid, are you a local?" The man's eyes lit up, and he called Matt. His voice was warm, but with a deep hoarseness, as if the wind and the harsh environment had damaged his voice when he traveled in the universe. No one could refuse this gentleman's question. Matt was sure of this. "Yes, sir," Matt replied. In front of this tall man, Matt, who was still in his developmental period, could only see the well-defined muscular chest under the other's open windbreaker. This was undoubtedly a man with great masculine charm and a graceful demeanor. Even girls would blush when they saw him, not to mention Matt. Behind this man were two beautiful girls, one with red hair and the other with pink hair, both of whom looked beautiful. And behind them were four tall and strong male bodyguards, whose bulging muscles were thicker than Matt's thighs. Especially the black-haired strong man. Matt had no doubt that he could kill a Telida pilot whale with one punch. Matt's eyes stayed on the pink-haired girl for a moment, and she blinked at him and looked away. She should be older than him and taller. "Do you know how to get to the headquarters of the Knights of Tirida?" the man asked. "Yes, sir," Matt replied immediately. "I can take you to the headquarters of the Knights of Tirida. It's not far from here. In fact, it's in the direction you came from. I'm just passing by there," he said. "I think you must have missed it. Tirida 9th is different from other planets. The positioning system here may take your car or spaceship into the trench instead of a knight's castle. It is not a wise choice to follow strangers or travel in groups at night in New Canaan. Although this place is not like the lower city of the main city of Tarsus, where shootings happen every moment, there is no absolutely safe place in the Terran Federation territory. Even if you travel at night, you should try to avoid the chaotic slums. Fortunately, this is the core urban area of New Canaan. Although the Knights of Telida often fight back and forth with pirates in this galaxy, the security work is still quite good. Matt is not worried that the other party will tie him up and sell him to human traffickers. Any child, whether he is a boy or a girl, should be careful of those despicable criminals who are omnipresent. "Really? It seems that I'm lost." The man turned around and showed an annoyed expression. "I think I did miss it, because the navigation system of my personal terminal has been reporting errors." "Then thank you for leading the way for us." He turned his head and said to the followers behind him, "It seems that we have to go back again. It's just a little help." Matt followed, avoiding the ferocious guards and the girls who were obviously curious about him. "What's your name?" the man asked him on the way. "Matt Horner. My grandfather came from a distant and desolate colonial world," Matt replied. "I'm Augustus Anthony Nicholas of Korhal." Augustus said to him, "I'm a businessman, coming to Telida to import some new goods." "Are you from Korhal?" Matt was surprised. "But I remember that Korhal was taken over by the people of Telida." "Sorry, sir, I don't mean to mention that sad thing. My parents, my classmates, and many people in Telida can't believe that this is true. Many of them were colonized from Korhal IV several generations ago." "What a catastrophe," he said. "Yes," Augustus said sadly, "many people died. Korhal used to be one of the most prosperous colonies of the Terran Federation. Its economy, technology, and humanities and arts had all developed to their golden age. It wouldn't be long before the federal government of Tarsus could no longer arbitrarily seize the assets of the Korhal people as it did before. After the destruction of Korhal, I have been traveling in the Kaprulu sector, looking for my lost people, dreaming of rebuilding Korhal one day. I can feel your sadness and sympathy. You are very kind, Matt," Augustus said. "It is fate that I can meet a child like you on Tirida 9th. God has not abandoned those who respect him the most. Yes, sir. Matt said with a blushing face. What Matt didn't know was that 2 years ago, several agents under Augustus were ordered to go to Terran IV to look for a man named Matt Horner. There are many people named Matt on this planet, but the surname Horner mainly comes from New Trinidad and is a relatively rare surname in Teledor. By comparing identities, ages, and disguised contacts, Augustus's agents finally locked on the second son of the Horner family in New Canaan, who was the person the Revolutionary Army Marshal asked them to find. The agents had already obtained Matt's daily activity route and calculated that he would appear here at this time. Please vote. Chapter 238 Card Game. Augustus and Matt Horner walked side by side, heading south along the prosperous commercial street of New Canaan. As the area became more and more prosperous, the aroma of spices, dried fruits and seafood products filled the air. At first, Augustus did not say much to Matt, but just walked and admired the street scenery. The sky was cloudless, and you could see the bright stars when you looked up. The co-orbiting Terran and 9th were each other's moons. Ah. Mr. Augustus, you are an interstellar merchant. You must have been to many places, right? After a while, Matt, who was very curious about Augustus, couldn't help asking him a question. Because he was wanted, Augustus always showed himself as a middle-aged man, and his weathered image was quite confusing. Yes, I've been to many places. Augustus replied, my friends and I have been to Tarsinus Prime and places outside the Caprulu sector. There are many planets with exotic plants and animals, as if you are in a beautiful dream world. Garden planets with warm climates and thriving life, barren planets with most of the land as deserts, jungle planets with dangerous aliens, stone planets with thin atmosphere due to the lack of oceans. The vastness of this world is far beyond your imagination, he said. I really hope that one day I can be like you, Matt said with longing. Be a businessman? Augustus looked at him. No. Matt shook his head. Actually, I want to be a pilot. I hope to be able to fly my own spaceship to various planets and explore undiscovered worlds. This dream is worth everyone's struggle. Horner, which Federal Air Force University are you going to apply to? Or get a civilian aircraft pilot's license through self-study? Augustus said, I suggest you go to the Federal Military Academy and receive formal military training. According to family tradition, I should go to college locally. Matt's face turned redder. Terran 9th does not have a first-class military university. Most universities focus on cultivating administrative personnel, finance, and management talents, and few civilian students can afford the high tuition fees of these universities. Universities for civilians all serve Terran's developed tourism industry. If I go to college on other planets far away from Terran, my family will probably find it difficult to support the cost of my study abroad. Of course, I believe I'm fully capable of obtaining a full scholarship from the University of Tarsinus. Judging from the requirements, it should not be difficult. There is no doubt that the serious Matt is a true learning genius. If you like, I can write a letter of recommendation for you to the president of the Umoyan Air Force Academy, Augustus said. Umoyan. Matt had never expected Augustus to say that. A stranger who had just met was going to recommend him to Umoyan University. Either this was a classic trick of human traffickers, or this matter was just a trivial matter in Augustus's eyes. Many businessmen are happy to invest in emerging industries and talents. My family and I don't know much about Umoyan. It's too far away. Matt said, my parents are open-minded people. They won't object to me going to school on other planets, but Umoyan is too far after all. That's right. After all, you haven't even graduated from high school yet. Augustus said. Soon, sir, Matt said. The topic came to an abrupt end. As they gradually walked out of New Canaan's commercial street and away from the city center, the scene of the red light district inevitably appeared. Women dressed up in fancy clothes stood at the door of cheap bars, and the aroma of barbecue came from low and medium-end restaurants. There were surprisingly many hotels and capsule hotels, and hot spring baths were also one of the pillar industries of this resort. Here, Augustus could clearly see the difference between the people here and the rich people in the commercial street. Just like all the poor people in the Terran Federation, the poor in Telida had the common characteristics of all poor people. They were ruined by a single diet and heavy labor, and children were stunted due to malnutrition. The poorer and more hopeless people were, the more they relied on drugs to escape reality. From time to time, people with dull eyes or trembling eyes could be seen hiding in the depths of the streets to take drugs, like lost ghosts. Even at night, they still worked non-stop. In order to keep the streets and beaches clean and tidy, many cleaners were working hard in dark green uniforms, focusing on cleaning up the garbage on the ground. In restaurants, spas, hotels and other service industries, men and women in uniform serve the wealthy people from various planets in the Federation, bowing and kneeling like slaves, and serving their guests with all their heart and soul. All services are to ensure that the guests who come to spend money are comfortable without having to lift a finger, so that they think that every penny they spend is satisfactory, and they are more happy to continue to spend money. In this era, cleaning robots have long been able to fully replace human labor, and are more efficient. Many things can also be done by machines instead of manpower. Although the cleaning companies and shop owners in New Canaan have the ability and channels to replace cleaning robots, a cruel fact is that in Telida, people are cheaper than machines. The staff of Telida service industry and other private industries are all contract workers from other planets. They are forced to sign extremely unequal contracts with lending financial institutions in the Terran Federation, which are almost equivalent to selling their bodies, for various reasons, including usury, bankruptcy, and debt. During the economic turmoil brought about by the 4-year Kel-morian War, large numbers of extremely cheap laborers were forced to come to Terida to create profits for their bosses to repay their debts. Many Federation planets were greatly damaged, and their economies collapsed due to the Kel-morian War, but Terida IX gradually became prosperous. During the most intense years of the war, the wealthy classes of Tarsinus and several other prime worlds still transferred their wealth and children to Terida to prepare for the worst outcome of the Federation's possible defeat in the war. Today, such contract workers have become the cornerstone of maintaining the operation of various industries, and their number has exceeded 40% of the total population of Terida. Behind the prosperity of the Terida Ninth Resort is the sweat and blood of those contract workers and cheap laborers who work hard day and night. The UN never reports the plight of the lower class people in Terida Ninth, nor does it mention that they are actually slaves of the Terida nobles and the blood-sucking companies of the Federation. These people are not protected by federal laws. Even the unions of the Terran Federation turn a deaf ear to them. After all, they only complain and redress for the rich. Compared with these people, Matt is undoubtedly lucky. His family has finally gained a foothold in Telida through honest and trustworthy small businesses after several generations of struggle. The Horner family is not middle class, but at least they have property and jobs to survive as citizens instead of vagrants. They cannot hire servants or use robots like the middle class and the upper class, but they are not forced to do heavy physical labor. Did you see those people? Augustus said to Matt, many of them are burdened with debts that they cannot repay. Their children must accept this fate from birth. They can only grow up in an environment of extreme material scarcity, and it is difficult for them to achieve more than their parents. I'm much luckier than them. As a native of Telida, Matt certainly understands the situation of these people, but he can't do anything. If it were me, I would say I must save these unfortunate people. Augustus put his hands behind his back. The prosperity of Terida is based on an unfair system. The federal government here is as corrupt as other planets in the Federation. The government officials of Terida have done their best to gain benefits and curry favor with the nobles of the Tarsinus creation family. Faced with the stubborn problems that have penetrated into Terida, they have turned a blind eye and done nothing. As he spoke, he uttered something that sounded quite remarkable to Matt. The Planetary Defense Force is just a fictitious military organization. The total number of soldiers is less than 2 companies. As the most elite armed force in the entire galaxy, the Knights of Terida actually only provide services to the rich and powerful. They are no more noble than the corrupt police officers in the Tarsinus Police Department. This is Terida Ninth, Mr. Augustus. All Terida people know that this is the backyard of the Tarsinus creation family. The vast majority of Terida nobles are actually from Tarsinus nobles. Matt was not surprised by Augustus' anti-Federation tendency. If his hometown was turned into a dead world full of nuclear wasteland and radioactive dust by a nuclear bomb, he would definitely become a demon. Do you want to bring any changes to all this? Augustus stared into Matt's eyes. You can and have the ability to bring about a huge change to the stagnant pool of the Terran Federation. At this moment, the topic suddenly became heavy. Just like before, Matt did not expect Augustus to say such a thing. The true identity of Augustus has been revealed. Even if he is not a traitor hated by the federal government, he must be a person who deeply hates the Federation. Generally speaking, sociologists call this group of people a traumatized group. These people's homes were burned down, they have nothing, and they have endless resentment and anger to vent. Me. I can't do anything. I can only watch those spaceships rise and fall, and calculate the time from their launch to their disappearance. Matt said, but I also think that the federal government is implementing its cruel rule in the allied planets of the Federation. Both those founding families and the government have begun to corrupt. Matt has his own views on the revolution that is erupting at the other end of the distant Korhal sector. Admittedly, he does not think that the innocent casualties caused by the revolution are necessary costs, but Matt still has a strong sense of justice in his heart. The important thing is that Matt longs for this unchanging life to change, and revolution, which sounds very mission-oriented, is no less attractive to him. No, you are fully capable of doing more. Your ability and the contribution you can actually make to the human beings in the Korhal sector are far beyond your own imagination. Augustus said to Matt seriously, in the past, I thought the same as you, that the federal government had become too corrupt, but what can one person do? In the past? Matt looked at Augustus. He was no longer so shy, and forgot that he was among a group of strangers who might be quite dangerous. What happened? Something must have contributed to your change today. Korhal IV was destroyed. Augustus said, the Federation destroyed a beautiful planet, and changed many people. The creation family of Tarsinus changed many people. They turned good people into bad people and bad people into demons. Although I have many shortcomings, there is one thing that many people like me, that is, I'm a real action-oriented person. So you have realized your original ideal. You are a revolutionary. Matt's voice became smaller. He thought he would be afraid, but in fact he was not. Are you from the Korhal Revolutionary Army or the Sons of Korhal? He said excitedly. Or are the Sons of Korhal the Revolutionary Army? Last time it was Marcera, now it's Tirida. You will bring salvation to Tirida. Matt said. Will Tirida become the base of operations for the Revolutionary Army? Very good. This will be the birthplace of a revolution. Many people are dissatisfied with the federal government. As long as you show up here, people with lofty ideals from all over Tirida will flock to you. Do you know that Augustus Mengsk? He actually has the same name as you. Augustus Mengsk has led so many successful uprisings. He is a well-deserved hero. Good family education and the example set by his parents made Matt Horner understand what an upright person should be like very early. If the revolution needs a leader, then he should be someone like Augustus. Firm and unwavering, only those who believe in the cause they are doing will follow him without hesitation. In the eyes of the young and inexperienced Matt Horner, the image of Augustus has been linked to a freedom fighter, and he is undoubtedly a giant in thought. Augustus had never thought that Matt was actually his fan. Then, things would be much simpler. As he was talking, the headquarters of the Knights of Telida was already in sight. It was a castle built of granite cubes, with curved outer walls and square towers in dead corners. Gorgeous colored lights were hung on the pure white walls, and the interior of the castle was brightly lit. We are here. Augustus looked at the castle, and said with a smile, I like you very much, Matt. I hope we can talk again. He pointed to a high-end restaurant opposite the knight's castle and said, let's go, I'll pay the bill. This. Matt was about to refuse, but the pink-haired girl behind Augustus pulled him towards the restaurant. What's wrong? Are you going to refuse Augustus' invitation? Another tall girl with red hair said. No, of course not. Matt said quickly. Matt had rarely walked into a high-end restaurant with gorgeous attire in his life, and he was a little dazed when he sat down on the gilded chair. He sat between two burly men, feeling more stressed, while the pink-haired girl was sitting opposite him. Augustus had gone to order food, and had not returned for more than 10 minutes. Matt found that he had nothing to say to the people following Augustus, and the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. For Matt, every minute and every second at this moment was a torment. Play cards? Suddenly, the bored pink-haired girl asked Matt. Matt was stunned. What? Poker? The playful pink-haired girl was obviously not on the same channel as Matt. I can't believe there are boys who don't know how to play cards. How could that be? She said. I know. Matt answered every question. He was always serious, and his good upbringing made him know that ignoring a person would put both parties in a very awkward situation. Although he couldn't understand why the other party suddenly asked him to play cards. What bet? But I haven't promised you yet, Matt said. People in the Port of the Dead always have to bet on something when they play cards. Mira said. What do you have to show? Chapter 239 Mirahan successfully exports himself. Chapter 239 Mirahan successfully exported herself. What do you have to show? Mirahan did not know when she took out a deck of cards from her brown leather jacket with many pockets, and her shuffling skills were perfect. I have a total of 400 credit notes and a few coins worth 20 credit points. Matt was still calculating the money he had on hand at first, and then he was puzzled by why he was inexplicably involved in a card game. How are your card skills, young man? Sitting next to Matt was Jim Raynor, who was disguised as a middle-aged man with short black hair, with his thick hands crossed in front of his chest. Mira only knows the Port of the Dead poker, a variant of Texas Hold'em. This is a fairly mainstream way of playing in the Terran Federation Alliance colony, and you should be familiar with it. Although he didn't understand why Augustus valued this young man so much, Raynor knew that he was the reason why he and his group came all the way to the Tellada Galaxy. The young boy named Matt Horner was not even a high school student who had not graduated yet. He was immature and looked quite gullible. Indeed, Matt had excellent qualities that Renault could not ignore. For example, he was honest, reliable, conscientious, and full of justice. In Sherlock, honest people like Matt were rare. In any case, it was always right to believe in Augustus. Augustus had never made a mistake in judging people. Even Titus Finley and Edmund Duke had their merits. The former was probably the most courageous and tough guy in all of Caprulu, and the latter at least always destroyed something with ease, no matter whether it was bad or good, rotten or smelly. Duke could always mess up everything on hand with amazing efficiency. The truth is, I'm pretty good at it. Hidden beneath Matt's shy and reserved appearance is a man of great ability and practical talent. The Horner family and friends all know that, as long as Matt Horner focuses on one thing, he will definitely be able to do it to everyone's satisfaction. The Horner's honest and reliable character is consistent. They are better at doing practical things and following through on them, rather than those dreamers who talk big. Someone once told the Horner family that there was a group of robbers on the lawn of a family's yard. Old Horner immediately took his sons, dogs and shotguns to drive away the robbers instead of slowly calling the police. Matt Horner can deftly deal with all the problems in the world except plums, cold coffee and witty women with unpredictable temperaments. You're good at it? Renault boasted to Matt with a half smile. I bet that no one can play cards better than Mirahan, the queen of the night in the Port of the Dead. She has beaten most of the people in the 7th Brigade of the Port of the Dead at the card table. Many gamblers who are not good at playing, but love to play, have handed over their salaries before they even put their salaries into their pockets. I'll try to lose as beautifully as possible. Matt soon felt relieved that he was about to lose all his money. As long as he could talk more with Augustus, he didn't mind losing all his belongings. Is this the money you're betting? Mira winked playfully, staring at Matt while cutting the cards. The inexplicable meaning in the eyes of this older sister who was a few years older than Matt made the poor child shudder. Matt shuddered when he saw Mira stick out her tongue and lick his sexy pink lips. He made up his mind to stay away from the pink-haired girl in front of him in the future. No matter what, everyone who has seen Mirahan thinks that she is a lively and lovely girl who is always full of energy. Mira is definitely a naughty cat girl, and many people who have seen her like her very much. Matt has always believed that, although the dream lover that fascinates him in the dreams and fantasies of the opposite sex of boys of his age is still an illusory image, Matt is sure that, if there is really a dream lover that makes him obsessed, it must not be Mira. That's all. Matt took out his wallet and put all the banknotes on the table. I'm ready, Miss Mira. Don't you ask what my bet is. Mira stood up, put her hands on the table, and stared at Matt's confused, but somewhat frightened eyes, and her shawl pink hair swayed from side to side with her movement. Matt can see Mira Han's girlish, ruddy face and her lower class urban style leather jacket and leather pants more closely. There were chains of unknown purpose, knives and other small accessories that Matt had never heard of hanging on Mira's clothes. She looked more like a little girl than the heroic female revolutionary soldier he imagined. Mira Han's leather jacket was open at the chest, and Matt could even see her black bra and the blade tattoo on her neck. Her right ear had been pierced, and a gold-plated ornament with a golden skull was hung on it. Even a true gentleman like Matt had to admit that Mira was extremely feminine at this moment. If you beat me, of course this is impossible. I mean if you win by chance, I will give the winner a mysterious gift. Mira said teasingly. So, what is the bet? Matt asked Mira. It's a secret. Mira sat back and said, I can't tell you. Dear Matt. Matt suddenly felt his blood pressure soaring, and at this time he had to sigh at the usefulness of the Horner family's good upbringing. Mysterious prize? Renault was in high spirits. It was unknown whether he was gloating, but he was very happy anyway. Mira has a lot of good things in her hands. Whether it is money or a good gun, they are all valuable. It is a sure win. If I were you, I would definitely take this bet. Sir, to be honest, I don't know what this card game means. Matt frowned, looking for Augustus in this high-end restaurant but found nothing. I thought we came here to talk about the revolution. While searching for Augustus, Matt noticed the girl with fiery red hair next to Mira. The girl with fiery red hair was sitting upright. She always had a cold expression. Her eyes would sometimes sweep across other diners in the restaurant, and her jade green eyes seemed to hide a blade. Matt's intuition told him that this was definitely an extremely dangerous woman. At this time, Matt couldn't help but sigh at what kind of women were around Augustus. Revolutions come in many forms. Renault was obviously trying to fool people. You'll soon understand. Is that so? Matt's brows relaxed, as if thinking about something. Let's get started, Mira said with a smile. I will never show mercy, and I will never let you down. The card game started soon, and when Augustus came back after ordering food, Matt was slumped on his table with a look of dejection. His eyes were dull, and Mira was laughing without restraint. What happened? Augustus had already guessed what happened. Although Mira and Matt met more than 10 years earlier, Mira had also fallen in love with Matt at first sight. The card game is a common routine used by the people of the Port of the Dead. They can empty the pockets of outsiders or lose themselves. Anyway, few people who win money can leave the Port of the Dead. Mira and Matt played a hand of cards and gambled a little. Renault explained to Augustus, you know Mira's character very well. She is almost never quiet. Even when she was leading the 7th Brigade in the Port of the Dead, she always carried several decks of playing cards with her, winning both the war and the money of other joint commanders. I know this. It's almost infamous. Augustus nodded. What's the result? Who won? Matt. Renault replied. Mira had almost no ability to fight back. Are you sure she didn't fight back at all? Augustus looked at the dejected Matt. Why is he the same as the loser? Because the winner's prize is Mira. Renault spread his hands. Not only Mira, the prize also includes a marriage contract and a considerable dowry. Mira finally married herself. Augustus understood immediately. This is a good thing. I thought she would never look down on any man in her life. After the Battle of Brood in 2500, Raynor and Matt met the future mercenary queen in the Port of the Dead. Matt Horner won the card game with Mira Han, but he never expected that the prize was Mira herself. Since then, Mira has left Matt a dedicated communication channel that can directly reach her, but no matter what, Matt has obviously never contacted her. This time it was the encounter between Mira Han of the Revolutionary Army and high school student Matt Horner. You don't look very happy. Augustus looked at Matt with concern. No, I'm very happy, Matt said with a definitely not very happy expression. I think she is joking with me. It is not easy to make Matt, who has always been serious and methodical, think of this. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Mira patted the table in response to Matt. She didn't care at all about the impact she had on the people around her, but the people who were disturbed cast curious eyes. Matt's face turned pale. He realized that he didn't have to abide by the marriage contract, but the harsh reality made him believe that it couldn't be so simple. If Matt hadn't been sure that he just happened to meet Augustus and others, he would have almost suspected that the other party had been preparing to set a trap for him. Don't you like this child? Renault looked at Matt. Mira is a good girl. Influenced by her living environment since childhood, she is independent and strong. The most important thing is that Mira knows how to make money to support the family and can protect you from the wind and rain. Not to that extent. Matt thought seriously and said, this matter is really too sudden. I still need some time to digest it. I mean, I have never thought about getting married. If I have to do that, I should first experience a romantic love with many setbacks. After all, I'm still young. Has she always been like this? Matt asked Renault. Not always. Renault shrugged. It seems that Mira likes you very much. Do a good job, Matt. Matt's side immediately came a sigh. It's definitely not that he hates Mira, but girls with Mira's personality are not the type Matt likes. Moreover, rather than saying that Matt doesn't like Mira very much, it's better to say that a woman who takes the initiative to throw herself into his arms is what really scares him. That sounds easy, Renault said as he recalled his encounter with his wife Elizabeth. Don't you think so, Mira? I will satisfy you, no matter what kind of script you want. Mira's subsequent dulling made Matt tremble. Come on, don't take it seriously, Matt. Augustus comforted Matt and said, Mira can't force anyone, and the military discipline of the Revolutionary Army will not allow her to do so. Which one are you talking about? Renault asked. Soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. No one is allowed to rob women, rape, and plunder. Augustus laughed happily, but always paid attention to his volume, to avoid affecting the people around him. Okay. Augustus' words still made Matt feel a little relieved, and he said with a sigh of relief, you are Augustus. Matt was eager to change the subject, and wanted to escape from Mira as much as possible. Mira, on the other hand, looked like she had Matt in her hands, not caring at all. Yes. Augustus said to him gently. I'm Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, an ordinary man. I believe you have already heard of Korhal IV and our story. In the reports of the Un-Universe News Network, the Revolutionary Army was described as rioting lunatics and murderous demons. But I want to tell a completely different story, he said. Not far from Tirada, on Korhal IV, the people there are not afraid of power and tyranny. Men, women, and children have bravely risen up and tried to overthrow the tyranny of the Federation. The Federation Navy destroyed Korhal IV as a revenge for our revolution, but the fire of revolution is still burning in every corner of the Kaprulu sector. Just add another fire, and the Federation will be reduced to ashes. That's great. Matt raised his arms and shouted, as if the Revolutionary Army had already won. Don't think that revolution is something cool. Many good brothers have sacrificed their lives in the battle with the minions of the Federation. Augustus said. I'm not afraid. Matt said, I'm not afraid of sacrifice. For the revolution, Marshal Mengsk, I'm ready to sacrifice at any time. Take me away, Marshal. I've had enough of the boring life on the Tirada 9th. Augustus and Raynor looked at each other and understood each other's expressions. No. Augustus immediately refused sternly. You are still too young. If you want to join the Revolutionary Army, you must at least get your parents' consent. It doesn't matter. Matt said sincerely, my parents are also supporters of the Revolutionary Army. It is also the tradition of the Horner family for the second son in the family to travel when he is young. My grandfather came to the Tirada 9th and took root here in this way. Still no. Augustus's face changed. I can't agree. I think Matt can endure hardships. Renault said at this time, I can arrange a job for him as a trainee sailor on the Hyperion. He can start from scratch and learn directly from the commander on the ship, and at the same time, make up for the knowledge in the books. When he settles down, we will send him to the university in Umoyan. Augustus was silent for a long time, and finally nodded reluctantly. If your parents agree, he emphasized, you must calm down and think about whether this is an impulsive and reckless act, so as not to regret it in the future. That's great. Matt was delighted. At this moment, gunshots were heard outside the restaurant. Please give me a ticket. Chapter 240 Federal Resistance. At first, only a few gunshots could be heard in the restaurant. The people of Telada did not have the habit of setting off fireworks at this time of year. It sounded like an officer of the New Cannon Colony Police Department was arresting a vicious criminal, or two local nobles were imitating the ancient spirit of chivalry and shooting each other with guns. The gunshots seemed to be far away from here, so quiet that they were almost inaudible amid the melodious melody of the cello and the restaurant band, drowned out by the music and the sound of people talking. Even if someone noticed the gunshots, they didn't care much. Since New Cannon became the most prosperous metropolitan city on Telada 9th, there have been continuous shootings. There are many contract workers who have no other choice, or have lost hope, and try to rob a spaceship at gunpoint to escape this miserable world. The gang fights between local criminal gangs and dock workers are also the reasons for the high crime rate and number of shootings in New Cannon. Everything was still going on as usual. When Augustus and others listened attentively, the waiters in the restaurant served them local delicacies of Telada as usual, including some roasted golden and crispy Telada free-range chicken, narwhal skin and vegetable salad. It's gunshots. Sarah Carrigan was the first to point out the crux of the problem. This is probably the sound I least want to hear now. Raynor calmly put his hand on the Colt military revolver on his black windproof military coat, and several other Revolutionary Guards made similar movements. The experience of fighting on the battlefield for many years has made them develop the habit of always being highly vigilant. Even in the most comfortable environment, federal assassins may secretly kill the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army. I didn't authorize any raids against local armed forces. Have our people been discovered? Augustus frowned and said. At this time, he could already hear the sound of car whistles and women's screams. The sound of gunfire became more and more frequent in a short time, even covering the sound of music. It's probably not our people. Corporal Faraday stood up and walked to Augustus' side, blocking the marshal and the glass window next to him. It might be a pirate, Augustus speculated. Unbelievable. This place is not only in the center of New Cannon, but also. He looked at the headquarters of the Knights of Telada outside the window. Have they forgotten that this is also the territory of the Knights of Telada? How pitiful. Raynor said something that Titus Finley often said. The people in the restaurant became nervous, and the band's performance stopped abruptly after a pause. The people here are all the upper and middle class of New Cannon and tourists from other planets. Their composure only lasted for a short period of time, especially after these people have been unable to dial the communication channel of the New Cannon Police Department. At this time, everyone can clearly hear the screams and gunshots outside getting closer and closer. When the first person in the restaurant who started screaming rushed out the door, the trend of running away was inevitable. Sarah, can your telepathic ability sense who fired the gun? They should have entered the detection range of your telepathic ability. When the people in the restaurant were about to run away, Augustus was still as steady as a rock. My telepathy tells me that the shooters are probably just the same group of people. Carrigan stretched out a hand and pressed it tightly on her temple, as if she was having a headache because of the surface emotions of fear and panic of the people on the street outside. I can only feel their superficial surface thoughts. There are about 4 or 5 people in this group, and their minds are full of hatred for the Terran Federation creation family. She rested her left elbow on the table with a painful expression. These people are from a certain resistance organization outside the system. Kerrigan will need at least a few more years to control her overly powerful telepathic ability. When she reads the thoughts of too many people on a large scale, the surface thoughts of humans will inevitably be poured into her mind. And usually these surface thoughts come from the most primitive and dirty emotions of humans and the most intense outburst in an instant. For a long time, high-level seekers were troubled by this powerful telepathic ability. Younger high-level seekers often hear non-existent voices and show mysterious divinity because they cannot control this ability. This is also the cause of the prevalence of voodoo sects and religious fanaticism in the colonized worlds of the Federation Alliance. Usually, joining the Seeker program is the best choice for high-level seekers because such people are destined to be extraordinary. They are assassinating a descendant of the creation family who has been hiding in a space station in the synchronous orbit of Terada. It's the sons of Korhal. Raynor said in disbelief. No, it's impossible. Augustus said firmly. The sons of Korhal will never massacre civilians for no reason. It's not our people. It's probably other Federation rebel organizations. Kerrigan covered her forehead and said, "The name of their organization is the Federation Rebels, and the leader is a man named Cliff Nadel. I can't know more than this for the time being. In the vast territory of the Terran Federation, there has never been more than just the Korhal people who dare to resist the tyranny of the Federation. Some resistance armies have a history that is even earlier than 2480. For example, the Abram Rebellion on Antigua Prime appeared before 2480. Some resistance armies may have a history of as long as a century. The nature and organizational forms of these resistance armies are also varied. There are many bandits or pirates who raise the banner of overthrowing the corrupt rule of the Federation and commit crimes. The Free Revolutionary Army that Augustus encountered on Telesis II is a vivid example. Other resistance armies are small, but elite rebel organizations formed by the most cynical and hateful people in the Federation. Among them, the more famous ones are the mysterious Fist of Redemption and the Freedom Knights. These two organizations enjoy a good reputation for accepting revolutionaries persecuted by the Federation. As for the last type of Federation resistance army, it is difficult to say whether they took up arms to resist the Federation or to vent their hatred of injustice in revenge against society. This group of resistance armies usually absorbs a large number of poor people from the bottom of society and controls the thoughts of the members of the organization by spreading hatred, or in a way close to religion. This type of rebel army would drive its members to assassinate members of the founding families of the Federation and government officials in suicide attacks, using the most brutal means to achieve their goals. After the Kel-morian War, more and more people whose families were broken up joined these rebels. Their only goal was to see the Federation destroyed, or perish with it. However, except for the Ka Revolutionary Army that had swept across multiple Federation star systems, other Federation resistance forces all revolted on a planet or even a city, and the ending was without exception that they were quickly and forcefully suppressed by the Federation Army. At this moment, compared to the calm veterans of the Revolutionary Army, the young Matt Horner was much more nervous. There were few such dangerous moments in his life. There were a group of armed terrorists who hated the Federation on the streets and were killing people crazily, and he was surrounded by rebels. Azayomar Mirahan, who was opposite Matt, noticed his nervousness. In fact, her eyes had been focused on the dodging Matt since the beginning. Even the gunshots outside could not make Mira look away from Matt's face. If Mirahan is a playful and elegant cat, then the worst case scenario is that she may have just been hit by catnip. "Don't worry, they can't hurt my favorite pony," Mira said domineeringly. "I will pry open the heads of each of them and hide behind me." Since this is the most prosperous commercial district in New Canaan, there are still dense crowds on the streets at this time. The shooters are shooting at the crowd recklessly, and screams and cries are heard one after another. What are the local police and the people of the Tyrannonites doing? Augustus has been staring at the Tyrannonites headquarters opposite the restaurant and found that there has been no movement on the opposite side since the shooting began a few minutes ago. Not even a Tyrannonite opened the castle gates to save the civilians who were under the gun of the criminals. It's as if all the knights are not inside the castle and only some servants are guarding the huge fortress. In comparison, this group of rebels must be crazy to dare to launch an attack nearby, or they have never thought about going back alive. Augustus thought that this terrorist attack would be resolved quickly, but the inaction of local law enforcement agencies and garrisons still refreshed his understanding of the bottom line of federal agencies. "Jimmy." Augustus's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly took out a C-30 electromagnetic pistol from the hem of his long windbreaker. Raynor and Augustus have been partners for many years. When they were still on the Telesis II, Raynor was Augustus' most trusted deputy and the undisputed second in command of the Heavenly Devil. In many battles, fought side by side, the tacit understanding between them has long reached the point where they only need a glance to understand each other's intentions. Perhaps the New Canaan city government should award me a Good Citizen Medal to reward my contribution to this city. Raynor took the lead and stepped to the door of the restaurant, leaning against the glass door, holding the revolver engraved with the words "gift from Augustus Mengsk" tightly in his hand. On the street outside the restaurant, people were still running in the opposite direction of the shooting scene. From time to time, people dressed in bright and beautiful clothes fell in pools of blood, including old people and children. The sound of shooting was getting closer, almost in front of us. At this moment, a man wearing a plaid casual shirt and holding a Femero 21 submachine gun was chasing a young couple. He wore black goggles and passed by the main entrance of the restaurant silently and coldly. He did not notice that Renault, who was standing beside him, was pulling the trigger without saying a word. A bullet with the word justice was fired from the barrel of this military Colt pistol. Renault's shooting skills were very accurate. He shot through the head of the rebel with just one shot, and the latter immediately fell to the ground like a bag filled with cotton. Then, another rebel holding a submachine gun walked past the restaurant, and Renault quickly and steadily knocked off his head. There are two more. At this time, Sarah Carrigan walked past Augustus and Matt, shaking her long red hair tied into a ponytail, and said, lifting her long skirt to reveal her white and round thighs, and pulling out a dagger that flashed with silver light from her crotch. Matt Horner, who was shocked, just took his eyes away from Raynor and saw Sarah Carrigan with bright red hair walking out of the front of the restaurant. In a place that Matt couldn't see, Carrigan passed through the crowd like a fish entering the water. She stepped on each floor tile with the precision of a dance step and ran at a very fast speed in the opposite direction towards the two rebels, who were shooting crazily. Carrigan first used her mind control ability to control the body of a rebel, causing him to turn the gun and shoot at her thigh, and then used her mental power to deflect all the bullets shot at her and stabbed the dagger into the other's chest in the other's horrified eyes. In the past, Carrigan was indeed a ghost agent who brought death, but now she rarely carries out assassination missions. Even so, Carrigan is still the most deadly killer in the entire Korhal sector. By the time Carrigan was away, the police and the Knights of Tirada finally arrived. They would definitely interrogate the surviving rebels, but they would never believe that a red-haired woman could easily kill this group of terrorists. Where did you learn this skill? Raynor teased Carrigan as she walked back to the hall. Told him. Carrigan's answer was simple and neat. Well done. Augustus said to Carrigan and Raynor. Jimmy, it seems that your shooting skills have improved a lot during the time I haven't seen you. I have long been the best marksman in the Revolutionary Army. Renault laughed. Even snipers can't be as accurate as me. I'm no longer the boy from Shiloh yesterday. I'm Sharpshooter Jim, the savior of mankind. Let's go. We have to leave here quickly. Augustus said immediately. Although we have the documents to legally possess these weapons, I don't want to be questioned endlessly by the federal police. Let's go, Matt. We will take you home first. I heard you say that they are also the rebels. Matt asked Augustus in confusion as he followed Augustus out of the restaurant and walked away. Why are you doing this? The reason is obvious. Renault said in a matter-of-fact tone. They are shooting at unarmed civilians. And we won't do that. Augustus said to Matt. The Cal Revolutionary Army is completely different from these so-called rebels. We uphold our justice. We are the protectors of the people. Our resistance is for all the people. We will never kill innocent people. This is the difference between us and the federal government and other rebels. Thank you for your vote. Chapter 241 Carrigan's Date. After the Revolutionary Army seekers conducted a long investigation and a certain degree of contact with the political inclinations of the Horner family in New Canaan, Augustus was able to determine that this local small family was both sympathetic to Korhal and had a considerable degree of anti-federalism. Therefore, after sending Matt Horner, who was enthusiastic about the revolution, back to the Horner family, Augustus was able to have a long conversation with his parents as a Revolutionary Army officer, and promised to send Matt to Imogen University in the future, and pay all his tuition. After that, Augustus was very politely told by the Horner family's parents that they had to take some time to decide whether to send their young second son to a colonial rebel army with an unpredictable fate. It was also because of this that Augustus was able to stay on Tirada 9th for a longer period of time to experience the local customs and the unique tourism industry. But the Korhal Revolutionary Army had not yet stopped its work. A considerable number of agents who had received professional training in Imogen and the backbone of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party had infiltrated the many colonies and satellites of the Tirada system under various fake identities. The revolutionary ideas began to spread in this system with the footsteps of these people. In early April of this year, Augustus, who was temporarily idle, came to a restaurant in the XC district of New Canaan and attended a date with the legendary ghost agent Sarah Carrigan with a strange feeling. At this time, it had been nearly 2 years since Augustus and Kerrigan first met in Korhal IV, and the opportunity for them to meet was that the ghost agent cut off the head of the substitute of Augustus' father, Augustus Mengsk. The ex-sea district of New Canaan is far away from the city center. As the oldest urban area, the ex-sea district, which was formerly a fishing village, is home to a large population, including both the middle class who can maintain a relatively decent life and the poor working class. Ex-sea district also has the first and largest interstellar port in Tel-Aviv. Every day, hundreds of contract workers and cheap laborers from other planets are sent to the starport by mammoth transport ships. After passing various quarantines and health tests, these people will be transported to various resorts to make huge profits for their bosses by doing work far beyond their salary value. The glamorous life of the nobles and ruling class in Tel-Aviv is built on the suffering of these people, and the regulatory agencies of the Terran Federation government turn a blind eye to this because they are also the beneficiaries of the 26th century slave trade. Bankrupts, unemployed people and a large number of war refugees from various Federation Alliance colony planets poured into the core world, bringing a short-lived prosperity and high crime rates to local areas. This urban area is a mixed bag, but the security in the area near the starport is relatively stable. A large number of capable Tel-Aviv police and armed security guards meticulously guard the employer's property, but few criminals will rob stores at noon. The restaurant where Augustus was located was built in the post-Baroque era. The building with 3 arched windows protruding from the center was designed with 2 rows of large windows with delicate triangular lintels and elegant cornices. The 3-dimensional house style was unified and orderly. Judging from the gorgeous architectural style of the restaurant and the family emblem on the eaves, it was obviously a small investment from a certain federal creation family. The interior was clean and tidy, and all the service staff had received relatively professional training, so their quality was not uneven. Everyone thought that the local nobles of Tirida were the most powerful people in Tirida, but in fact, in a city like New Canaan, 90% of the land belonged to the creation families of the Federation. They were the largest real estate merchants and the main investors in the pillar industries. There were not many people in the restaurant. Most of them were tourists who came to New Canaan for tourism, and at least half of them were Augustus guards and well-trained agents. These revolutionary soldiers who were responsible for protecting the marshal and were ready to sacrifice for it all had serious expressions. Even when they were enjoying delicious food, they used their knives and forks as if they were holding swords. Their stone-hard faces and the bulging muscles on their arms always showed the people around them how difficult these tough guys were to mess with. The date's heroine was not very satisfied with so many people around, but she didn't want to put the revolutionary marshal in danger because of her own selfish desires. There were too many people willing to die to protect Augustus, but there was only one leader like him after all. If he was gone, it would only be a matter of time before the revolutionary army fell apart. However, no matter how serious the expressions of these revolutionary soldiers who had been fighting on the battlefield for many years were, they were very concerned about the progress of this date. In any case, this matter would definitely become their capital to brag to their descendants many years later. Today, Augustus did not dress up for this purpose. After all, the few military uniforms in his wardrobe were enough to handle any date. Augustus was wearing a black coat with a stand-up collar, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking relaxed and smiling, as if he was already familiar with this kind of scene, and the girl with long fiery red hair in front of him was just one of the girls surrounding him. However, in fact, Augustus should not have much experience in dating beautiful girls. According to his experience over the years, he should be particularly good at drinking and chatting with the vulgar men in the military camp. The heroine opposite him, Sarah Kerrigan, was amazingly beautiful. Her beauty was very different from those noble ladies of Korhal IV or Tarsus, and she did not have any affectation at all. Kerrigan was like a nice emerald lotus emerging from the water, naturally without any decoration. Sarah Kerrigan wore a black custom-made petticoat evening dress with pleated trims. In this black evening gown, the Imogen fashion designer has reached the pinnacle of using transparent silk fabrics. The smooth and close-fitting evening gown is closely attached to Kerrigan's beautiful body curves, and the undulating hem of the skirt hangs down to her ankles like a wave. There is an unfolding fishtail train at the back of this evening gown. When Kerrigan sits on the chair, the dark pink background train will unfold like a peacock's tail, which is beautiful. This is a gift from Augustus to Kerrigan on her 17th birthday. It is also the first birthday gift she has received since her 5th birthday. Kerrigan is not keen on beautiful clothes and other shiny accessories. Her clothes can be described as simple. She often switches between military uniforms and ghost special combat uniforms, but that does not mean that she does not like these things in her heart. In Kerrigan's heart, she is still a little girl who needs protection. Finally, this day is not so busy for you. Kerrigan said to Augustus opposite her. You can finally take a good look at me. Kerrigan's love for Augustus was planted when they first met. Augustus saved Kerrigan at the darkest moment of her life, like a beam of light in her tragic and dark life. In his heart, Augustus never regarded Kerrigan as a tool for assassination or an object that could be discarded after use. He truly treated her as an equal and respected person. Augustus was probably the only person in the world who was not afraid of Kerrigan at all. His act of appointing him as his personal guard was the best proof. After 2 years of precipitation, in Kerrigan's heart, Augustus had become a person who was absolutely irreplaceable. This was not an incredible thing. After all, almost every girl who met Augustus loved him. Augustus not only had a distinct leadership temperament and charm, but was also a man who could give women a reliable sense of security. His brother Arcturus gave his own explanation for Augustus's charm to women. That is, it was impossible for anyone not to like his younger brother Augustus Mengsk. Augustus showed his signature smile, admiring Kerrigan's long fiery red hair, her rounded shoulders, arms, and the shallow V-shaped outline of her strapless bra. Kerrigan's outfit was obviously the style of a noble woman of Korhal IV. She wore sheepskin gloves longer than her elbows on her arms, and a nearly transparent silk cape on her shoulders, which added a bit of mysterious and unknown temptation. Usually, Kerrigan always tied her hair into a neat long ponytail, which was to cope with her work that was almost like an agent. But now Kerrigan's permed fiery red hair was like a wave on her exposed shoulders. Radiant. Augustus gave his own evaluation. Compared to Lisa Cassidy, Ariel Hansen, Clara Terra, and Lilith Hort, they are not as beautiful as you are today. Augustus smiled, took a plate of dessert from a waiter next to him with great grace, and then handed it to Kerrigan. Do you really think so? The disadvantage of dating a psychic is that she knows what you are thinking. Therefore, all the sweet words and vows must stand up to the real test. Most importantly, the immature feelings and the desire to explore the unknown areas of each other when young men and women are dating are gone. Of course. Augustus said frankly, what else can I think? It is not wise to mention other ladies on a date. I must remind you of this, Miss Kerrigan. Few people know which woman Augustus really likes. It is not because there are too many women around Augustus that it is difficult to distinguish them, but rather that he never shows that he likes anyone in particular. Augustus spends much more time with his brothers, soldiers, and combat command rooms than with women. The generals around him can even use this as evidence to prove that Augustus loves Harnack more than Kerrigan. However, Kerrigan knows clearly that Augustus actually likes her. This feeling was quite strange, as if Augustus had liked this girl before he met Kerrigan. Every time Kerrigan read this thought, that made Augustus blush in his mind. He felt incredible. It was as if Augustus had loved Kerrigan in his previous life. So, how else can you praise me? Kerrigan stood up, holding up her skirt, and gently turned around. The Flamine-style skirt was like dancing petals. The physical training that the ghost agent received had tempered Kerrigan's almost perfect figure. The tailor-made and carefully cut black dress rose and fell with Kerrigan's S-shaped curves, which was very seductive. You are so perfect, Sarah. Augustus put down his glass and smiled at Kerrigan and said, Augustus rarely flattered a woman like this, but that didn't mean he was not good at it. What would you like to eat? Then, Augustus picked up the menu again and swept his fingers over several desserts, fried foods and expensive wines. However, Augustus did not wait for the answer he wanted. When he looked up to find the answer, the fragrance of perfume hit him, and the lipstick-coated, flaming red lips were reflected on his lips. The girl's kiss was so immature and clumsy that it seemed too passionate and hot. It was a long breathless kiss. The girl with long curly red hair rested her hands on the table, and the 2 strands of red hair hanging from her cheeks kissed Augustus. They kissed as if there was only 1 minute left in their lives. When Kerrigan let go of Augustus, she blushed and breathed quickly because of this suffocating deep kiss. Augustus was so skilled that Kerrigan trembled. An onlooker who didn't have eyes whistled at an inappropriate time, which made Kerrigan even more shy. Sarah Kerrigan has always been a person with strong self-control and a calm mind, but in normal life she has a hot temper. If someone provokes this ghost agent, what awaits him is either a bullet or a cold word like a knife. But now Kerrigan is really like a shy girl. You are much more proactive than I thought. Augustus laughed. You are always so good at playing with women. If I don't kiss you, you will never kiss me. Kerrigan sat down angrily and looked at her exquisite red shoes in frustration. I never play with others. Augustus felt the kiss and said with a smile, where did you hear these rumors from? I definitely haven't tasted all the ladies and girls in Tarsinus. I think it must be that bastard Hanak who said it. He is just jealous of me. How should I know? I'm not you. Kerrigan said, you always have some secrets from me. As for the part about loving you, I have no reservations. Augustus said sincerely, I swear, you are my first girlfriend in this life. He said, I hope this is the last one. Kerrigan said with a blushing face. Augustus stood up and took Kerrigan's slender hand in a black glove. Let's go back. Where to? Kerrigan knew the meaning behind Augustus' words. I can feel your ugly, primitive, animal-like fierce surface thoughts. Really? Chapter 242 Overthrow the Federation and get married. This is a star-rated hotel located on the coast of the Emerald Sea in New Canaan. A dozen warm wide rectangular buildings surround the golden beach on the coast. Each hotel building, which is only 3 stories high, is independent. The main body of the building is supported by a 100-foot-high alloy column. The guests staying here can look out at the world-famous emerald green sea of the Terran Empire through the wide and long glass window near the ocean. Augustus pulled his hand out of Kerrigan's warm embrace, spread the quilt, and walked down the hardwood bed covered with soft silk fabrics. Augustus first went to the bathroom to take a luxurious hot bath, and then returned to the bedroom. When Augustus put on his new shirt and put on a black square collar and trousers, the climate-controlled device in the room started working, making a very small fan sound. As usual, Augustus always wakes up at the same time in the morning. This is a habit he has maintained since entering the Telesis second boot training camp. Augustus is always the first to wake up and wake up every comrade of the heavenly demon. Opening the curtains of the window facing the ocean, the warm sun of the Telida system was hanging over the rippling emerald green ocean. Thousands of wide sailboats and floating signs were floating on the Emerald Sea. The whaling ship that had just left the port was heading for the distance. Due to the restrictions of local animal protection policies, the whalers here still use the methods of several centuries ago to hunt Telida pilot whales, narwhals and other local giant marine creatures. Otherwise, these magical and beautiful species will be exterminated by humans in a very short time, just like this race that is expanding in the galaxy has done to many planets they have colonized. When the sun poured on the wrinkled sheets, the long red hair buried deep in the quilt jumped and made a cat-like seductive moan. When turning his head to look at the squirming quilt, Augustus couldn't help but recall everything that happened that night. A gentle smile appeared on the corners of Augustus' mouth, and he walked towards Kerrigan on the wooden floor. The graceful red-haired woman curled up in the bed, reaching out to touch the pillow beside her, but nothing was touched. The tremor spread through Kerrigan's body like lightning. She still didn't wake up, but started crying in her dream. Because of his understanding of Kerrigan, Augustus believed that she must be experiencing a terrible nightmare. All the scenes in the nightmare came from her childhood and the scenes in the Ghost Academy. Those who died at her hands were haunting her like ghosts of the past. It is hard to imagine that, if she had killed tens of millions of people, such torture would drive this strong woman crazy. Holding the crying Kerrigan in his arms with guilt, Augustus began to kiss her and stroke her smooth back. Few people know the fragility hidden under the cold iron mask of Kerrigan. She still cries like an ordinary person. But the Terran Federation will never pay attention. They will only force a high-level psychic who will feel extremely painful after killing to keep killing, and then wash away these memories deeply imprinted in her cerebral cortex. Augustus's meaning to Kerrigan is not just a leader worth loyalty and following. When Kerrigan was a ruthless killing machine killing people for the Federation, only Augustus reached out to her and helped her to adapt to normal life again. Until now, Kerrigan still couldn't figure out why Augustus kept a high-level psychic who was defined as extremely unstable by his side. She could only attribute this to his precious temperament and broad-mindedness, and there were so many people with outstanding talents willing to follow him. Because of this, Kerrigan fell in love with Augustus without reservation, and she also believed that this charming man should have such an attraction to other women. Past experiences have given Kerrigan unimaginable trauma. She once lost all her family members. After arriving at the Ghost Academy, the instructors of the academy always use the students' favorite pets or the last commemorative relics left by their families to coerce the psychics to obey orders. In the early stages of the Ghost Project, in order to make the Seekers obey orders, the instructors of the academy did not hesitate to use all means of violence and conspiracy to control their academy and even use drugs. This is why Kerrigan immediately joined the Revolutionary Army after being rescued. She urgently needed an ideal or goal to support her to continue living. Kerrigan has almost never really owned anything. Everything that should belong to her has been destroyed or forcibly taken away. Since coming to Augustus, Kerrigan's life has been completely different from her past cold killer career, so she is even more afraid of losing Augustus. What did you dream about? Augustus smoothed Kerrigan's fiery red hair and kissed her forehead and flaming lips. I dreamed that I lost you, Kerrigan said. They dragged me away from you. I could no longer see you in the light. I fell into darkness again. What are they? Augustus put his face against Kerrigan's hot cheek. Federation? Zerg or Protoss? Don't be afraid. I'm by your side, always and forever, until eternity, until the end of the world. I don't know. They are endless black shadows. Kerrigan sobbed. Never. Augustus held Kerrigan in his arms and promised her gently, in the name of God, in the name of Jesus, and in the name of anything that could calm Kerrigan down, I will never abandon you, Sarah. No one can take you away from me. No one. No matter what the enemy is, they can never take you away. How can this be? Kerrigan said to Augustus, I love you, Augustus. I love you too. Augustus comforted Kerrigan and described a beautiful future to her in a very calm tone. When we overthrow the tyranny of the federal government and establish a system based on love and equality, we will get married. The wedding will take place in the Cathedral of Tarsus, under the stained glass. There will be millions of flowers there, and all the Terrans will bless a union. He said, we will give birth to several children, and choose my heir from them. I hope I'm not one of your many wives. Kerrigan stopped crying, and had returned to normal. She had always been confident in Augustus's charm, and suspected that, once this man started to indulge himself, there would be many wanton and unrestrained women vying to be his mistresses. I don't need that much, Augustus said. In the following time, Augustus enjoyed Kerrigan's coquettishness and charm. They kept kissing, feeling each other's warmth, until Kerrigan stood up and prepared to put on her clothes. Kerrigan did not avoid Augustus's gaze, but only then did she realize that the long black evening dress she took off last night was really unwearable. Some of the fabric was completely torn by Augustus. What should I do? Kerrigan held the torn black gloves. She just felt sorry for it. This is very expensive. The new dress has been prepared a long time ago. Augustus picked up his personal terminal that was upgraded by the Revolutionary Army technicians. Corporal Faraday sent out the new dress. Kerrigan's extraordinary hearing could hear that Corporal Faraday on the other end was very serious and assured Augustus that he would transport it like transporting tens of millions of tons of nuclear weapons. Perhaps the latter still stubbornly believed that everything the Revolutionary Army Marshal asked him to do was to be able to make further progress in this great revolutionary journey. But that is the most expensive thing you gave me, Kerrigan said to Augustus. I will send you a few more. Augustus knew the cunning meaning of Kerrigan, who had just become a woman from a girl. I thought you might stay in bed for a while. Augustus admired Kerrigan's beautiful body, her perfect waistline and her long legs with amazing proportions. The wonderful memory of last night once again appeared in Augustus' mind. This is about the pair of powerful and toned legs wrapped around his waist, and those legs can easily kick a marine's neck or twist their throat. Kerrigan is definitely the most dangerous woman Augustus has ever seen, and this dangerous meaning is in all senses. Okay. Kerrigan went to take a shower with peace of mind. From Kerrigan's cheesing eyes, she seemed to be happy to have something happen with Augustus in the bathroom. Augustus waited at the door for the person who came to deliver the skirt. It was not Corporal Faraday, but Mira Han with a playful smile on her face. How does it feel? Mira, who had a pink ponytail, put her hands horizontally in the two pockets behind her black leather pants and blinked. What do you mean? Augustus took a new long skirt and coat from Mira's hand and said with a smile. Of course, it's the feeling of conquering a red-haired woman. Mira still knows a lot. This is not a conquest, Mira. Augustus said to Mira. But I will remember that night forever, forever. But you look very frivolous. Mira said, I heard that Titus Finley can fight 8 people without taking a breath. There is no comparison between animals and humans. Augustus said, and I can still run another 10 kilometers as usual. You don't know how powerful Kerrigan is. She hardly feels tired. Kerrigan is far better than 20 women. Maybe she just wants you to be so tired that you don't want to touch other women. Mira laughed. Are you taking any contraceptive measures? She said something shocking as usual. No. Augustus said frankly, I hope Kerrigan can get pregnant with my child. That sounds so erotic. Mira covered her mouth in surprise. A little bit. Augustus shrugged. Speaking of which, what color should the child's hair be? Judging from Valerian's blonde hair, the gray hair of the Mengsk family may not be a dominant gene. By then, your family will all be dyed red and golden. Mira said. And psychic talent is hereditary. The descendants of a high-level Seeker are almost certainly also Seekers. The Mengsk family has never had a Seeker. This also means that the one who will rule the Mengsk dynasty in the future will also be a Seeker. Augustus had a lot of complaints in his heart that he couldn't vent. Sometimes he just couldn't match Mira's magical train of thought. I want to establish a republic, not a Mengsk dynasty. He turned to answer a more serious question. Are you the only one who thinks so, or has this idea spread among our evolutionary team? Only a few of us think so. Runstein believes that once you overthrow the Federation and establish a new regime, you will not be able to delegate power to the parliament. The power of the new government will only be concentrated in you and a few people. And Hanak just wants you to be the emperor so that you can directly appoint him as a marshal. Mira said. But what do you think? Are you asking this question out of curiosity or some other reason, or did someone instruct you to do so? Augustus did not answer this question directly. For a long time, he has been advocating the republic, and there is no sign that he will become a dictator in the future. I just asked casually, and I don't want to get any answers from you. Behind Mira's eccentric personality is a quick-thinking smart mind and a deep heart. She sees things much more thoroughly than many people who claim to be smart. Then I will tell you that I have never thought of becoming an emperor or a dictator. Augustus said, if the new Terran Republic no longer needs me, then I will retire. How is it possible? The world will stop without you, and the sun will no longer set and rise. The most elusive thing about Mira is that you never know which of her words are joking. I'm not mocking you, I'm serious. Do you have anything else to say? Augustus waited for a while, and seeing that Mira had not left, he realized that the other party must have something else to say to him. Did I disturb you? Mira asked. No. Augustus looked back. Go ahead. More than a month ago, those of us who stayed in the Serra system reported that the sister star of Marsala, Chatsera, had discovered the Zerg. It was an unrecorded group, and the number was huge. Currently, the Federation army of Chatsera is actually exchanging fire with the Zerg. The Federation has blocked the news, and all the press releases in the Serra system cannot be sent out, so the people of the Federation don't know what happened yet. Mira said to Augustus. How could this happen? Augustus recalled the scene that happened in the Umajan Cerberus Polar Research Station, and realized that the master of the swarm had been attracted by Kerrigan, and turned his attention to the Kaprulu sector. Human genes did not have much appeal to the master of the swarm, but Kerrigan was not. Although humans had encountered the Zerg before the real Zerg invasion in 2499, the Chatsera incident also meant that the outbreak of the Zerg disaster in the Kaprulu sector was likely to be at least 4 to 5 years earlier. However, for the Revolutionary Army that has always wanted to overthrow the Federation's rule, the chaos brought by the Zerg may not necessarily be a bad thing. They came too fast. I hope it's just a Zerg hive army. Time is even more urgent. Thank you for voting. Chapter 243 Tirida. Chapter 243 Tirida 3. Tirida 3 is the second destination of Augustus's trip to the Tirida system. It is the third planet in the system, and one of the 3 planets that can support life. The shuttle Augustus is riding is entering the gravitational field of the planet Tirida 3 and orbiting the planet synchronously, preparing to enter the dense atmosphere of the planet. This butterfly-shaped shuttle painted in bright blue has a pair of symmetrical narrow triangular auxiliary wings. 3 sets of plasma thrusters can ensure that the spacecraft has enough power and endurance to shuttle between the surface of the planet and outer space. The microcurvature engine on it can also support several short-distance jumps across the system. This shuttle was manufactured by the famous Tarsinus Bennett Orbital Shipyard. It can carry up to 20 people and the same weight of cargo. It is the most commonly used shuttle for federal merchants to travel. Augustus only brought a squad of elite guards under an Alt Harnack and Corporal Faraday this time. The one driving it was a captain of the Revolutionary Navy, who was once an experienced cargo ship driver. Like many young Korhal who joined the army with enthusiasm, this ship driver still shines in the field he is best at. His main job is to set up supply ships to travel between planetary supply stations, starports, and fleets. After the Battle of Tarsinus, this supply driver was awarded a Korhal Silverlight Medal for repeatedly driving ships through various dangerous interstellar battlefields, and was given the honor of driving ships for the Marshal. On the control panel in front of Augustus' seat, a blue and green planet was projected on the screen composed of holographic projections. The natural environment of Tirida 3 is far from the beautiful natural scenery of the other 2 sister star systems that orbit each other. The nitrogen and oxygen atmosphere of this planet has a higher ratio of carbon dioxide and methane than ordinary planets. This not only allows this atmosphere to well isolate the excessive radiation caused by being closer to the star, but also creates a humid, hot, and hurricane-prone world for Tirida 3. The origin of life on this planet comes from a comet carrying organic microorganisms. Its life forms have shown a surging development and vitality in the natural evolution of tens of billions of years. Millions of years ago, Tirida 3 was once a beautiful planet with thriving life. The rapid change of life forms made this planet evolve into terrestrial and marine populations with very different forms. However, on Tirida 3, extreme hurricane weather, tsunamis, geological movements or sudden climate changes can instantly destroy an entire era of ancient biological populations, and then the few surviving species will re-rule the land and the sea at a very fast speed on the scale of several years. Since the city built by the last colonists who immigrated to Tirida 3 was destroyed in a terrible tsunami decades ago, officials of the Federal Immigration Bureau and the Central Security Bureau had to reconsider the possibility of recolonizing this planet. Because the supernatural disasters on it that are enough to destroy a civilization can be separated by a span of millions of years at most, but not more than a few years at least. However, the fossils and living species on it make it a treasure trove for studying species evolution and genetic diversity. Although the climate of Tirida is too extreme and changeable to be suitable for a stable and large-scale colonized federal territory, it has a large number of biological observation stations and federal research facilities. Today, the colonists of the Federation are still considering completely changing the natural environment of Tirida 3 through a long process of Earth transformation to make it more suitable for human survival, but this proposal is believed to destroy more than 95% of the native life forms on the planet, and has been strongly opposed by the Kaprulu Animal Protection Association. With the outbreak of the Kalian War, the matter eventually came to nothing. After all, the Terran Federation does not lack habitable planets, and the Tirida system is extremely rare to have 3. The vast majority of the population of Tirida 3 lives in a huge circular orbital city that can accommodate millions of people. However, the person Augustus is looking for, the chief scientist of the Raynor Rangers, Egan Stetman, is not in the orbital city, but in a small town on the surface of the planet Tirida 3. How does it feel to be on the shuttle? I heard you've never been to space. Augustus sat next to Carrigan and young Matt Horner. Sarah Carrigan looked much better than she did 2 years ago. Her high fiery red hair and ruddy face added a bit of mature charm. Everyone in the Marshal's headquarters knew that Marshal Augustus loved this 15-year-old boy very much and cultivated him to the utmost. Matt wore a dark grey sailor uniform and a flat-top military cap from the Revolutionary Army, given to him by Augustus. After several generations of constant discussions and even arguments among the Horner family, they finally decided to send Matt to the Revolutionary Army. In addition to Matt's resolute attitude, the Horner family believed that following someone like Augustus was definitely a glorious and open path, although this mysterious confidence surprised Augustus greatly. If the Horner family had not had a daughter, Augustus might not have gotten away so easily. I feel great, Marshal Augustus. Matt's expression was quite excited. I feel great. That's good. Most people who grew up in the gravity field of a planet don't adapt well to the space environment for the first time. There are always some unlucky guys who vomit and have diarrhea. Augustus looked at Matt. I can't believe you still came with us. After all, you are still a child in the eyes of many people, he said. Because this may be my only chance to get out of the Teledyninth. Matt said, there is always a voice in my heart which keeps telling me that if I miss this opportunity, I may have to wait for many more years. Very good, as long as you don't regret it, I have no problem. Augustus said to Matt. Matt, I thought we might have made a wasted trip. After all, you are still too young. Jim Raynor, who was sitting in the back seat, said. Kid, I still have to remind you. In our Revolutionary Army, many people were full of ambition before joining the army, but they regretted it the moment they entered the barracks or stepped onto the battlefield. Some people may still think that the Revolutionary Army is just a mob of peasant uprisings, but what awaits these people is the punishment of deserters. He reminded the young man from Teleda in front of him, who could only be called a big boy, with a serious expression. Don't scare Matt, otherwise I can only rely on Hanek to drive the boat for me. Augustus laughed. I haven't driven a boat, but I have driven a vulture car. Hanek, who was next to Renault, said immediately when he saw Augustus mentioned him. But I don't think it's a big deal. I can do it. Marshal, I will never be a deserter. Matt was in awe. I came here because I want to be the most heroic revolutionary soldier, and I'm ready to sacrifice for it at any time. I don't need you to sacrifice, Matt. I never doubt that you will become a general or even a marshal in the future, Augustus said with a smile. Augustus' words surprised Matt. He obviously had never thought of this possibility. In comparison, Matt thought that his greatest achievement in this life might be to be Augustus's full-time driver. I never thought of becoming a general, Matt said. Then you should make this your ideal now. Augustus put away his smile and said, next, I will arrange for you to serve as a trainee sailor on the Hyperion. After a while, you may be assigned to Captain Renault to learn driving and daily management affairs of the warship from his first mate and executive commander. Once the time is right, I will send you to the University of the capital of Umoyan. After you complete 2 to 3 years of study, I will find you again and let you serve as the captain of one of the battle cruisers in my fleet. Yes, sir, Matt said seriously. Augustus patted Matt's shoulder from behind, obviously very close to this boy, but Matt still sat upright and acted quite nervous. Matt still needed a lot of time to adapt to the change of identity. The difference in age and status did not allow him to regard Augustus as a friend or brother who could confide in him. He always respected and feared this great revolutionary leader. At this time, the shuttle Augustus was riding in had passed through the atmosphere of Terran III, and after a bumpy ride, it landed on a steel-cast docking platform in the northern hemisphere. The landing site was located between a low-lying swamp, and further away were forests and small lakes scattered around. A large number of strange and colorful creatures thrived in the wet swamp, and the sky was full of flying creatures similar to small pterosaurs. The footprints of huge creatures could still be vaguely seen on the ground, and large groups of small colorful lizards with webbed feet ran through the muddy swamp. This docking platform was built in the early colonial era, and has been abandoned for quite a long time. The rusty docking platform still has faded cordons and painted warning signs. There is filth, mud and abandoned machinery everywhere, but no traces of human activity can be seen. Terran III is now in an extremely warm era, with lush forests covering 70% of the land, and the types of life are exploding. A considerable part of the local biota comes from cold-blooded creatures and mammals brought by humans. Their evolution speed on this planet far exceeds that of their origin. In just over 100 years, the small lizards that were originally brought as pets by the first batch of colonists have grown 20 times in size and evolved into hundreds of regional subspecies, which is amazing. This is a paradise for biologists. The most famous universities and research institutions in the Korhal sector have built research institutions in Tirada. In addition to the extremely rich and diverse biota and extremely fast evolution speed of Tirada III, which are of great research value, the local lost civilization relics buried in the thick geological layer are also one of the reasons why this planet has so many scientific research stations. Many evidences show that the planets in the Tirada system, even more than 3 colonizable planets, have a large number of ancient civilization relics. Huge dark green crystal pillars are scattered throughout the underground caves, and the huge temples used to sing praises to their gods have reached the pinnacle of art and aesthetics that humans can imagine. A considerable number of alien mystics believe that this was once the homeworld of an ancient civilization, which had already developed to the age of interstellar travel and colonized most of the planets in this galaxy. They were even able to transform a dead rocky planet to give it a complete atmosphere and biosphere, which may be the reason why the Tirada galaxy has so many habitable planets. 1,000 years or even longer ago, this ancient civilization abandoned or temporarily left their homeland for unknown reasons, and then humans discovered this galaxy and began to implement a colonization policy. The people who are still on Tirada III, in addition to the surviving early immigrants and the local residents of the second to third small-scale immigrants, are elite scientists from various Federal Alliance colonies. On the surface of the planet, the number of scientific research institutions is even greater than the number of semi-dome huts of local residents. Augustus walked down from the shuttle with a dozen armed revolutionary guards and ordered Corporal Faraday to take people to confirm the surrounding situation. Because the oxygen content in the air of Tirada III is higher than that of ordinary Earth-like planets, everyone began to wear assisted respirators under Augustus' order. Although it is not impossible to breathe, outsiders who stay in such an environment for a long time are likely to suffer from oxygen intoxication. There is not even a shadow of a person here. Raynor put on the assisted respirator, but I think we are just here to find dinosaurs. Thanks to the high oxygen content here, there are also too many giant insects in Tirada. I heard that the Zerg are constantly plundering the genes of other races in the galaxy, and they may like this place. While Raynor was talking, a blood-sucking insect that was 1 foot long flew past them, and in the blink of an eye it was burned to ashes by a marshal's guard using a Humagen plasma torch. It is hard to imagine how the local residents survive on a planet full of poisonous insects and large predators. I don't want the Zerg to invade the Tirada system one day, Augustus said. What happened to Chasera proves that the Zerg can only bring destruction. Augustus recently received a report from the Marcera Revolutionary Army. They reported that the Zerg invasion in Chasera has not been contained. The number of people is only tens of thousands, which is obviously outnumbered compared to the huge Zerg swarm. At present, the Zerg fungus blanket has covered an entire subcontinent and a vast ocean, and the federal fleet that came to support has never been heard from. Now, the militia and planetary defense forces of Chasera are still resisting the Zerg invasion. If the Federation does not take resolute and decisive measures, then no matter how they block the news, it will be useless. Sooner or later, everyone in the Federation will know what happened in the Sera system, which will cause panic among tens of billions of people and distrust of the federal government and the army. The commander of the Revolutionary Army in Marcera named the Zerg that invaded the Sera galaxy the Jumunganda Swarm, because there were a large number of hydralisks among them, and this snake-like creature reminded humans of the giant snake in Norse mythology that coiled around the world. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Against Etman. Chapter 244 Against Etman. Although the official website of the local Wildlife Management Bureau showed that the dangerous large predators and poisonous creatures in the area were kept within a controllable range, Augustus and his men still took adequate protective measures. In the sparsely populated Terran III, relic hunters and poachers were far more dangerous than wild beasts and poisonous insects. It took them more than 10 minutes to walk across a relatively flat terrace, passing a deciduous tree forest where a scrapped combined logging machine was parked, and arriving at a town composed of brick and stone buildings. The layout of this nameless town has a pastoral natural beauty, with paths crisscrossing among the scattered colonists' cottages. The main walls of all the houses are made of irregular colored stones and industrial adhesives, dotted with beautiful pebbles taken from nearby rivers. The locals use limestone to build their roofs, so these houses with colorful walls and grey roofs have become the iconic landscape of this town that may have long been forgotten by the federal government. Affected by the hot and humid weather and the occasional cold snaps, the locals also built chimneys and fireplaces. Large exhaust fans and solar panels were installed on the tops of the houses. The sound of the fans rotating was as common as the sound of the wind. The streets of the town were paved with bricks, and on both sides were nurseries surrounded by wooden fences. In front of each house, there were flowers blooming, full of local exotic angiosperms. There were about 500 to 1,000 residents living in the town. Each of them managed at least dozens of acres of farmland or forests. At the same time, quarrying was also one of the important sources of local economy. Almost all young people had to learn how to hunt and deal with local dangerous and abnormal creatures and poisonous plants that were hard to guard against. Life here was like that of Korhal IV more than 100 years ago. The first colonists mainly made a living by planting. Advanced large-scale machinery and the vast land reclaimed by the pioneers brought sufficient food to the colonists. Generally speaking, the population of the colony will grow rapidly within 30 years, but as far as Augustus knew, the population of this town has remained at around 1,000 since records began. The complex, ever-changing and extremely dangerous natural environment may be the main reason for this problem. Some people have also reported that they have never come out after entering some ancient ruins. On the other hand, the nearby scientific research laboratories are still recruiting a large number of locals to work in the scientific cities they built between mountains, lakes and seas. As a result, the originally small number of local residents gradually began to migrate to the largest small and medium-sized cities built on the basis of scientific research stations. In these cities, the cutting-edge technology from the core world of the Terran Federation has greatly improved the quality of life of mankind. All the cities of Terran III are closer to university cities, and most of the residents regard scientific research as their only job. In contrast, the residents of Terran III still live a relatively primitive life. It is far away from the hustle and bustle, but it has also derailed the development process of this world. Generally speaking, this is a paradise for those who are persecuted, or just want a quiet life, but for the local residents, this peaceful but mediocre life may not be a torture. Often, the young people of Terran III will choose to enter the city to seek a way out. If these people have academic talents, then they may get the olive branch extended to them by the scientific research station. Augustus' arrival broke the long-standing peace of this remote town. Local residents have always been wary of such outsiders. At the beginning, some people came forward to ask Augustus to show his Terran Federation citizen ID card and use the ID reader to verify Augustus' identity. The Terran Federation galaxy is not only a cradle of a large number of lives, but also a paradise for pirates, smugglers and wanted criminals. Therefore, the people here are quite repulsive to unidentified outsiders. To this day, human scientists still cannot explain the strange strong magnetic field in some areas of the Terran galaxy planets, while others who attribute it to the ruins of lost civilizations are accused of being ignorant. The complex natural environment and the mysterious force field that can greatly disrupt radio wave signals make this place a hiding place for those with ulterior motives. The Terran Federation Central Security Bureau also believes that there are more than one rebel organization hiding on the rarely visited Terran 3 and 8th. This judgment may have been just a figment of the imagination or a scam to get some funds, but now, the biggest enemy of the Terran Federation, the Korhal Revolutionary Army, has indeed established large or small bases of operations in the 3-star systems of the Terran system. This is a good place, the people are simple and honest, and there are cute little animals everywhere. After sending away the small town police officer who came to question him, Raynor put away his ID card. "So, where is the child named Egan? We spent a lot of effort to get here," Raynor said. "It's too hot here, it's damp and humid, I want to go home." Hanek smoothed his wet red coxcomb in frustration, trying to make the hair on his head stand up again. From the beginning, after arriving in the Terran system, Augustus only said that his intelligence department had found a few talents, and then they ran all the way here. Everyone knows that the revolutionary marshal is eager to seek talents and appoint people based on their talents. He does not hesitate to visit and respect the talents he values. But the mysterious intelligence department is what others care about most, and the August National Security Committee and the United States Intelligence Agency, the largest intelligence departments of the party, are also confused. Augustus will not tell them that he is just doing something like collecting people. He has been discovering these talents who will shine in the future in advance, and making them use them for himself. Go forward, there is no house number here, but if you ask Stetman, all the residents know where he is. Augustus asked Raynor and Hanek to be patient. Augustus led their followers through the entire town, and came to a brick house at the end. Compared with other houses in the town, this house is much simpler. Today is the weekend, he doesn't have to go to school, he should be at home. Augustus walked to the door of the house with 2 steps and carefully observed the strange numbers, formulas and some simple drawings engraved on the door panel, including some parts and 2 stick figures, one large and one small. Dang dang, the door is made of wood, with a password lock on it but no doorbell. At first, Augustus did not get a response. He knocked patiently for more than 10 seconds until the people outside could hear the sound of something breaking in the house. "Who's knocking?" After a while, the door opened from the inside, and a boy with messy greasy black hair poked his head out from the gap in the door. He seemed to have just woken up and looked sleepy. "Ah, it's you." Egan Stetman stared at Augustus's feet wearing field army infantry boots, and then looked up. He was even too short, probably less than 5 feet tall, so that he looked like a dwarf in front of the tall Augustus. Among the Tyranids of this age, he was either malnourished and had a slow development, or had some disease. "No, it's you." He saw the people standing behind Augustus and finally reacted. "Who are you?" Stetman's voice was sharp and thin, but considering that he was still a child who had not reached the puberty period, it was nothing to be surprised about. "I'm Augustus Mengsk, the Marshal of the Korhal Revolutionary Army," Augustus said with a smile. "Hello, is this a self-introduction?" Stetman was not very good at talking to people. "I'm Egan Stetman, and my dream is to become the most famous scientist in the field of Teleta 3 research. Although you may not believe it, I'm indeed a genius. I'm still very confident in myself." "Oh," Augustus smiled. "I know. I also know that you are a genius." "Oh, thank you." "That's right, Augustus Mengsk." Stetman was complacent with Augustus' recognition. "I have heard of this name. 2 merchants who claimed to be from the Sons of Korhal told me that a man named Augustus Mengsk would come to me soon. I spent a long time. What exactly is the revolution they are talking about? Maybe I don't really understand it, but it's no big deal. What did they tell you?" "The part about me." Augustus' voice was quite gentle. "They say you are the greatest freedom fighter and hero, or the savior of the world and the savior of mankind. I say that such a person cannot exist. He is a saint, not an individual." At this time, Stetman noticed that many people were staring at him. He realized that he had never spoken in front of so many people. The sudden nervousness made him feel short of breath. "Oh, I didn't mean that." Of course, Stetman sadly found that he suddenly stuttered and began to talk nonsense uncontrollably. Abba, this is too bad." He muttered to himself sadly, trying to find every explanation to prove that he was not a loser who talked nonsense when he was nervous and a mild autistic person who always immersed himself in his own world when talking. But he ate expired canned pickled fish yesterday and was not in good shape today. "Yes, that's right." Stetman didn't realize that he said what he was thinking. Don't be nervous, relax kid. Augustus gave Stetman a gentle smile. I will wait patiently for you to finish. Believe in yourself, Egan, you can do it. Well, I think I should invite you to come in and sit down. This is an old Earth proverb that my father once taught me, which probably means that those who come are guests. Egan opened his door and invited Augustus and others in. Your father? Augustus did not receive a report on this part. In fact, all the investigations about Stetman pointed to a sad fact. I haven't seen him for a long time. I still mention him occasionally. I always remind myself not to mention it again in the future. Augustus wanted to touch the boy's head, but he hesitated when he reached for the oil on his hair. Stetman quickly ran into his bedroom, which made Augustus miss this opportunity in the end. The guests originally thought that Stetman's house would be a bit messy, but the actual situation was much better than they imagined. On several limp tables were many electronic components, cables, and electronic integrated boards, among which there were silver wheels of unknown purpose. What is he doing? Raynor looked at the parts on the table. It looks like these things were picked up from somewhere. I'm studying some kind of deflection field generator, trying to create a movable plasma shield force field. Stetman took out a few packs of cigarettes, tea leaves and dusty glasses from his bedroom. He was obviously very happy that someone was interested in his research, although the fact might not be the case. So did you succeed? I remember that Rory Swan's engineering group was also studying this thing, but it seems to use psychic energy. Augustus said. Not yet. Maybe I didn't use psychic energy. What is that? Stetman had recovered his confidence from the blow just now, and was glad that he spoke so fluently without making any mistakes. But I did repair a few abandoned toasters and weather forecast robots. This is not an easy task. I only found out after I destroyed the boss. Do you want to know how I solved the voltage problem? No, thank you. Augustus took a deep breath. Now we have more important things to do. You should know why I'm here. We are here to take you away from Terran III. I know about this. Stetman knew that he always spoke without thinking, and always said whatever came to his mind, but he could never change it. Privately, Stetman would attribute this to the influence of his missing father. When are we going? I mean, I'm ready. Marshal Augustus, I think I should call you sir now. The people of the Sons of Korhal said you would let me go directly into the laboratory. He said. That's right. Augustus said, I give you much more than you can get on Terran III. How did the two Sons of Korhal merchants convince you? Later they gave me 10 bags of rice, each bag weighing 55 pounds. Sir. Stetman said, and I also want to make some contributions to others. Of course, each of them is a great person. Augustus smiled and said, if you have packed up, then let's go quickly. I think I have to confirm whether I have taken anything. Stetman walked back to his bedroom on his own. Can I take the game console I repaired? Of course. Augustus waved his hand. I never said you can't do that. Little brat. I hate little brats the most. Hannock rolled his eyes. He spoke in a very low voice, not as loud as usual. The experience over the years has made this irritable and rude Sherlock boy understand some of the ways of the world. Why does he talk so much nonsense? You used to be a little brat. Raynor choked Hannock. Thanks for voting. Chapter 245 Alien Threat. Terran 8. The base of operations for the Revolutionary Army is under construction. The planet shares a common orbit with its sister planet Terran System 9, which is also famous for being a tourist destination. The two deep blue planets are close to each other and yet far away from each other under the attraction of each other's gravity. This unique binary orbit brings magnificent tidal landscapes and a unique but vibrant natural ecology to the two planets. Terran 8 is also one of the first colonized planets by early immigrants. This planet has always been famous in the system for its orderly streets, neat campuses and rich academic atmosphere. Like Terran 9, the climate of Terran varies greatly in different dimensions. It is common to see cold tundra on one side and tropical rainforest on the other side at the intersection of longitude and latitude. The urban styles in different regions vary greatly. Modern cities on the plains, red industrial cities in the Gobi Desert, scientific cities with high green coverage, and military steel fortresses in the ice and snow can all be found on Terran Empire. The Korhal Revolutionary Army operation base under construction is close to the equator of Terran Empire. The temperature here is stable at more than 30 degrees Celsius all year round, and the temperature is even higher at perihelion. The air is hot and extremely humid, and all building materials must be treated with rust prevention. Rory Swan's Revolutionary Army 1st Engineering Corps is fully responsible for the construction of this operation base, and his deputy, Kel-morian Viktor Kaksinski, is personally on site to oversee the construction. In addition to a Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps with 2 battalions and a logistics support department, there is also a full Revolutionary Army Marine Battalion stationed here. Augustus Temporary Marshal Command Center is set up here. With this operation base as the center, the Revolutionary Army fleet can quickly deploy troops to the surface of the planet. Judging from the current defense situation of the Federation garrison in the Terran system, the Revolutionary Army only needs a powerful blitzkrieg to destroy and occupy these planets within 2 to 3 days. The huge Revolutionary Army fleet is still anchored at the edge of the interstellar, maintaining a relatively static orbit on the dark side of a giant gas planet that is 100 times the size of the Earth, to avoid radar and detector searches. As long as Augustus gives an order, it will be effortless to capture the laxly defended Terran system. However, the problem is that, even if the Revolutionary Army can capture the Terran system, they have no way to defend it. This system belongs to the core area of the Terran Federation, and the Terran naval fleet can quickly arrive to quell the rebellion. Therefore, Augustus still adopts a strategy basically the same as the Mars Era uprising. The Revolutionary Army will control the Terran system through gradual infiltration and political propaganda against the tyranny of the Federation, but will not launch an uprising for the time being. The hatred of the lower class people who make up the majority of the population in the Terran system towards the Terran Federation and the upper class will become fertile soil for nourishing the revolution. When Augustus' army fights the main fleet of the Terran Federation on the other side of the Korhal sector in the future, the Terran system will immediately change its flag and become a nail that Augustus has driven into the heart of the Federation, causing the Federation army to be in a state of panic. Now Augustus is standing in the command center of the base of operations, watching reports from the revolutionary guerrillas of the Terran system, most of which are images of the Zerg invading the Zerg system. In Chatsera, millions of Zerg flying creatures that block out the sun and sky are surrounding the planet, and they look like a black halo to another Mars Era orbital telescope in the system. The Zerg fungus blanket that Augustus had seen at the Victor V Federation Alien Research Station has covered the northern hemisphere of the Chatsera system. The dark purple sticky fungus blanket has vine-like, tentacle-like protrusions that extend deep into the ground, as if sucking the nutrients that support life on this planet. The once lush planet is now barren, and the emerald green planet has turned into a grey and sickly dark brown, and all life on it has been devoured by the Zerg swarm. This is the survival rule of the Zerg race. If all creatures cannot provide them with genetic materials for evolution, they can only feed the entire Zerg swarm and make it stronger. At this moment, in front of Augustus, there is an LED 2D screen, on which is the image sent back from the capital of Zechasera. There is an underground organization of the Ka Revolutionary Army responsible for organizing propaganda. To this day, the Terran Federation is still doing its best to block the news of the Sera Galaxy. Any reports about this catastrophe have been cut off. Only the Revolutionary Army left there by Augustus has sent back some images intermittently. The screen shows a picture recorded by a farm surveillance camera using an infrared detector. Densely packed K9-like alien creatures are advancing towards the silent farm in the pitch black night. Those swift and violent alien creatures are jumping over the gradually withering land of Chatsera like a tide. Their eyes emitting orange and red light in the dark remind Augustus of the Ka wolves at midnight. At first glance, they look no different from a pack of wolves in winter, except that the number of these Zerg was even greater, so great that the camera was filled with dense red heat points, like a constantly moving red river. The vast sea of Zerg soon submerged the entire farm. In the final scene, huge, pulsating organic chunks of meat, tumors, and pulsating tendons gradually covered the farmhouses on the farm, and hideous creatures mutated from local creatures, Humans, dogs, and other livestock wandered around like wandering zombies. What the hell are these? The stuff we found on the Victor V was just a few Zerg babies. Jim Raynor looked at the hideous alien creatures on the screen with a solemn expression. I'm afraid so. Augustus said, they come from outside the Kaprulu sector, and the Zerg that invaded Chasera are probably only a small part of its huge population. This video is from more than a month ago, and the situation in Chasera can only be worse now. And we have reason to believe that Marcera has also been affected, and has even fallen. Zerg, or other, they are a huge group composed of countless individuals, so we call them swarms. Dr. Frankus, an alien research expert under Augustus, stood behind a group of generals, colonels, and heads of special tactical strike forces. According to our research, the social structure of the swarm is more like a bee colony. They have an extremely large group, and each individual has its own identity and status in the group. The lowest individuals follow a strict hierarchy and division of labor to obey the higher level Zerg, and eventually these more advanced consciousness individuals will converge into a single, huge collective consciousness. The doctor's research has the limitations of this era, but it is generally consistent with the actual situation. Layered control, close unity. This is a Zerg. This is the swarm. The collective consciousness of the Zerg uses brainwaves or telepathic abilities similar to ghost agents to remotely control their tribe, making them an organic extension of the swarm's will. He said, the Zerg tribe is mainly composed of workers and combat bugs. The former are almost non-aggressive and are responsible for collecting and building organic buildings, while every organ and limb of the latter's body seems to exist to kill the enemy as much as possible. Do you really think so? Sarah Kerrigan, who was accompanying Augustus, frowned. She thought of the Zerg she had seen in Victor V. Zerg workers have sharp mouthparts and a pair of sharp claws, which can bite off a person's head in one bite. They can even spray poisonous spines, just like shooting crossbow arrows. Dr. Frankus was embarrassed for a moment. I mean, it's difficult for Zerg workers to bite through CMC power armor. To be more precise, it only needs a few more bites to pry open the armor of the Marines. Kerrigan knew what Dr. Frankus was thinking. Difficult is also relative. The good news is that the C-14 electromagnetic rifle can penetrate the Zerg's solid chitin shell. Dr. Frankus changed the subject. The bad news is that other more primitive firearms can hardly cause fatal damage to these creatures. Kerrigan didn't give the other party any face at all. She was always so straightforward, unless Kerrigan thought it was necessary to be tactful. The civilian automatic rifles sold on the market can kill the Zerglings and the Zerg, but it's hard to say when facing the Hydralisks. Chasala's people at least have the ability to resist, the doctor explained. Our understanding of this Zerg swarm, the Jumunganda swarm, is still very limited. Now it seems that the Jumunganda swarm is likely to be the one responsible for reconnaissance and ground combat in the entire Zerg swarm. Their ground forces are mainly composed of Hydralisks and Zerglings, and their scale is quite large. He continued to point at the screen and said, you call these hundreds of millions of Zerg a reconnaissance force? At this time, Hannah Kank, who was standing aside, finally couldn't help it. You mean we may not be able to stop a Zerg reconnaissance force? I guarantee it with my hair, this can't be true. Sooner or later, the Zerg will become the greatest enemy of all mankind. If the Terran Federation has not woken up and understood this, then the ordinary people will suffer. Augustus said. The Federation fleet did nothing. The speaker was Vice Admiral Horace Warfield, who had just arrived from his flagship Iron Justice. His expression was much uglier than anyone else present. According to previous intelligence, after the Battle of Marcera, in order to prevent the resurgence of the rebellion, the new planetary governor's government implemented a strict, one-year military control policy including curfew and blackout. At least one naval squadron was stationed in the Sera system, and they just watched. Now it seems that this is the case. Augustus sighed and looked worried. During the time Augustus stayed in Umagen, the Zerg had not yet invaded the Sera system. He only received this news after arriving at Tirida 9th. What happened in the Umagen Cerberus Polar Research Station accelerated the speed of the Zerg invasion, which made Augustus feel very uneasy. it is very likely that the Zerg vanguard had already arrived in several star regions near the Korhal sector, but they had no interest in the humans they had contacted, and focused on plundering the genes and organic biomass of creatures in other star regions. However, Karrigan's appearance accelerated their invasion of the Korhal sector, bringing the first large-scale invasion of the Zerg forward from 2499 to 2491. Karrigan knew nothing about this, and Augustus did not intend to tell her. Whether these things happened or not, the Zerg would come sooner or later. It seems that we are all much more nervous than the Federation now. Raynor also sighed and said, Elizabeth and her family are very worried that Marcera will suffer the same fate as Chatsera. There are also many Marcera or even Chatsera people in our army. What a hell, just because Marcera rebelled against their federation, they decided to watch them die. Even so, the people of Chatsera are innocent. They have not participated in the uprising, and know nothing about it. Don't let them worry. Augustus said firmly, I can tell them for sure that, if the Federation army ignores the Serra galaxy, then we will save the people there. I knew you would say that, Augustus. We can't ignore those who are suffering, not to mention that the people there have supported us. Raynor said, you are the only one in Korhal who would do this. Heh, everything is afraid of comparison. Titus Finley, who was observing the Zerg, had no sense of justice or sympathy. These things have always been insulated from him. Titus often looks at a thing closer to the level of gains and losses. Look, the Terran Federation is disregarding human life and leaving the citizens of the Federation who are being slaughtered to fend for themselves. The Korhal Revolutionary Army, however, seems to be an angel of justice and descends from the sky to save the Marcera people who have completely despaired of the Federation. Titus laughed in his low voice. Guess what will happen next? The Marcera people who are being chased and bitten by the Zerg will definitely be grateful to us. At that time, the Revolutionary Army will become the savior of the people, and the Terran Federation Army will be the cowards who stand by and watch and the accomplices of the Zerg butchers. Sometimes, there is no harm without comparison, damn it. We didn't save those people to make them grateful. Raynor scolded Titus, if it weren't for us, I really don't know who those poor people can rely on. But can we really rescue the people there before the Zerg completely destroys the Serra system? Karrigan said worriedly. In my opinion, bugs are bugs, and they will die if they are shot. Titus finally said nonchalantly, even if God stands in front of us, I will try to see if he can be hit by a bullet. If not, let those bugs eat nuclear bombs. A big one. Hanuk added loudly, his unique shrill voice sounded like a villain. How many of us are still in Marcera? Augustus asked Karrigan. A total of more than 100 guerrillas and 4 marine brigades, about 20,000 people. Karrigan replied. In addition, the Revolutionary Navy is working on the deployment of the Far Traveler mobile base that the Umajan Protectorate Army has handed over to us to the Serra system. At present, this mobile base carries about 20,000 Umajan Protectorate Army soldiers. This is far from enough. Augustus said, we still lack ships to transfer people out. Order the fleet to prepare for the jump. We have to help the people in the Serra system. Double monthly tickets please. Chapter 246 The Hyperion Falls from the Sky. 2491. Los Andes, the capital of the planet Chatsera and the Serra system, was facing the greatest disaster since the city stood on the Green Plains. In less than a month, a sticky Zerg fungus, between mucus and brown lichen, had grown in the lush forests and plains of Chatsera through spores spreading in the atmosphere. Plants began to wither, and even fungal organisms were assimilated by the Zerg fungus and became part of the swarm. Whether it was the rich Greenland or the Gobi desert landscape similar to its sister planet Marcera, it was covered with thick purple-black fungus and Zerg-infected buildings. Apart from that, it was all barren, and even the birds in the sky disappeared. Even the vast oceans and rivers were covered with Zerg fungus, as if covered with a layer of black-brown oil flowing with the waves. The Zerg were gnawing at this planet that was once full of vitality. Los Andes was the last human city that had not been conquered, as the other major cities had long since been overwhelmed by the swarm. All the survivors on the planet had retreated to Andes, using its tall walls and fortifications as a last stand. At this moment, Los Andes, a city of high rises, factories, and large residential areas, shuddered in the local May warm wind mixed with the smell of blood and fish. The destruction of the environment of Chasera by the swarm has forever changed the topography and climate of the planet. The disappearance of plants has brought irreversible erosion caused by soil erosion and weathering. The weather has begun to become complex and changeable, sometimes cloudy and sometimes stormy. At this time, Justice Collins of Chasera was commanding his only colonial armed force, the Andes Security Force, in the purgatory of steel and concrete castings, to guard the last refuge of mankind on the planet. The land outside the city's fortifications made of alloy and plastic ceramics has been completely covered by fungal blankets. The dark brown land is full of spiked Zerg fleshy spires and veins beating like hearts. Now the fortifications outside Andes are already in ruins. The steel plates that can resist the impact of arc tank shells are nailed with sharp bone spurs and spines, and the shields are full of traces of acid burns. A few hours ago, a tragic battle just took place on the Andes front. There were piles of human and Zerg corpses in front of the fortifications, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt protein. The humans didn't have time to clean up the battlefield and collect the bodies of the dead because they knew that the enemy could launch the next attack at any time. Collins used an optical telescope to observe the Zerg troops gathering in the distance. The swarms on the horizon seemed like wriggling black dots, and a large number of Zerg flying creatures were flying in the deep blue sky, like slowly moving black clouds. The judicial officer was surrounded by various signal transceivers and life signal detection instruments, and the entire fortification was filled with harsh static noise. A few weeks ago, the channels were occupied by chaotic shouts from all over the colony, but now there was nothing but disturbing static noise. At the same time, several information technology soldiers of Collins were tirelessly calling for help from other federal troops outside the planet, but the other end of the communication channel was always silent. How many aliens are there in front of us? The judicial officer put down his telescope and asked a soldier beside him. He was a serious middle-aged man with a pair of thick eyebrows, dark brown eyes and a neatly trimmed long black mustache on his broad square face. Judicial Officer Collins wore a dark green army uniform instead of the beautiful judicial officer uniform, and his eyes were sharp and deep under his wide-brimmed military hat. There is no doubt that this judicial officer is more like a tough soldier than a calculating and power-struggling federal official. Millions. The soldier said a number that made everyone despair. There are also millions of alien creatures on the left, right and back of Los Angeles. Although the Terran Federation had discovered and launched a research project on the Zerg as early as 2491, the Chasera people who faced the Zerg did not even know what these suddenly appeared creatures were. They still called them alien creatures or purple nightmare creatures. More aliens are hiding in the cave nests they dug underground. There is really no way to go to heaven, and no door to enter the earth. Another technical soldier said an ancient proverb. God's ass. Their number is 100 times and 1,000 times ours. Someone said, where is the support fleet? More than 9/10 of the population of Chasera had been devoured by the Zerg swarm. After several weeks of defense, there were only less than 400,000 people left from the more than 900,000 people in Los Angeles. Even if the militia, mobilized soldiers and armed people were counted, the force that Justice Collins could mobilize was very small. The situation was so critical that Collins had to release the prisoners in Andes prison to let them fight the Zerg. However, if there was no support, the isolated Andes city would sooner or later be submerged in the vast Zerg Sea. If the Zerg could not communicate and did not accept the surrender of humans, the surviving Andes people would have surrendered long ago. Shut up, Sergeant, or I will throw you out to feed those monsters. You have seen how Lieutenant Colonel Rye and the Secretary of State of Similo died. The justice officer roared loudly. Unlike his other colleagues in the Terran Federation, Justice Officer Collins is a very capable official, which is unusually valuable. The prosperous economy of Chasera in recent years is not unrelated to the enlightened policies of this justice officer. As a planet originally used mainly for exiling criminals, Chasera was once a prison exile world with strict order. If the Caprula humans are the descendants of the exiles on Earth, then the people living on this planet are the exiles of the exiles. Of course, except for those who like to satirize the founding family of the Federation in a sarcastic tone, no one will admit that they are the descendants of a group of exiles. Whether in official or historical documents, the Terran Federation will only proudly declare that they come from the ancient and sacred Earth. The word Terran is also another name for the Earth. Even as a planet that was once used to exile criminals, the development speed of Chatsera has surpassed its sister planet Mars-Era, which has promoted the colonization process earlier. The latter has been considered a highly underdeveloped world in recent years. It is worth mentioning that Justice Collins is also very tough on rebel armed forces such as the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Sons of Korhal, and has always emphasized that all rebels should be brought to justice. He believes that the only basis for sentencing these rebels is the most stringent criminal law, and the only fate waiting for the rebel leader Augustus Mengsk and his accomplices is to be hanged. Especially after the Mars-Era rebellion, the governor of Mars-Era, who is known as an incompetent pig, and the justice who colluded with the rebels further highlight Collins's iron-faced impartiality and deep hatred for the rebels. Has anyone responded to our call for help? The justice officer looked at the trembling technicians. He had no one available, and these soldiers who had been at their posts for several days and nights were already on the verge of collapse. No, Justice Officer, no, a sergeant replied. Only some people from Mars-Era responded to us. Why didn't you report it, if there was a response? The Justice Officer questioned him. The only ones who responded to us were the Mars-Era Observatory, the Meteorological Bureau, privately owned interstellar radio stations, and several universities, the sergeant replied hesitantly. What else? The Justice Officer had already become impatient. And the Mars-Era rebels, the sergeant said hesitantly. What a great irony. Then Justice Officer Collins cursed in some difficult local slang, which definitely didn't sound like a good word. Since the Zerg invaded Chatsera, all the calls for help have fallen on deaf ears, and the Federation Navy fleet, which always liked to show off its might, seemed to have never appeared in this world. At this moment, everyone could feel the ground shaking. The Zerg's attack began again. Collins glanced at the haggard faces and many pairs of eyes with heavy black eye bags of the technicians around him. Almost at the same time, everyone picked up the C-13 Gauss rifles leaning against the wall and rushed to the firing port. It was like the rustling sound of insects crawling over the leaves in groups. The black mass of springtails and hydralisks formed an overwhelming swarm of insects. These violent and deadly alien creatures were covered with sharp spikes and solid shells all over their bodies. The terrifying roars gathered into a terrible sound wave that swept the earth. The roar of the officers was immediately heard from the fortifications. All the automatic turrets, automatic defense machine guns and anti-aircraft missile towers in front were activated and rotated under the remote control of the advanced computer AI system and the operators. An automatic machine gun on the top of the fortification, where Collins was located, ejected the clanging metal shells under a series of clattering shots, and the artillery positions in the city fired their remaining few ammunitions amid the rumbling of artillery fire. Hundreds of colonial militiamen in CMC-200 power armor were marching into the battlefield, including conscripts wearing only military camouflage uniforms and men holding automatic rifles. It's only been 3 hours since the last attack, said the technical sergeant. The intervals between their attacks are getting shorter and shorter. There is definitely something directing them. In many battles with the Zerg, Justice Collins has been familiar with these alien creatures that suddenly appeared in Chatsera. The Zerg that now appear on the front battlefield lack obvious intelligence, but it is obvious that as far as the Zerg as a whole is concerned, there must be a Zerg commander similar to a human commander secretly dispatching troops. Under the command of this Zerg commander, the Zerg's attacks follow some terrible rules. For example, it knows that humans have the habit of sleeping at night, so the Zerg always launches attacks in the dark. Humans will also lend a helping hand to their fellows in danger, so the Zerg uses this to implement tactics similar to siege and attack. In the eyes of Justice Collins, the organizational structure of these alien creatures is similar to that of termites. There must be a supreme queen who controls its members through some kind of pheromone from the caves they dug deep underground in Chatsera. And perhaps the other aliens are worker ants and soldier ants. They are all the children of the queen and inherit the same genes. Once the queen is killed, the alien creatures will be leaderless. But the queen must be under strict protection, and they can't even know her exact location. How long can we hold on? Where is the Federation fleet? Seeing this desperate scene in front of them, the Federation soldiers who had been full of complaints for a long time complained again. They have not yet undergone resocialization transformation and still have self-awareness. They are not robots without temper and emotions. When Augustus Mengsk launched the uprising in Mars Era, Alpha Squadron arrived soon. Even if the journey from Tarsinus to the Ceres system is counted, the earliest fleet should have arrived long ago, said a soldier. They just want us all to die here. I bet that the bastards in the fleet must be watching us somewhere. They are observing what kind of damage this newly emerged race can cause, and testing how long an ordinary colony can last under their attack. They are experimenting on their own people. This is impossible. Collins did not angrily rebuke the hysterical soldier. This incredible speculation could not be the truth, unless the people in the Federal Parliament and the Federal Navy Command were a group of selfish lunatics. Or the Federal Navy had already arrived, but they could not break through the blockade of the Zerg. This may be closer to the truth. After all, even the Alpha Squadron, which is famous for its tough style in the Navy, is not a match for the mere rebels. It is understandable that they were beaten and fled by the sudden alien creatures. Once, humans thought they were alone in the universe, and they were the only creatures that evolved into advanced intelligence bred by the unique natural environment of the Earth. Humans believe that they are a race of destiny. They have no rivals in the universe. The enemy can only come from their equally despicable and greedy compatriots. However, the alien creatures that suddenly appeared in Chatsera easily destroyed the pride of the human race. Now, for the people of Chatsera, they only have two choices, either to completely clear the tens of millions of alien insects on the surface of the planet, or to escape from Chatsera. If Judicial Officer Collins could do these two things, he would not have huddled in this fortification. Who can help us? Even if it's the rebels, I still have my family. The nearly collapsed federal soldier said in despair. What are you talking about? This is treason. Even at this time, Collins still maintained his loyalty to the Terran Federation. Point Judicial Officer, our call for help just now has been responded to by the fleet. Suddenly, another information technology soldier reported loudly. Which fleet is it? The Judicial Officer was relieved. The feedback I got is that the flagship of the supporting fleet is the Hyperion. The information technology soldier obviously didn't realize that there was anything wrong, nor did he notice the unpleasant look on the face of the Judicial Officer. Ah, there are also NORAD 2nd and NORAD 3rd, he said happily. I know the names of those two battleships. They are the flagships of Alpha Squadron. Thank God, we are saved. The soldier who was cursing God's ass before suddenly laughed. Idiot, Alpha Squadron has betrayed the Federation. The Judicial Officer shouted angrily. Those are the rebel warships. Under the Judicial Officer's complicated gaze, a dark blue painted Behemoth-class battlecruiser was falling from the sky in the atmosphere. Its ground-to-ground laser gun group poured bright orange barrages on the ground, instantly flattening thousands of running Zerg. Once the Zerg was swept by the laser beam, it was like dry firewood that turned into a bright fireball when it was ignited, making a crackling sound like dry straw burning. Wherever the Hyperion went, it began to burn. Hyperion has arrived. Is there anyone alive down there? Thanks for voting. More than 101 day. Chapter 247. The Federal Fleet standing by. Hyperion has arrived. Is there anyone alive down there? The huge observation window in front of the Hyperion's bridge faces the city of Losanders below, and the magnificent skyscrapers in the city are just slightly larger monuments on the ground in Augusta size. Outside the observation window is a black cloud of insect swarms covering the sky and the sun. A large number of alien flying creatures are screaming and spewing acid and corrosive spores at the Hyperion. There are so many of them that only a series of crazy jumping numbers can be displayed on the biological signal detection instrument on the bridge of the Hyperion. At this time, the relatively primitive shield of the Hyperion has begun to weaken. From time to time, a dragon with multiple pairs of scalloped eyes folded its wings and stabbed into the thick outer armor plate of the armor. The sound of claws embedding into the steel plate came one after another, and the teeth grinding sound of metal twisting could make the most well-trained human soldiers feel terrified. The laser guns, electromagnetic cannons and machine guns on the outer deck of the battlecruiser kept venting firepower at the attacking Zerg, forming a dense barrage of bullets in front of the bridge observation window. The young Revolutionary Army Marshal was wearing an officer's uniform of high quality and exquisite craftsmanship, with a crimson cloak draped over his shoulders. This uniform was a gift from the Umoian Council to Augustus a few months ago. It was made of pure natural materials, and was designed to be equivalent to the uniform of the Admiral of the Umoian National Defense Army. The button design at the collar ensured that it always remained straight. Marshal Augustus was never a slovenly person. Since he was in the position of a leader, thousands of people were watching him and paying attention to his every move, so he had to pay attention to his image and ensure that this image was glorious and worthy of others to follow. The bridge was in the flashing light of red and green signal warning lights. The computer host console was full of technicians wearing dark gray uniforms of the Revolutionary Army. From time to time, fully armed Revolutionary Army soldiers ran quickly in front of the open bridge hatch, and the sound of power boots stepping on the alloy deck was clacking. Since entering the low-altitude orbit of the Chassera system, the communication channel of the Hyperion, which was originally calm, was like a depth charge. Hundreds of people shouted in the channel. Some were verifying the identity of the Hyperion, and others asked it to confirm the current situation of the Ceres system. The call of the Hyperion was immediately responded to by a radio station called the Chassera Federal Department of Justice. A local judicial officer named Collins revealed his identity to Augustus. "I'm the local judicial officer Collins. Thank you for responding to our rescue request." A federal official with a signature black mustache appeared on the wide main screen of the Hyperion bridge. Justice Collins hadn't changed his uniform for 2 weeks. The green synthetic fiber uniform was covered with dried blood and burn marks. He obviously didn't have the time to fix his appearance. In front of Augustus Mengsk, who was wearing a straight uniform and standing tall, it seemed that the other party was the powerful federal official and Collins was the rebel roaming around. "I know your name. Augustus Mengsk. More than 4 months ago, you and your people just turned Marcera upside down. At that time, I was always worried that you would come to Chassera." Justice Collins stared at Augustus as if the other party was a dazzling existence. "I want to reiterate my position. I'm an official of the Terran Federation, a legitimate government system for all Terrans. I swear to maintain the unity of the Federation and fight to the end against any enemy who attempts to destroy it," he said. "As a human being, not as a federal judge, I will ask you to save the people of Los Andes, and the Andalus Security Force and other militia forces will fully cooperate with you and surrender to you after everything is over. If you are really like what Mike Liberty said, that body of the devil of heaven still retains humanity, virtue and love." In recent years, UN's gold medal host Mike Liberty has always found opportunities to inadvertently reveal some unknown truths in the program. For example, the Revolutionary Army never launched an inhumane massacre in Marcera, and the places where civilians were killed and injured were all on the march of Alpha Squadron without exception. Different voices always attract the attention of the federal people, especially Liberty's reports are obviously closer to the truth of the facts. Often those who care about political forms and have independent thinking ability are loyal fans of Liberty himself. Many people were worried that Liberty would meet with an unexpected event. After all, even those reporters who only reported on the corruption and money for power transactions of the federal government would be warned by the FBI and would either be fired by the TV station or disappear without a trace. In fact, Liberty, who had secretly joined the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party, was protected by several allied families of the Revolutionary Party and the Tarsinus Creation family, and was specifically reporting the scandals of these family rivals. "Even if you didn't say so, I would do that." Augustus showed an expression that should be so. Behind his broad shoulders was the bright white light from the ceiling of the Hyperion bridge, making his whole body look radiant. Terrorist, rebel leader, Korhal warlord and interstellar tyrant, he had as many good reputations as he had bad ones. Among those with a rebellious spirit in places like Marcera and Antigua Prime, Augustus was also known as a freedom fighter, a revolutionary leader and the commander of the rebel army of the Wandering Galaxy. In more than 2 years, Augustus not only led the revolutionary fleet to break through the pursuit and blockade of the Federation fleet several times, but also defeated more than one naval squadron. Whether Augustus is upright or evil, he is a true legend. "My fleet has been sailing in the universe for several months, passing through the encirclement of the Federation fleet and the alien insect creatures, just to come here to save the people of Chatsera. Augustus said, "My people will soon lower the transport ship from the high altitude orbit to the ground, so that your people can prepare. The people of Chatsera will never forget what the Revolutionary Army has done to us." Justice Collins' tone is no longer as tough as before. Obviously, the nightmare experience of more than a month has wiped out all his arrogance and determination. "I still want to confirm one thing with you, Marshal Augustus, that is, there is really no Federation fleet in the Ceres system. According to the intelligence I have, there is still a naval fleet anchored at the edge of the Ceres system." Augustus replied, "They are the Omega Squadron, which arrived in the Ceres system 3 months ago. I think you should know this." "I know." Justice Collins trembled, as if he was hit by a bullet. He shook his head, as if he was talking to himself. "Why did they do this? We have the same doubts as you." Augustus said, "My senior military advisor and I will immediately arrange for the first batch of people to board the ship, and the Anders security force will be the last batch to leave Chatsera." The communication stopped abruptly, and then came the report of Augustus's adjutant Lieutenant Serac Aragon. "The radar report shows that the Omega Squadron, which has been stationary at the edge of the Ceres system, is moving towards the Chatsera system," she said. "Are they targeting the Zerg or us? Are there any responses from Omega Squadron?" Augustus asked. "No, Omega Squadron's fleet did not respond to our calls. If they were not still sending signals to the outside world, we would have suspected that they were a group of unmanned ghost ships." Kerrigan shook her head and said, "Then the answer is obvious." Augustus showed a barely perceptible contemptuous expression. He glanced at the city of Los Andes below the bridge observation window, one hand on his waist. "Omega Squadron has been anchored on the edge of the Ceres system for several months, but it just blocked the system and ignored the rescue of Chatsera." He said with a sarcastic tone, "In this century, there is actually such a government that would watch millions of people on a planet die without saving them. This is something that a humanistic human society that follows kindness and rationality would never believe. If Omega Squadron came to deal with the Zerg, they would not wait until we arrived before taking action." Augustus put his hands behind his back. This was not the first time that the Revolutionary Army had seen the Omega Squadron. This naval squadron, also known as the Skeletons of the Dead, was composed mainly of resocialized soldiers. They were unthinking and absolutely loyal. They were almost a perfect army for the Federation. If it were a human army that had not undergone resocialization, they would at least have doubts about the significance of their own fighting, because they watched the destruction of Chatsera. Any army that doubted the significance of fighting was an army that might waver. The resocialized army would not have such concerns. Even if the Terran Federation Supreme Command ordered them to massacre their compatriots, they would immediately be resolutely and decisively executed. So we not only have to deal with those buzzing alien bugs on the surface and orbit of Chatsera, but also those our own people. Jim Raynor stood beside Augustus, waiting for the order from the Revolutionary Army Marshal at any time. Warfield and the Heavenly Devils led by Runstein were transferred by Augustus to various battle cruisers as captains or executive commanders, and the rest of the Revolutionary Army warships remained in the outer space orbit of Chatsera to fight against the Zerg Air Force. Fortunately, although the number of Jumunganda swarms invading the Ceres system was huge, they were still a hive, mainly based on ground combat forces, and the human fleet did not collapse in the face of the Zerg fleet. The Zerg are going to kill everyone on Chatsera, and the Federation is still thinking of dealing with us first. Raynor said, "Are they crazy? Is Chatsera his Federation's planet or our Revolutionary Army's planet? What's the old saying?" Augustus looked at his old friend. "You must first stabilize the country before you can resist foreign aggression." "I've never heard of this before." Raynor thought about it and couldn't remember where this saying came from, but he was open-minded and soon ignored this matter. "You have read a lot of books, you have the final say. What should we do?" he said. "If Omega Squadron is here to deal with us, then we will most likely be caught between the Federation and the Zerg. This is what I'm most worried about. Fortunately, our goal is only to rescue the people on Chatsera." Augustus said. "The plan is to fight quickly and decisively," he said. "Sarah, where are Titus and Harnack's troops?" the Stirling Wolf Hunter Brigade, 4 Red Devil Flamer Corps, and 2 armor divisions composed of Goliath armed robots and arc tanks have landed in the Los Angeles area of Chatsera. Kerrigan, dressed in a neat military uniform, shook her fiery red ponytail and said, "The transport fleet has also set off." She said, "The boy Matt Horner we brought back from Teledon 9th also landed in Chatsera with the captain of the cormorant. He is brave and upright. This is a good training. It won't take too long for hundreds of thousands of people to abandon everything except people." Augustus said, "Put everyone on the ship. Titus knows what to do. Save the children first." Augustus' words were transmitted to all the warships in the Revolutionary Fleet through Hyperion's command channel. More than 100,000 people were executing his orders at the same time, just like an orderly whole. Connect to Warfield's Iron Justice. Augustus gave the next order without stopping. "I'm Warfield. Iron Justice is exchanging fire with the Zerg. The port side of our ship is damaged, and the main engine of the Gothic is damaged." Warfield's dark and serious face appeared on the main screen of the Hyperion. "General, I need you to hold on for a while. Start the jump engine in advance, and be ready to jump at any time when I give the order," Augustus said to Warfield. "No problem." Warfield said, "I have plenty of ways to deal with these alien monsters." At this moment, outside the Bridge of Iron Justice, a completely different scene was seen. In the dark deep space, the human steel fleet was exchanging fire with a large number of Zerg flying creatures. Even from Warfield's position, he could see an unparalleled Zerg behemoth parked in the outer space orbit of Chatsera. It was a creature that looked like a cross between a manta ray and a giant whale. Its size far exceeded any creature that humans had encountered in the galaxy. It was several miles long and dozens of times the size of a human battle cruiser. It was like an organic island floating in the universe. It almost occupied the entire observation window of the Iron Justice behind Warfield. It was like a black moon. Even the human battle cruiser seemed small in front of it. From the image on the detector display beside Warfield, it could be seen that thousands of alien insects were constantly jumping out of the ugly folds and vesicles on the surface of this huge organic battleship. "What is that?" Although he had already seen this extremely huge creature, Raynor still couldn't take his eyes off it. "Behemoth," Augustus said. "Name it after this mythical beast and record the difference between it and its kind." Swarm Behemoth. Thanks for voting. Chapter 248 The Dark Side. The bridge deck of the Hyperion was still shaking, as if this huge steel ship of astonishing tonnage was sailing in a storm that could overturn a city. But this storm was by no means an unusual natural phenomenon, but was composed of tens of millions of violent Zerg flying creatures. This battle cruiser with a dark blue outer armor plate and a mottled grey wolf head logo on its bow was sailing thousands of feet above Los Angeles, the capital of Chatsera. With it as the center, a black mass of Zerg flying creatures, huge king worms, flying spider-like queen worms, and dragons flapping a pair of membrane wings came from all directions, like a group of black smoke and clouds. At a higher altitude, 4 Behemoth-class battle cruisers of the Revolutionary Army were falling from the sky. The outer shell of the battleships released a bright light when passing through the atmosphere, as if a layer of flames were attached to the surface. Wraith fighters and Avenger fighters with triangular flying wings fought with flying dragons outside the observation window. From time to time, human fighters were hit by acid or directly torn into pieces and turned into a puff of falling black smoke. A large number of Zerg were blown to pieces by the shooting of human machine guns and laser cannons. "How is the rescue progress?" Augustus leaned on the guardrail in front of the Hyperion bridge with one hand, feeling the slight numbness caused by the tremor of the ship. Although the Hyperion has a mechanical intelligent adjutant, Augustus still prefers to let people with more tactical minds and autonomous consciousness serve as his military advisor and battlefield adjutant. Even so, Augustus often needs to use a mechanical adjutant to count and verify the massive data in the Hyperion archive database and communication network. To this day, the mechanical adjutant is still one of the most outstanding inventions of humans in the Kaprulu sector. The mechanical adjutant is absolutely loyal, able to complete trillions of calculations in a matter of seconds, and can help a human commander observe the battlefield situation without moving and concentrating at all times, and assist the commander in making reasonable decisions. At this time, more than 5 hours had passed since the Revolutionary Army arrived at the high-altitude orbit of Chatsera. During this time, Augustus' fleet fought fiercely with the fleets of the Federation and the Jumunganda Zerg in the Ceres system. Every few minutes, a report on the location and casualties of the troops landing on the surface of Chatsera was submitted to Augustus. Titus Finless troops and Hanak Hank's Red Devil flamers cleared a Zerg nest in front of Los Angeles, burning tens of thousands of Zerg to ashes. Currently, the judicial officers of Los Angeles are evacuating the last batch of evacuees. Carrigan said. Sarah Carrigan is now much more mature than when she first met Augustus. If she was just a girl before, she can now be called a woman. In order to prevent the Zerg from noticing Carrigan, Augustus ordered Carrigan to abandon all Imogen psionic enhancement equipment and reduce the number of times she uses psionic power as much as possible. Generally speaking, the range of a Zerg creature like a hydralisk that can sense Issachar is between 10 and dozens of yards. As long as Carrigan does not participate in a direct confrontation with the Zerg, the probability of her being noticed by the Zerg is minimal. Send all our fighters, gunboats and armed assault ships to provide cover for those transport ships, otherwise those ships will be sitting ducks, Augustus said to Carrigan. At this moment, even with the naked eye, Augustus could see the revolutionary transport ships taking off outside the observation window. The white hulls of these transport ships all have the Red Sons of Korhal logo and Red Cross badge, which are easy to identify. In this rescue operation, landing on Chatsera and evacuating the remaining people from the planet is the most difficult stage. The Zerg do not have any humanitarianism or chivalry. To them, humans are not much different from other species except for a few individuals with psychic powers that can make them crazy. This is just a sparse and ordinary feast of hunting and consuming biomass. Even without being on the battlefield, Augustus, who was in charge of the flagship, could figure out what was happening on the surface of Chatsera through the images sent back intermittently by various aircraft detectors and road troops. In the lower left corner of the main screen of the Hyperion was the face of the mechanical adjutant, and more pictures were from the front line and the evacuation area. The revolutionary soldiers wearing crimson CMC power armor had completely taken over the positions of the Federal Army. The red flag with a whip ring replaced the red and blue stars and stripes of the Federal Army. The well-prepared Revolutionary Army carried a large number of concentrated gas flamethrower weapons and high-explosive electromagnetic grenades. No matter when and where, fire is always the most effective means to deal with alien insects. The Jumunganda swarms in Los Angeles never launched the final general attack on humans. They were not very interested in destroying everyone on the planet. Just like the endless siege of the alien insects against this city in the past 2 months, the Jumunganda swarms have been testing humans, and it seems that they are just recording the way humans fight. The leader of the Jumunganda swarm had been watching, with a cruel and absolutely cold mind, as humans struggled to survive in front of the swarm, racking their brains for even the slightest hope of survival. The revolutionary soldiers and medical staff who landed on Chatsera were welcomed and supported by the people of Los Angeles. A few months ago, the people of Chatsera still felt fear and hatred for the Revolutionary Army, but now they have undoubtedly become their loyal supporters. Let Titus bring back a few live Zerg samples. My alien researchers need new samples to analyze the weaknesses of the Zerg. Augustus did not need to waste his words to remind the Chatsera people stranded in Los Angeles to board the ship as quickly as possible. In the face of the desire to survive, no one needs others to urge them. Have you found the location of the main nest of the Jumunganda swarm? He asked again. According to the feedback from the reconnaissance team, the Zerg nests are mainly built underground. Carrigan said to Augustus. The Zerg's habits are similar to those of some underground cave spiders, and their social structure is closer to that of termites. They have hollowed out the land of Chatsera to a depth of more than 200 feet, about 60 meters. The giant caves are connected to each other through long passages, just like a huge underground kingdom. What a nightmare. Augustus knew that the damage done to Chatsera by the Jumunganda swarm might not be restored within decades. Even if humans cleared all the Zerg and burned all the main nests and fungal tumors in the future, the planet would completely become a barren land. New report, Augustus. Carrigan suddenly said to Augustus. Call me Marshal. Augustus took 2 steps. My detector detected radar and communication signals in the southern hemisphere of Chatera, which is the back of the planet. Kerrigan glanced at Augustus. As far as we know, there are not many people left on the back of the planet. Are there any survivors? Augustus frowned. According to our decryption results, those communications are encrypted at least at level 5, so they can't be civilian communicators, and they haven't sent out any distress signals. Kerrigan said. Send an investigation team to investigate this matter. No, at least send 2 more special tactical companies. Augustus said. If you investigate Chatera, you will find that this is a very strange thing. The vast majority of the population of this planet is concentrated in the northern hemisphere where the revolutionary army landed, but the invasion of the Jumunganda swarm obviously started from the southern hemisphere, and the main hive buildings are also concentrated in the southern hemisphere. What are you doubting? Kerrigan has become accustomed to not reading Augustus's thoughts, otherwise their relationship will become quite boring. Remember the Federal Research Center that studies the alien insects on Victor V? Augustus asked. If the Federation had already broken the taboo, then there would obviously be more than one such laboratory. He said, the Federation may have built such a laboratory in Chatera, and they have already made some achievements. That's why they survived. Where's Jim? Let him be in charge of this matter. These bastards. Kerrigan cursed while conveying Augustus's order, asking Jim Raynor, who was on the landing deck of the Hyperion, to immediately organize an elite force to execute Augustus' order. Do you think these Zerg were brought here by the Federation? So they just stood by and watched, because this is the result they wanted. But why would the Federation do that? Zerg is a weapon. Augustus' eyes were meaningful. Zerg are monsters without intelligence, cruel and bloodthirsty, as if they were born only for killing. As a weapon, they are undoubtedly the most efficient and deadly. Think about it. If the Kel-morians are still fighting the Terran Federation, what would happen if the Federation could release the Zerg in Moria, or lead them there? Augustus said. Even if Moria can reach it, their strength will be greatly damaged, and they can only ask for help from other human compatriots, and finally they can only exist as vassals of the Terran Federation. No one will suspect the Terran Federation. Kerrigan is a very smart woman. She quickly understood what Augustus meant. The Federation will destroy all evidence, just like they did to the ghost agents. In the end, they will only say, the poor Kel-morians just happened to be in the migration path of the alien creatures. Augustus said meaningfully, our fellow Kel-morians are really unfortunate, and for the sake of being human, Father Terran will be generous, and the Federation will only have to pay a very small price. These other calculating politicians in the federal parliament, they don't care whether hundreds of thousands of people have to die to achieve their goals. I have seen this from what happened to Korhal IV. You can never talk about morality with the vampires in the royal court of Tarsinus, he said. But they shot themselves in the foot. Kerrigan said. No matter what conspiracy the Terran Federation was planning, it was impossible for the Zerg to destroy Chatera. Chatera had always been a thriving planet loyal to the Federation. If they wanted to destroy any planet, the first one would be Marsera, which had once betrayed the Federation. In any case, they undoubtedly played with fire. Augustus's expression remained unchanged. They may have only come into contact with a few hundred or a few thousand Zerg, so they took it for granted that their number would be within the controllable range even if it increased. But in fact, the number of Zerg can only be counted in billions. This is playing with fire and getting burned. When the Zerg have completed their mission, burying them in the ground will be the best fertilizer, and they may even be made into food for export to the Kel-morians and Umoyans, he said. But the Federation made a mistake in one thing, that is, they had not encountered Zerg variants carrying deadly viruses and parasites before. Augustus could guess the cause and effect. There must be a lot of Zerg individuals from the Jumunganda swarm in the Federation's Chatera base, and these individuals all came from the latter's reconnaissance troops. Originally, the Jumunganda Zerg would have to wait a few more years before invading the Sera system, because they were not eager to devour humans. After Kerrigan attracted the attention of the Zerg overlord, a series of chain reactions caused the Jumunganda Zerg to speed up the invasion of the Kaprulu sector and find the federal researchers who were seeking death. However, even so, the Terran Federation may still think that the situation is still under its control. What they are most worried about is that the fact that the Zerg exist will be leaked, so they sit back and watch the destruction of Chatsera. Because everyone in Chatsera has seen the Zerg, according to the Federation's usual style, eliminating all insiders is the best way to eliminate evidence. This is Titus Finley and Hank's troops. We have completed the evacuation mission and request to evacuate. At this time, Augustus's current main screen suddenly showed Titus's old face with a cigar in his mouth. Titus, wearing crimson power armor, was standing on the colorful crown of a giant hydralisk. Behind him stood the larger Firebird Commander Hank and several engineers who were operating a tower crane to move the Zerg corpses and load them onto the ship. Approve this request, Augustus said. I never thought you wouldn't approve it. Titus's helmet was still stained with a lot of dark purple blood. I'm just saying this as a routine. To be honest, why is it always Hank and I who do this kind of hard and tiring work, while you hide behind the screen? If you can stand here and command the 3 armies, I'd be happy to be on the front line in person. Augustus said, the more capable you are, the more work you will do. The greater the risk you take, the more you will get. Forget about commanding the 3 armies. I can't even manage myself. Titus believes that his advantage lies in his self-knowledge, just as he never denies that he is a bad guy. But I just like marshals like you. I'm a revolutionary. I'm not doing revolution for money or other rewards. This month's salary will be tripled, and the money will be transferred to your account in the Umo Bank. Augustus heard the hidden meaning of Titus. This villain with a lot of bad intentions will only work for money. This money may be a huge sum, but it is definitely worth it. Anyway, Titus Finley will soon spend the money in the bar on the Hyperion, or lose it all at the gambling table, and it will eventually return to Augustus' pocket. You may not know this, but I want to tell you that I love you, Augustus. Titus said shamelessly when he stepped onto the evacuation spaceship. You really should come down to the ground and hunt bugs. I want to tell you that I won first place in the competition to hunt hydralisks. You deserve the Titus Finley insecticide. Next time. Augustus shrugged and said, Navigator, return to the high altitude orbit of Chatsera immediately. But when the Hyperion raised its bow and prepared to leave, the voice of Revolutionary Army Vice Admiral Horace Warfield came from the communication channel. Iron Justice is calling the bridge of the Hyperion. The Omega Squadron of the Federation fleet is heading straight for us. The enemy flagship Omega the Dead is firing at us. Thank you for your award and vote. Chapter 249 The Incompetent Federal Army. The Hyperion lifted up like a leaping blue whale, climbing up in the bright orange tail flame of the thruster, breaking through the clouds, and climbing to an altitude of 10,000 feet, and reaching the escape velocity of the planet Chatsera. Tens of thousands of screaming dragons chased the huge steel warship relentlessly, like a cloud of black smoke surrounding it. A huge warship needs to make extremely hard efforts and double the fuel to escape the gravity of the Earth. If it is too large, it will be crushed by its own gravity once it enters the low Earth orbit. If humans want to build truly incomparable and magnificent warships, they must continue to make breakthroughs in materials science and ship structure. Augustus stood steadily on the bridge of the Hyperion, which was constantly shaking and trembling, watching the picture in the huge observation window change from the purple-black land of Chatsera covered with thick layers of fungal blankets to the turquoise sky, and then to the dark deep space with brilliant stars. The Zerg were still following closely. Their wings, crowns, and shells showed a bright purple color under the light of the stars in the Sera galaxy. Augustus thought that this should be the mark to distinguish the Jumungandus swarm from other Zerg hives. The Hyperion, which jumped out of the gravitational field of the planet Chatsera, was just stepping from one battlefield to another. More than a dozen Revolutionary Army battle cruisers, more than 100 giant class frigates and a large number of small and medium-sized commercial modified gunboats and battle barges were fighting the densely packed Zerg around the Zerg behemoth. When Augustus's Hyperion jumped into synchronous orbit, a pure black painted Federal Army jumped out of the hyperspace channel and joined the battlefield between the Revolutionary Army fleet and the Jumungandus swarm. The battle situation immediately became more chaotic. The white skull logo and inverted U badge on the hulls of these black battle cruisers indicated that they were the Omega Squadron, which was at the same level as the Alpha Squadron. This squadron was always associated with death and killing, and often performed the tasks of executioners. Augustus, standing on the bridge of the Hyperion, could see that these newly joined Omega Squadron battlecruisers were recklessly firing at the Revolutionary Army's warships, trying to avoid the fleet of the Jumunganda swarm, and concentrate their firepower to first deal with the damaged Revolutionary Army fleet. Obviously, in the eyes of the commander of this federal fleet, the rebel fleet, which was also human, was a far more threatening enemy than the Zerg, and was a priority target for attack. However, the Zerg would not consider the federal fleet as a friendly force and ally, just because it was helping them deal with the enemy. They began to launch a fierce attack on the Omega Squadron like a tide. Just like humans could not tell the difference between Zerg and individual Zerg, in the eyes of the Zerg, all humans were just objects to be devoured. The original intention of Omega Squadron's attack on the Revolutionary Army was to catch the enemy off guard and cause them to lose their balance. However, this move attracted a considerable portion of the Zerg in the Jumunganda swarm, greatly reducing the pressure on the revolutionary fleet that was surrounded by the Zerg. We are protecting the people of Chatsera, and the Federation not only does not help us fight the Zerg, but also stabs us in the back. Jim Raynor walked into the bridge with a guard holding a Gauss rifle. He had just been dispatching landing troops on the lower deck and berthing platform of the Hyperion. I'm sure that similar things will happen many times in the future. Augustus said, we shouldn't have too much hope for the Federation army. The Federation is not afraid of a hateful alien race, but we will really seize the power from them and put the Federation officials and old nobles into the abyss. What's the situation on the lower deck? He said to Raynor. Wait for Titus and Hanek to come back. We will leave the Sera system immediately and then find a way to find out the situation on Marsera. Augustus said to Carrigan beside him, order Warfield's fleet to prepare to leave the battlefield and make an emergency short-distance tactical jump. The coordinates are the location of the Umajan Fast Ritter Fortress in the Z-168 system. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Carrigan replied. Their transport ship has returned, and Titus will be on the bridge soon, Raynor said. I just heard from the returning Marsera guerrillas that they have also found traces of alien insects there. The Colonial Police Department of Marsera has received eyewitness reports of unidentified creatures, he said. The people there still don't know what happened on Chatsera. They only know that a plague and riots broke out on the planet, and now all kinds of rumors are circulating on Marsera. Monsters with insect eyes, goats that suck human blood, humanoid aliens bursting out of their chests, spiders covered in spikes, coyotes with moss, and corpses with half of their cheeks bitten off sound like thrilling dark horror stories, right? But only we in the Federation know that those are true. The bugs are coming. Chatsera and Marsera are too close. If the Jumunganda swarm has occupied the entire Chatsera, there is no reason for them not to get involved in Marsera. Augustus sighed. He looked at the other screen, which had completely turned dark brown, and knew that the Zerg fungus blanket had covered all the land and sea. Chatsera was finished. Augustus knew better than anyone the nightmare that the Zerg could bring to planets and other species. If any human planet was even slightly infested with Zerg, those hideous monsters, fungus blankets, and terrible infections would become like a lingering disease on the planet. Only by burning all the Zerg in the main nest could the Zerg invasion be completely eradicated and prevented from reviving again. Otherwise human territory would fall sooner or later. What's the situation in Marsera now? Augustus asked Raynor, who is the chief executive there now. I remember that after we left, the federal government of Tarsinus appointed a new governor of Marsera. It's a mess. Raynor said, it's much worse than when we had a revolution in Marsera. The new governor of Marsera has been dismissed again. Omega Squadron activated Article 1602 of the Settlement Crisis Act more than 2 months ago and announced the temporary takeover of Marsera. He said, before the new governor takes office, Marsera will be in a state of chaos for a long time. No one tells the people of Marsera what is going on. There are more and more Goliath armed robots and armed federal marines on the streets. This only fuels the chaos and panic. It's commonplace. Augustus said, if they could do everything more beautifully and efficiently, I should have been staying in my mansion on Korhal IV, living a life of drunkenness, and enjoying the bohemian life of aristocratic children. There would be no need to rebel against the Federation. After I retire, I may go back to Charlotte Farm. Raynor imagined a wonderful life, where he didn't have to bravely resist tyranny. As he was speaking, a fleet of hundreds of transport ships and shuttles, covered by 4 Revolutionary Army battle cruisers and a large number of fighter planes, continued to enlarge in Augustus's eyes. They were full of the survivors of Los Andes. These transport ships were equipped with warp engines and could follow the leading Revolutionary Army flagship to complete synchronized jumps. Order the fleet to prepare for the jump, Augustus said immediately. Alert, the 5th and 7th decks of the Hyperion have been penetrated, and the Zerg are pouring into the cabin. At the same time, the red light of the alarm suddenly flashed on the bridge, and the mechanical adjutant of the Hyperion said in an absolutely calm electronic synthesized voice, the Hyperion had been fighting the Zerg for a long time, and even though it was a Behemoth-class battle cruisers that had been continuously modified, expanded, and strengthened, it was now close to running out of fuel. I'll go and drive those bugs out. Raynor's thick eyebrows twitched. Those alien monsters can't run wild on my precious ship. Call Swan and Kaczynski. They will repair the damage. Augustus frowned and said, such damage is still within the tolerance range, and they can barely complete the jump. Vice Admiral Warfield sent a signal saying that they are caught between the Jumunganda swarm and the Omega Squadron, and can't get out. Kerrigan brought another bad news. I knew this would not go so smoothly. Augustus said, let them get out of the battlefield as much as possible. What are the losses? The Gothic and Napoleon were severely damaged. Their captains reported that they can still complete the jump with the fleet, but they can't hold on for long. Kerrigan's eyes were fixed on the current control panel, and her fingers kept sliding across the screen. Wait. Commodore Duke Snorad III reported that 7 Behemoth-class battle cruisers of the Omega Squadron and more than 20 Federation gunblade frigates are turning their heads and heading towards us. She continued to report. Prepare to meet the enemy, Augustus said immediately. Augustus could see on the screen that dozens of Federation warships painted in dark black were leaving the battlefield and heading towards the Hyperion. The fleet was moving at a very fast speed, followed by a large number of mutalisks. It's really endless. When Augustus gave the order, Titus Finley and Hannock Hank walked into the bridge together. Titus, who was burly, walked into the bridge carrying a huge hydralisk head. When he walked to Augustus, he casually threw the hydralisk head at his feet. There were some elite individuals in the Jumunganda swarm that were even larger than this hydralisk. In order to move its head, a crane had to be mobilized. You have until today to clean my bridge deck. Augustus glanced at Titus, who was about to brag, blocking his words about his killing in the swarm. Marshal, everyone is on board. Titus looked at the tense atmosphere on the deck and said to Augustus, I checked 3 times. Some scum wanted to cut in on the women and children, so I left them in Los Andes. You won't blame me, will you? Before Augustus could answer, several laser beams from the Omega Squadron battle cruisers had already landed on the bridge of the Hyperion. Even Augustus staggered at this time. The dark black paint and inverted U-shaped logo of an Omega Squadron battle cruiser, which was leading a few miles to the right of the Hyperion, were clearly visible. Suddenly, the light from the explosion of the spacecraft almost lit up the bridge of the Hyperion. Augustus, who had just stood firm, clenched his fists in anger. Several transport ships full of Los Andes people were hit by the space torpedoes and missiles of the Omega Squadron and exploded. At least 8,000 people died at the hands of the Omega Squadron. Damn it, they are not targeting us. The Federation wants to kill these people who have gone through so much trouble to escape from Chat's era. Kerrigan punched the control panel in front of her, and the sound of glass breaking was heard in the bridge. Why is this? Just because these people have seen the true face of the Zerg? This is crazy. Titus said, this is a world where people eat each other. Stupidity is incurable. Let the transport fleet jump immediately, and we will be there soon. Augustus continued. The Federation will not do anything that has anything to do with people. While they were talking, more transport ships were hit by the artillery fire of the Omega Squadron. The people in the transport ships never thought that they had fought the Zerg for so long in Chat's era, but in the end they died at the hands of their own people. Synchronize this order to all ships, Augustus said firmly, then execute it. Little girl, we can't care so much now, Titus said in his magnetic voice. Plans can never keep up with changes. Titus was talking and suddenly turned his head to look at the radar map next to him. "What's going on?" He pointed at the green radar diagram. "The Zerg have retreated. Check with Lieutenant General Warfield about this." Augustus also saw this scene, of course. The red dots that marked the Zerg were rapidly leaving the battlefield and completely disappearing from the radar map, indicating that the Zerg had retreated to the edge of the Ceres system. "What's going on?" Titus was confused. Are the Zerg tired of fighting the carbon-based monkeys, or are they scared? Maybe they are rushing back to eat. Hanek said tentatively. "No, the Zerg never give up the prey they have got, unless their leader orders them to do so." Augustus pondered for a moment and said, "Something must have happened to force them to withdraw from the battlefield. Could it be that these Zerg's bots were stolen, so they had to return to defend?" Titus guessed. "There is another possibility." Augustus looked at the radar display map, where the red dots gradually became sparse. "That is, an enemy that is more powerful than us has appeared. Has the Federation sent reinforcement to the Ceres system?" Kerrigan said. "I did get my intelligence. The Red Squadron and Delta Squadron of the Federation Navy may be on their way." "Yeah." Augustus shook his head. As soon as the Jumunganda swarm withdrew from the battlefield, the pressure on the Revolutionary fleet was suddenly reduced. Omega Squadron was unable to stop the former from forcibly jumping away from the battlefield. "Let's leave here first," he said. "We can't just let this go. We, Omega Squadron, and the Federation will have to settle this account sooner or later. Thank you for your vote." Chapter 250, Enemies of the Zerg. 5 light years away from the Ceres system, the Umajan Mobile Fortress. Port 4, Artificial Atmosphere, 1.0 Standard Gravity. One after another, crimson-painted transport ships, guided by thousands of red signal lights on both sides of the port entry track, entered the mobile fortress's magnificent dome that was large enough to take off and land battle cruisers. Standing on the docking deck below, one could see a magnificent scene. The stars were shining tens of thousands of light years away, and the ships entering the port seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light. This mobile fortress was like a lunar-class steel fortress. It was so huge that landing on it was like driving towards the surface of a planet. There were more than 20,000 Umajan ground crew members, engineers, and ship repairmen working to ensure the normal operation of this mobile fortress. They were scattered in various isolation zones, cabins, or ports, like gears, screws, and nuts running in a huge machine. Today, the Umayan Mobile Fortress, which was temporarily leased to the Augustus Car Revolutionary Army, has become the new forward base of the Revolutionary Army. It stores a large amount of gas fuel and supplies. Except for its weak firepower and slow movement, it can almost be used as a giant mothership on the battlefield. In order to deal with possible enemy raids, the Revolutionary Army deployed a large number of major mines and thousands of sensitive space mines around the mobile fortress, turning the area around the fortress into a dangerous minefield. Space is a multi-dimensional, rather than a flat combat environment. Fleet combat is more like submarine warfare in the deep sea. These dangerous minefields are enough to deal with any reckless attack. If the Federal fleet jumps directly into the minefield without confirmation, then what awaits them is a terrible death trap. Only by knowing the detailed layout of the minefield in advance can a narrow and tortuous passage be found to avoid these dangerous high explosive mines and the powerful major mines that Augustus found from the Moria Clark factory. When it was in use, the Revolutionary Army Marshal Command uninspiredly named this mobile fortress Fortress Number 1. It was the idea of a boring marshal. At 12 hours, 34 minutes and 21 seconds local time, the Revolutionary Army fleet flagship Hyperion entered the A berth. A large number of Dragonfly-like turbine unmanned repair robots surrounded the already scarred dark blue battle cruiser. Augustus had landed in the top-level berthing port of the mobile fortress in a Prowler-class shuttle long before the Hyperion entered the port, and immediately attended a mourning ceremony to commemorate the soldiers and fleet pilots who died in the rescue operation. At this moment, Augustus was comforting the people who had just escaped death at a settlement site for Chasala refugees in the fortress. This settlement site was originally a large warehouse for storing, or inside the fortress. Now it is full of beds separated by tent cloth and distributed supplies, temporarily accommodating about 20,000 citizens of Chasala Los Andes. with the Revolutionary Army Battalion responsible for maintaining order here. The frightened people did not cause any riots, except exchanging the few items they had, or mourning for their dead relatives and friends. The most talked about topic among them was describing the horror of the Zerg, and cursing the Federation. The attack of the Omega Squadron on the Chatsera refugee ship had already caused a sensation. At the same time, a more cruel reality made the Chatsera people completely recognize the true face of the Federation. That is, the Federation Navy watched the destruction of Chatsera, and did not respond to any desperate calls for help from the Chatsera people. Even the most hard-hearted people should not ignore the wailing on Chatsera for more than a month. As an allied colony planet of the Terran Federation, the Federation Army's provision of military protection to the affiliated colonies was originally part of the alliance agreement. Even from this perspective, the Federation Congress betrayed the agreement they signed with the Chatsera immigrants more than 100 years ago. Once such a betrayal was made public, the Federation government of Tarsinus would lose the credibility and reputation they had accumulated among the allied planets. As expected, as soon as Augustus appeared in front of these people who were still in shock, everyone who saw his determined eyes and strong body regarded him as a savior. Wearing a crimson cloak, Augustus was treated like a hero as he walked in the middle of the resettlement site. Those who praised him may have criticized Augustus's revolutionary army as no different from terrorists not long ago, because wherever they went, there would be war. But now these rumors have become praise. The facts have proven that the slander and insults against me and the Revolutionary Army have been refuted. The Revolutionary Army is the most steadfast guardian of the Terrans and the defender of human honor. Augustus promised the confused people of Chatsera, "Don't worry about the future of you and your family. We will leave you there when we arrive at the next planet, where you can migrate." As soon as the voice fell, cheers rang out in the crowd. The Revolutionary Army's accompanying journalists recorded this moment and immediately began to write an article describing everything that happened today. The Chatsera rescue operation will be described as the most glorious page in human history. Compared with the Terran Federation, that ruthlessly abandoned its people, the Revolutionary Army is the true glory of mankind. After Augustus finished speaking, Raynor behind him shouted loudly with the loudspeaker, "If any of you want to take revenge on the Zerg or the Federation, you can join the Revolutionary Army. We welcome everyone, whether you are an ordinary citizen or a prison guard in Losender's prison, the Revolutionary Army will always open its arms." Raynor's words immediately received a response from many Chatsera people. For many of them, the pain of losing their homes is almost irreparable. In the hearts of these hateful people, there is no longer anything that can be called home. Augustus stayed in the refugee settlement for a short time, and he had no time or mood to give a long speech. He just shook hands with several refugee representatives and the surrendered Chatsera Federation officials, and went straight to the alien scientific research laboratory platform in the mobile fortress. Obviously, there was something very important that was urging Augustus to deal with. "The situation is very bad," Sarah Kerrigan, who had been following Augustus, said when Augustus walked far away from the resettlement site and entered the passage leading to the alien research laboratory platform. "Tell me in detail how bad it is," Augustus said. "We finally rescued about 320,000 people trapped in Losender City, of which about 40,000 were found to be infected with some terrible alien parasites and some enzyme virus we have never seen before. This alien virus can even change the DNA of the infected. A Wraith fighter responsible for tracking the aliens found that the evacuated Jumunganda Zerg fleet was fighting with an enemy at the edge of the Sera system. At present, it seems that the enemy the aliens are fighting is still invisible. Our pilots can't see anything except a bunch of golden flashes." Kerrigan had just finished speaking when Raynor reported to Augustus, "The Sera system is full of signs of time and space distortion, and the entire space has become riddled with holes. An unknown huge fleet has arrived. Bad news one after another." Augustus looked at Raynor and said, "Two groups of enemies we have never seen before are fighting in the Sera system. Even more unfortunately, humans are caught between them." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.